and Ahmed
I can only tell you what we have evidence of, and what we have evidence of is that the Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini literally lied about his intentions about Islamic theocratic rule in Iran. He constantly downplayed his intentions to impose theocratic rule over that country. He moderated his messaging. He distanced himself from the rhetoric of the governance of the jurists that he had written from his lectures. He literally played the public in terms of what he was offering. So my impression is that
I'm polling. A poll conducted in collaboration.
Totalitarian regimes.
No, from the University of Maryland. From the University of Maryland. In cooperation with Iran poll for the University of Maryland School of Public Policy indicated that October 2019, this is Soleimani, so this is kind of indicated. Soleimani was viewed favorably by 82% of Iranians in 2019. And this guy was basically the second most powerful man in Iran. But University of Maryland poll. So, Maryland school. So, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm seeing. I see you saying that there's a figure there's a figure in the military who's popular. It doesn't make the regime popular.
82%. Well, he was closely aligned with the stream, and he's one
so
of
wait,
the
how 2019,
hardliners,
in the same year that there were widespread protests against the regime?
I think it was later, but I think this was before the protests. But I'm saying
this was literally when they had to violently suppress an uprising. Like, how could? Okay.
I'm saying there was at least some popular support until 2005. Ahmadinejad serves that Iran was much more moderate under Muhammad Khatami, who was like a much more moderate form. Everybody criticized Ahmadinejad's terms. The elections.
Okay, so they've been unpopular for at least 20 years. Your point?
Yeah. I'm saying that they had overwhelmingly popularity. I'm saying that under the Shah we had mass movements, mass protests bigger than what we have on the what we have under now. So it seems like Iranians hated the Shah more than they do the Islamic Republic. But from at least to the Iranians under the Shah rule, I think most Iranians have forgotten how brutal the Shah was. And how much of a US puppet he was. Like, do you see how ridiculous it is that Iran until 1979 was giving 50%? So Iran nationalized its oil on the Mossadegh. He came back in. The Shah came back in with the US. He knew of the coup
based on what we've spoken about with history, I don't believe a single word you have to say about any of this history. So you can say what you want.
Read up the 1944 oil consortium agreement.
Yeah,
50% of Iran's oil.
Okay, I'm going to read up, but I'm not going to let you just tell me what you think is happening, because how many times have we gone over history in the past?
This is a fact. This is a fact. 50%. This is a straightforward fact. 40% of Iranian oil shares belong to 5 American companies. The consortium agreement of 1954. This was after the coup. Why do you think they did the coup?
Who do you think? They did the coup. Do you think I support the Shah? Where are you getting that impression? I don't know why it's such a binary. It's like, the Ayatollah or the Shah. What the fuck? I want the people to get what they want as a democracy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Do you see why Iranians held a resentment towards the West when they backed up a dictator and they took 50% of our oil profits?
Yes, I understand that you believe that basically the 53 coup is the reason for everything bad in Iran. Yes, I understand that's your worldview. Yes.
Coup. Not only that. Them giving him
and the Shah, yes, combined with the Shah, yes,
it's supporting him, and also, why do you think Iranians?
Bro, America literally, we've been over this so many times. America literally fucking nuked Japan, bombed the shit out of Vietnam, and both those countries are friends of the United States now. I don't know why Israel had fucking Israel had bilateral treaties. Israel had bilateral treaties and reconciliation with fucking West Germany, in 1952, 7 years after the Holocaust. Okay. Stop with this fucking they need to have an eternal grudge against the West forever because of some actions that happened in the fucking 70s and 80s.
Not even to now. Do you know the US supported Saddam and gave them dual use things?
Yes, I know they did. Yeah, and I know that Israel bombed the nuclear reactor that Iran tried to bomb a year before.
And that's illegal. And UN Resolution 487 said it was illegal. Said
Yes,
that,
I know it was
bombing
illegal.
Of IEA
Yeah, I know it was illegal. I know that Iran also wanted to bomb it as well.
So that's why it was illegal. That's why it was illegal. That's another reason. UN resolution saying that bombing IEA inspected nuclear facilities is illegal. And Fordow and Natanz was IEA inspected. Was IEA inspected. So again, that's another proof that the Israeli attacks were completely illegal, according to UN Resolution 487. Okay, and there's precedent for it.
We've also established that you don't give a fuck about international law, so I don't know why you're pretending to be vindicated by UN resolutions.
I agree that Israel's attack was illegal under international law, according to UN resolution.
And Iran thinks it's base as fuck to do that as well. To be
well, not entirely, because there's also the principle of anticipatory self. There's also the... It's not like a hard line, you dipshit. Like, one nuclear reactor that is not even close to weaponization is very different from a regime that is massively and exponentially expanding their stockpile of 60% highly enriched uranium, whilst also limiting inspections even within the enrichment facilities, and also threatening to destroy a country, does actually open you up to quite a bit of interpretation.
By limiting inspection, do you mean cutting back on the JCPOA stuff and just having normal inspections on the MPT? Or do you mean cutting back on the MPT as well? Because I think they did not cut back. They allowed normal MPT-like inspections. The limiting inspections was because the JCPOA added extra ones, which then Trump put out.
Now we can see why, can't we? We can see why. Because
but they weren't limiting. I'm saying you can't bomb MPT-inspected nuclear facilities, which Natanz and Fordo were.
You don't care about international law. Stop saying you can't do it as a hard line. Make a moral argument.
Okay, if I don't care about international law, Israel's no different than Iran. Israel does not give a shit about international law. Israel kills nuclear scientists that are militants. Again, Iran has no interest in pursuing a nuke. Why do you think Iran's till this day on TV?
I don't listen. You don't understand what I'm saying. You still don't understand what I'm saying. I don't care what Iran's actual intention is. That's not what matters. What matters is the circumstantial evidence they are presenting to the rest of the world. They are putting Israel in a position where you look like you want to enrich uranium past civilian use. You look like you want to stockpile. Let me finish what I'm saying. They look like they want to enrich uranium way past what would be necessary for a negotiating position. They also look like they want to destroy Israel because they've been saying as much for 40 years. They look very much like they're testing and developing ballistic missiles that can reach Israel. I don't think Israel should be forced to... Yes, you think it's good. That's your entire fucking problem. Because you think Israel should just sit there and take the off chance that Iran is bluffing. That's your position.
Listen, Iran's not bluffing. What do you mean bluffing? Then they will say they have to Iran's not saying they're producing nukes. And by what I mean by good producing ballistic missiles is because Iran strikes Israel strikes Iran lawlessly. Every attack that Iran has done on Israel has been after Israel attacked Iran.
Do you think Iran's anything towards Israel is lawful? Fuck you. None of it's lawful. Funding Hezbollah, arming Hezbollah is not lawful.
Okay, listen.
He said Iran is only attacked after Israel attacked. That's also just not true. First of all, that's just not true.
Back in April,
reacting to Hezbollah, they literally their last attack before this was trying to respond to Hezbollah.
Listen. No. Back in April, when back in April.
Wait, no, not April. That wasn't the most recent one. Hold on, April was not the most recent one.
Oh, you're talking about the October one? Are you talking about the October one?
Yes, they could. Nasrallah being killed. That's not.
No. It had to do with. It also had to do with Ismail Haniyeh, who was in Iranian soil, being killed by Israel and killing his two guards as well.
Wait, no, because that's not when they did the attack. They did the attack.
They said it was in retaliation for both.
And you just lied and said that it was because of an attack. First of all, it wasn't an attack on.
It was an attack on Iranian soil. It was.
Okay, they killed it. What they responded to Nasrallah, and they said that this was...
No, they said it was both. They said it was both. They said it was in response to both the killing of Nasrallah and the killing of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran.
Teuton, do you think... Are you seriously telling me that you think Iran's strikes on Israel are lawful?
Health warning.
Huh? Yes. 100% they have a right
to self-defense. You think those weapons are lawful?
Health warning.
Huh? Yeah,
How are they defending? How are they defending Iranians with those weapons?
They have a right to. They have a right to self. So first, before I answer that, Loner, do you think Iran had a right to? Iran had a right to respond after Israel struck their nuclear facilities and killed the top military generals? Yes or no?
No, you're answering my question first. No? Fuck you. You're answering my question.
Wait, no, answer that. I will answer.
Don't dodge a question. Don't answer a question with a question and then say you won't answer my question. What the fuck?
I'll have to see after. I have to see if they
really. You don't know if Iran strikes are. Wait, if you target a military site with a weapon that has a more than 1 kilometer radius of missing, is that legal?
Okay, Okay, I'll say this: they had a right to respond. Maybe.
How many soldiers have Iran strikes killed?
I don't know.
It's 0, isn't it?
We haven't had that.
It's literally 0.
Is it 0?
They've killed no soldiers. They injured like 7 out of about 500. Like, yeah.
Okay, fine.
They've all been landing in cities.
Fine. Then it might not. Okay, fine. Okay, my position is that they had a right to respond, but their response, since they don't have the most accurate thing, was not lawful. Do you agree that they had at least? Okay, now answer my question. Do you agree that they had a right to respond after Israel struck and killed hundreds of Iranians, killing their top not even just nuclear facilities, killing their top military generals as well?
They had a right to respond by stopping trying to destroy Israel and by stopping fucking about with uranium.
What?
Yeah.
So they okay, shut okay.
Yeah, I don't think Iran has a right to respond. What are you talking about? Like, they're literally playing with fire.
They don't have a right to respond after killing their military officials? Iran was not in a war with Israel. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's called anticipatory self-defense, buddy. Yeah, it's if you fuck around by threatening to destroy a country and by fucking about with uranium.
The EJIL, the head of the EJIL, every article I read said that
I don't care what your fucking weird cult of fucking bashing Israel has to say about what's lawful or not.
Everybody thinks it. Shut the fuck up.
It is a cult.
Zionist fucking
it is a cult.
You only have 1,000 people. You will never get over 2,000 viewers. You're irrelevant. There's no.
I had over 2,000 viewers today. Actually, I had 2,200.
You'll never get over 3,000.
I've had over 3,000 before as well.
And I'm happy that you'll stay that way. So I'm fucking happy you'll stay that way because nobody agrees with your fucking diverted mind on fucking Israel. You stupid fuck. Israel bombs 4 countries at one time. You stupid fuck.
You know, like half of fucking Syria is celebrating these strikes as well. By the way, the Syrians are quite happy to watch Iran getting bombed as well.
I'm talking about Syria strikes and Israel strikes in Iran. You stupid fuck. Israel was not in a war with Iran.
Syrians support it.
The strike would be justified. The only way, every single international law or thing, even that website you read, the head of the EJIL, it's not this cult, it's a majority position. The head of the EJIL, the European, like,
out of interest, though, the thing I don't get, though, is, like, I actually read UN reports about Israel. You don't. Like, how many times does the UN, like, and these organizations have to be wrong about certain events in Israel?
This is literally the head European, this is the head of the European Law of Journal, blog of European Journal of International Law. All the things I read, the only way the justice strikes would be justified if there was an imminent plan by Iran to attack Israel, which there wasn't. There was no proof that Iran was planning.
So what's the okay? So tell me what is the recent debate? What's the debate about the? Describe the debate concerning the Bethlehem Principles and the descriptions of imminent. Describe that to me, if you understand this concept well. Or did you just see, you don't know. Because you just saw a guy, this guy who's authoritative says it's bad, so I'll just say it's bad. Yeah, that's your position. You don't know the content of the argument.
Everybody have read so far.
Well, what's the content of the argument? What's the content of the argument, then? What's the debate about imminence, and why imminence and how it's understood has been debated much more frequently after 9/11?
Based off, like, the Caroline affair as well. I know it's based on the Caroline affair as well, which was another.
Do you understand how 9/11 massively affected the way people view imminence?
Yeah, the argument.
Do you understand that the way that you view imminence is allowed to change based on the severity of the risk of being wrong?
Again, according to all intelligence communities, Iran was not pursuing a nuke. Iran was in talks with the US to have a nuclear deal, a permanent nuclear deal, a permanent one. They were not pursuing a nuke.
Where did you get permanent? The Ayatollah has constantly been against the idea of permanent restriction. That was his whole MO in the JCPOA as well.
No, I'm talking about these recent talks in Oman. The things weren't about the time frame. It was talking about whether Iran under the deal would allow to be enriched for 4%. That was the talks. It
And
wasn't about the time frame.
Permanent? 5%, 4%?
I don't think they rejected permanent. They did not reject down concept.
What are you talking? Oh, hang on. You think they were accepting what? This is like a JCPOA then? You think they?
No, permanent one and a permanent one for Snap. Yeah, so they're basically on the same terms as the JCPOA, except that you could extend the time frame. Permanent inspections for permanent inspections and only enrich for 4%. That's what they wanted. Basically, same terms as the JCPOA. All the leaders
it doesn't solve the problem though. It's still temporary. It's still the same thing. I don't know why you don't get this problem.
I'm saying under the Trump I'm saying that under the Trump they were talking about a permanent one, the one that where if robust inspections last permanently.
I need to see the permanence thing, that they were accepting permanent.
Yeah, and the major talking point. Why do you think the deal failed? The only reason the deal failed was because of enrichment. That was the only reason why Iran was asking for 4%.
Iran said they were willing to do a permanent deal. They said that. Do you have a statement on that?
No, they didn't say that. That's just bullshit.
No, I'm saying in the talks.
Oh, you're saying the Trump position was permanent as well. Okay.
No, the Trump position was permanent and no enrichment. That's the reason why it didn't happen.
So that had nothing to do with what Iran was willing to do.
So I'm reading on the 4th of June, the U.S. proposal presented to Iran on Saturday reportedly allows Iran to retain low levels of enrichment for civilian uses like nuclear medicine and commercial power.
He walked back on that. He walked back on that. That's an Axios report, and then he literally said no enrichment. He walked back on that. He literally walked back on that, and he said to this day no enrichment.
Can you show me where Iran said there would be a permanent anything for 3%?
I'm saying
there are permanent measures even in the JCPOA, but this is
in the recent talks. Why did the recent talks fail? Was it because was the main talking point for the recent talks failing? Was the main point Trump said no enrichment? He was flopping on it. Actually said that he might have offered a plan where it said 4%, but the next day on Truth Social said Iran will have no enrichment. Dumbass. And you're saying that Iran should fucking just take this bombing. You're just, nobody agrees with you. And
they literally sorry, what do you, again, sorry, first of all, the people who matter agree. The people who actually are doing the bombing.
No, they don't matter. Most international lawyers don't agree with you.
Even the relevant governments
don't agree with you. Okay. You don't have any education. You have zero education on this.
So you're just going to appeal to authority now. Well done.
Yeah, it's appeal to authority. You're paid by a Zionist liberal organization.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault that the people with all the education literally do reports all the time about Israel, and they fucking ball it every single time.
They're not wrong. They're not wrong. How much does a Zionist organization
Sorry, wait.
And is
why
it
does
worth paying out
before
your soul?
you? Yeah, I know you don't understand anything about the world. I understand. I'm just asking you. Yeah, I'm just wondering why was the Goldstone report right or wrong when they said Israel was targeting civilians as matter policy? Were they right or wrong?
I know he walked back on it.
Why did he walk back on it? Why?
This is not the UN.
Why
this is
did
not
he?
The UN.
I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. Why did he walk back on that?
I don't know. He made mistakes. I forgot.
Because they literally ignored the fact that Hamas had admitted that their civilian institutions were full of soldiers.
Okay.
After the report. They held it back after the report. Do you know that to this day, it is acceptable in academia to cite the Goldstone report as in IHL? It's acceptable to cite that report.
That guy wasn't thinking. I'm saying that.
That's fucking. Why is it acceptable to cite a false report?
I don't know if that guy. Okay, just because some people do it, that guy wasn't citing it. I should send you the article.
Why is it acceptable to cite a false report?
Well, that's some people. This guy wasn't citing it. Holy crap.
But you realize that when people do fucking like IHL in academia, like they can cite the Goldstone report if they want to like do a legal argument about Israel, right? Why?
I don't know. That's just
it's maybe because a lot of the IHL community might not necessarily, again, like different countries have different interpretations.
Military people are not pro-Israel. Because like I heard like military people fucking love Israel.
Yeah, but wait, if you're going to talk about military, people, if you look at like the Lieber Institute or West Point, like these people don't have the same position that you do on preemptive strikes.
What did the Lieber Institute say on the Iran strike?
Is the
Lieber Institute the guy? isn't the head of, isn't that associated with the John Spencer guy who lied about the 9-to-1 ratio for like a year?
He's not in the Lieber Institute. No, he's an urban warfare guy. He's not. IHL.
Is he not in the Lieber? Okay, good. So he's not in like. Okay, good. Okay, go. Yeah, go on.
I mean, I know you don't care because you don't care what the arguments are. You just care that
you've
got your side.
Guys have been lying about the military. Like John Spencer was paraded around.
I don't care about you. We're not talking about John Spencer. Okay, like again, I can show you IHL experts lying about things as well. I can show you Amnesty being visibly fucking wrong about things. I get you don't care about that. I can show you
pro-Israel military.
Okay, so why not just focus on the arguments rather than this retarded appeal to authority? Oh, everyone in this community agrees with me. That's not an argument. You know that's not an argument, right?
Okay.
You're well aware. Sure. Okay, good. So the argument in the Lieber Institute, which I think is, it's that the traditional understanding of preemptive self-defense is about imminence, right? That's what it's about, and that's where you're coming from. Okay. The problem is that since 9/11, people in the international community have started to debate the idea of what imminence means, because it seems to be that even non-state actors, let alone full states, can conduct pretty grave strikes on you with like basically no warning and with very low intelligence. So that means that people have broadened the understanding and argued to broaden the understanding of what a imminent threat means. And obviously, logically, you don't even need to be a fucking academic to understand that the scale of the threat, of the potential threat, will influence how justified your preemptive action is. So with Israel, and I know you know this, that's why you keep on playing with the language, you know that it is not impossible for Iran to move to weaponization without the IAEA finding out immediately. You know that they can do that in secret without the IAEA noticing. So when they do all these other measures and they provide what is called circumstantial evidence, i.e. the same standard of evidence we have for Hitler ordering the Holocaust, i.e. not invalid, that Iran is enriching...
There's no circumstantial evidence.
So enriching beyond civilian use is not circumstantial evidence. You're a fucking idiot. You don't know what words mean. You don't know what. Okay, so you're just on a different planet.
That they're building
so you're on a different planet. Okay, so you're on a different planet. That's it. That's your problem. You are not on this. You're not of this earth.
Iran's justification.
You're compromised. Your brain is minced.
As leverage.
You're compromised.
They want to hold
you don't know
it as leverage.
You're delusional.
They want to hold it as leverage.
So because as long as Iran says there's a different reason, it can't be circumstantial of evidence of them lying. It can't be circumstantial evidence of something else. So if Iran says it's for one reason, it negates circumstantial evidence for it being another reason.
What's the evidence? What's the evidence that the 60% you enrich uranium is being used? That they're enriching to 60% for nuclear bombs.
It's
they're not using fucking flowers. That's for damn sure.
Huh?
They're not using it to make fucking flowers. What do you think they're using 60% uranium?
I'm saying they're using it for leverage.
And increasing their stockpile for leverage as well, right?
Again, for leverage.
I don't know, why would you do that? It's so dumb. It's so stupid. It's like, okay, can you at least admit that Iran are like the worst negotiators on the planet if that's their position, if that's what their leverage is?
Okay. If Iran offered, they're not. They might make them
that they're lying about their civilian program, right? They're lying about.
No, they're not. They're not because
it's all a civilian program. That's what they're saying. Their entire nuclear
project. Right now, they don't have a weapons program. Right now, they don't have a weapons program. Again, LonerBox, U.S. intelligence stated that Iran was not building a nuke.
I don't know why you're recycling arguments that we've already covered. I'm trying to tell you that when it comes to the question is not about are they definitely doing this. The question about it is, do we have indicators that they might potentially be up to something or might be in a position or putting themselves in a position where they could switch over fairly quickly. And they are in a position where they can do that. Yes, they are. Months is not slowly.
Okay, I agree that if Khamenei decided to change his policy of pursuing a nuclear weapon, which is not, they could pursue it in years. In a year.
No, it said months to years. I don't know why you ignored months.
Well, months. No, it's also getting the warhead.
Again, if you're dealing with a risk, you have to deal with the lower estimate, right?
And there's no indications that Iran would first use a nuke to strike Israel first.
Really?
They're not suicidal.
They're not suicidal because they know that Israel
I mean, you can speak for them if you want, but these guys literally talk about how martyrdom is like a glorious thing and shit. Like, I don't understand.
They're not suicidal.
Everything Iran does is suicidal. Everything they do is everything that regime does is suicidal. They literally dragged their entire country to the dirt in 40 years so they can tickle Israel. What are you talking about? How is that not suicidal? They go against their practical interests all the time.
Holy crap. I'm saying they're not gonna have a because they know if they nuke fucking Israel, they'll have a nuclear holocaust in fucking Tehran. Because Israel would fucking drop their fucking nukes.
Yeah, and they also knew that if they fucked about with uranium, they'd get sanctioned, but they did that as well, right? They knew that if they fucked about with uranium, they'd get sanctioned, but they did anyway.
Sanctions is equivalent to having millions of people die in Tehran and the whole city fucking being decimated?
It shows that they don't. Equivalent? It shows that they don't. What, do you think it's like impossible for religious fundamentalists to have extreme ideas?
Again, I'm saying they're not suicidal, and they would not fucking and it would.
They literally glorify suicidal behavior, but I'm
saying they're not suicide. Is there any indication that? First of all, this
do you think Iran supports suicide bombings? Then they supported October 7th. That was a suicidal act as well.
They've been restrained. They've been restrained. They against remember when they killed Qasem Soleimani? They purposely only did missiles to I think it was intelligence community said that it was on purpose. That would they didn't use the high tier missiles so that it didn't cause as much casualties and only people got injured
because they didn't want the smoke at the moment.
They didn't go into global war. Yes, and if Iran nuked Israel, they'd get fucking 90 nukes back or however much nukes they'd have, and there'd be millions of people dead in Tehran. They would never accept that fucking thing.
Why not?
Do you think Hamas had any? Do you think Hamas had any inclination that if we do October 7th, we might see 50,000 people dead in Gaza?
Iran Iranians would. Iran is not the same as Hamas. Again, stop. Iran is not the same as Hamas.
They both have one thing in common: is a obsession with destroying Israel and being willing to hurt your entire population to achieve it.
This is a good point. Even if they were pursuing a nuke, there would have to be evidence that Iran would have used the nuke against Israel.
No, you're inventing. It's because you're inventing the meaning of the word imminent. The word imminent again. Why should that be the standard? Why should Israel have to just sit there and wait for them to definitely have a weapon and a plan to attack? What if that? You know that if Iran has a weapon and they have a plan to attack, that could already be in a stage. And this is why the time window, the window of opportunity, matters. Because if Iran decides to try and build a weapon secretly and they get caught, but they get caught too late, and then by the time it's too late, there isn't enough time to because if they get caught, first of all, you need to plan strikes, and then you need to hit the air defense, and then you need to find out where the weapons are, then you need to go after them, and Iran could speed run to a weapon, and then they could put it underground where it's completely safe. Why should Israel take that risk? Why should Israel take that risk?
Can I clarify my position? Can I clarify my position? If Iran started enriching ahead of 60%, which they've been on, then Israel would be justified in striking. Increasing the stockpile is not as significant as enriching higher. It's not.
How long did But you can enrich. But you can enrich the 60 to 90 is quicker than going from 250 kilograms to 400.
And the IAEA inspects it daily. There's the daily inspections in thing. The IAEA inspects it daily, so they'll know if Iran started enriching ahead of 60% at Natanz and Fordo. And also, so if Iran started enriching higher than 60% and getting thing, then Israel could strike, and they could use bunker busters, but they weren't doing that. So that is my position. That's my position. If they start enriching high, they've been at 60% for years. It's no difference between the main thing is increasing the enrichment to 90%. Are you there?
Yeah.
Teuton,
and you know.
IAEA inspections are not daily, by the way. I don't know why you made that up.
Oh my god, bro.
Well, weekly. I don't know. What
are they weekly? Why are we just making stuff up now? Who's paying you?
I know. I know. Well, you said the IAEA would not notice if the moment they began higher than 60%. Do you think the IA would not notice at the moment they began enriching higher than 60%? Yes or no?
I don't know. Apparently, you don't either because you just kept saying daily. even though
I
that was made
know
up.
they would because there's robust there, and they still are holding in some of. There are still cameras at their facility, by the way. Some of them have been removed, but there are still cameras at the tons of photo, and they still have they are still abiding by some of the JCPOA prescriptions. Anyway, the way to stop getting Iran a nuke is not by doing these lawless strikes. It's by
This will definitely stop Iran getting a nuke. They're not getting. They're not even close to getting a nuke anytime soon. Now, the fuck.
They moved it. No, they moved their.
Do you think Martin Luther King would want Iran to have a nuke?
I don't.
Oh God.
They moved their enrichment stockpiles. They moved their 60%, by the way, before it striked. They moved it. They moved their 60%.
Is there one in Iran?
Huh? Who said that? The IGC officials on state TV, and a thing on state TV said that they moved their enriched stockpile.
Question: Do you think MLK would want Iran to have a nuke?
I don't fucking care what MLK would want.
Hey man!
Wow, that's crazy.
Okay. So they moved their 60% stockpile LonerBox. So even this hasn't done that much.
Where did you hear they did that?
Even this. An IRG official went on state TV and said it.
These are the same people. The same people who said that they downed 5 F-35s.
I don't know if this is like Iranian or
how many bombers did they destroy as well? Maybe I think they got a couple of stealth bombers.
Again, those Iranian LAPA accounts are not affiliated.
No, state media. No, the Iranian state media said that they downed F-35s. Do you deny that?
Wait, so do you not think they moved their enrichment stockpile? Do you not think they could have done that?
Maybe they could have. I don't know. I thought Iran couldn't do anything that wouldn't get spotted by the IAEA. So you're living in two worlds again.
No, the enrichment stockpile moved their stockpile. And another thing.
Okay, so it is possible to move shit around and do some secret mischief.
As the IAEA said, they moved it again.
So it is possible to be covert with your nuclear shit.
For Israel's position, for Israel and the United States position, there's no difference between Iran getting 1 nuke and 9. Both are unacceptable.
Wait,
so I'm saying the main thing.
Teuton, we've already discussed the fact that having more high grade uranium makes it easier and faster
to be able to move more.
Nuke.
Does it make it faster, or does it make you be able to produce more nukes, or does it make it faster?
No, it makes it faster because if you have a bunch at a higher level, it takes less time you can do a bunch of fucking different enrichment plants and have a bunch more cycling at the same time to get to the 90%. I mean, that's just like fucking think how that works. If you have more, then you can do it faster.
Because you need is it because you need a higher weight of 60% to get a lower weight of 90%? Is that right?
Yes, because you're gonna have much less of 90% in that 60%, from my understanding.
Yeah, because it's like because you're like a less 238 or whatever. I think that's how it works. I don't know.
Okay, isn't the tons and photo? Would the IAEA know if Iran started enriching above 60%? Yes or no? This is an obvious answer, and it should be yes.
They would know, but I don't know if they would know. I don't know when they would know, and apparently you don't either because you just said daily, so you're literally shooting in the dark right now. Like I don't know.
They would know. They would know, and I would say then it would be justified. But you can't just strike based off the chance. The chance that this might happen. You need.
So you admit there's a chance.
Who's gonna stop me?
No, huh?
So you admit there's a chance.
Just based off a possibility, there's a chance of anything happening.
Well,
there's a chance
there's less of a chance if Iran never went to 60%. You understand that, right? Obviously, Iran is influencing the level of chance.
I asked. The IEA conducts daily or near daily inspections and monitoring at key Iranian sites like Natanz and Fordo. You should ask daily or near daily, and there are cameras as well. So they'll know basically maybe 1 day later if Iran started enriching higher than 60%, and then they should strike. They've been at 60% for 3
very important
years.
to contribute here. Just give them a second.
You think they use the Teuton debate as like a torture device against the Palestinians? Do you think the IDF uses that?
Only for the worst criminals.
Again, and yeah, Natanz and do you agree that Natanz and Photo are IEA inspected?
I don't know why you are so fucking committed to going down the circle. What do you think I'm going to answer to that? And then we get stuck. I don't know why.
Yeah. Yes, and also the IAEA report, last thing, the IAEA report that said that they were not following Non-proliferation Act wasn't because of them limiting inspections at Natanz and Fordo, because they were unable to explain why they had untraced uranium particles at certain sites. So it's not even related to their current nuclear program.
If they have untraced particles at different sites, what does that mean?
Due to their 2003 program, due to Project Ahmad.
What incentive does it? Why if Iran is so intent on letting the world know that they don't want nukes, why are they taking away cameras, and why are they limiting inspection capabilities at all?
Huh? That's because Trump pulled those cameras were an extra thing added in the JCPOA.
Okay, let's imagine a world where Iranians have their own independent agency and they're not just fucking children who have to respond spitefully to everything.
I'm saying the Iranians think, why should we follow this deal when Trump pulled out?
What do they have to hide?
Well, do you think it's in Iran's interest for the rest of the world to have?
Why should they have nuclear sanctions?
Okay, do you think it's in Iran's interest to have the rest of the world be fully confident that they're not trying to go towards a nuke? Is it in their interest or not?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you have crippling sanctions on it.
Okay.
No, you need leverage. You need leverage. You need leverage. And by the way, you should see the graph. Did you see the graph I sent?
Do you know how other non-nuclear countries don't get nuclear sanctions on them? Is they don't fuck about with nuclear. That's what you do. Just don't fuck about with nuclear.
2005, and then Iran negotiated and they accepted a deal to resolve this.
Enriching to 60%, limiting inspections is fucking about. What are you talking about?
Wait, what? They did not limit inspections to Natanz and Fordo. Natanz and Fordo were on the.
No, they still limited them. They reduced the use of cameras there, didn't they?
I'm saying. Yes, but they followed NPT. They followed the NPT thing. They limited it because Trump.
Inspections. Okay, I don't know why.
It doesn't matter. Why should they? Tell me. Why should they follow JCPOA? Answer this question.
Because it's in there. Because there are other parties to JCPOA, and also because they have an incentive to have the rest of the world assured that they are not fucking about with nucure.
No, they don't have incentive. They don't have incentive.
Yes, they do. Do you think this would have happened if they? Do you think this would have happened if they never enriched past 5%?
Again, after Trump,
do you think Israel would have bombed Iran if Iran had only enriched to 3.68%?
Probably yes. They
so
don't
fucking
even
dense, man. I don't know.
Doesn't
matter what Iran does. They have no control over their own destiny.
Listen.
Wait, Teuton, do you think that Hezbollah Harris would have bombed Iran?
Maybe.
Do you think Hezbollah Harris would have bombed Iran?
Maybe.
Sorry, I mean Holocaust Harris.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, that's the problem, though. Is like you think Israel would be bombing Iran? You think Israel would be bombing Iran regardless of what the argument is?
I think no. Actually, no. Didn't Biden oppose strikes in October?
Conversation, okay? Holy shit!
Biden opposed strikes in October?
Bitch. I hope Iran gets fucking glass,
Mike is getting shot, bro.
The United States.
Mike is getting so
Iranian facilities. Holy shit!
Okay, again. This is what I'm talking about. Shut up. Shut up.
Fuck you. Holy shit, you're fucking retarded. Holy shit. You've been looping for the past 2 hours, okay? I hope the fucking Iranian government has a whole regime change, okay? It comes to 50 versus the United States.
Is Natanz and Fordo on the normal MPT inspection?
Jesus Christ,
yes, they are. Apparently, I'm just believing you on that.
No, they are. The IAEA report thing. That's again, the IAEA report.
I don't even know why you're sticking to this, because you just okay. I don't even.
Okay. Wait. So, sorry.
You should also bring in Zetsui. He's I think he's Arab as well.
Oh.
Let me just say this. Holy fuck. If
IAEA was also not allowed to do daily inspections until once Iran already got to 60% recently. The report said only once they breached non-proliferation, then the IAEA was trying to force and get access to Fordo for daily inspections because things were getting out of hand. But up until after the JCPOA, there was nothing near daily inspections.
Smiley face emoji.
I'm saying that the recent report that said Iran was not following Non-proliferation Act was not related to Natanz and Fordo. It was related for Iran not being able to answer why they had untraced uranium particles at certain sites. It was not related to the Natanz and Fordo. So the IEA was not saying that Iran was not following the Non-proliferation Act based off them restricting IEA in the tons of photo.
Is having 60% uranium allowed under the Non-proliferation Treaty?
It's not mentioned.
Yes. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not mentioned. Yeah.
But that's the whole point in the JCPOA. That the JCPOA was literally there because the international community, the Security Council, agreed that Iran has behaved in a way that you shouldn't really allow them to just go under standard NPT.
Israel's behaved worse than Iran.
Two wrongs don't make a right, you fucking retard. Iran has
How would
agency.
you justify?
Iran. I have never
justify Syria bombing.
No, I've never done that. Do you understand that every time I mention something about Iran that is not justifiable, you say, "Oh, but what about Israel?" Yeah, sorry, I don't think that Iran is like bound to act like a fucking child just because Israel does something bad. I've never
Iran
said
doesn't
Israel.
Act like a child. The only people that act like a child would
I've
fucking
never-
be Trump.
I've never said- So I'm going to say this one more time
Iran
because you're
is
not
fucking
listening
dog
to me.
shit
But
fucking government, fucking dog shit military. They still use the fucking F-14s that nobody fucking uses anymore since the fucking Cold War.
Yes.
Alright, they say fucking death to America and death to Israel.
Yes.
You fucking retard. Holy shit.
So once again, I've never said that Israel has a right to a nuclear weapon. I've also never supported Israel's actions in Syria right now. So I don't know why that's relevant. That's not relevant. The international community has agreed that Iran, under non-proliferation, should not be subject to traditional NPT rules because they do not behave like a responsible party with nuclear.
Okay. And that's what the thing about JCPOA is. They said if Iran could comply with 15 years, it would show that Iran would be responsible with nuclear. If Iran would imply completely for 15 years with the robust monitoring, then they would be responsible. That was the thing about JCPOA.
Yeah, and what did Iran do when they were starting with the JCPOA? The whole point of the JCPOA is for Iran to assure the rest of the world that they are not interested in destroying another country with nuclear weapons, right? Yeah.
Well, they're not interested in getting nuclear weapons.
Even though, when was the first time the Ayatollah said that Israel's only got 25 years left before it gets destroyed?
Doesn't matter. The tweets don't matter.
Public statements from the supreme leader of a totalitarian regime.
I don't care. Again, this is not related to nuclear. He stands on destroying Israel's good. I don't care. Israel does not belong.
I thought. Okay, you can agree with that, but then obviously the rest of the world's going to look like you probably should not be trusted with nuclear.
I've been watching edits of Netanyahu saying what are the three biggest threats: Iran, and then like edits of Khamenei. It's pretty sick, actually.
I don't give a fuck. Okay,
yeah, no, because Khamenei basically behaves like someone who wants to be treated like a threat. If I wanted Israel to see me as a threat, I would do everything Iran does. Yeah.
Anyway, Israel's a rabid dog. It's a cancerous tumor.
That's the problem. Is like you're trying to hold two positions at once. On the one hand, you're trying to hold the position that's saying like, oh, Iran's completely compliant. There with international law. Israel's the rabid dog and everything. But then the other hand, you're saying, oh, Iran's justified to have a nuke. They're justified to want to destroy Israel. It's like you're trying to hold two positions at once. You're trying to hold pretending to care about international norms and liberal values when you're actually just a tanky fucking psycho who wants to destroy a country of fucking like 10 million people because I don't know.
The people have a right to exist. It doesn't matter. The people. I'm not saying anything bad should happen to the Israeli Jews there. But listen.
What does destroying a state mean? Like, fuck me. How do you destroy a state but keep the people safe? Like, what?
Huh? Israel wants to destroy... You know the Islamic Republic of Iran is a recognized state in the UN?
Yeah.
Israel wants to destroy that.
Really? Israel wants to... And replace Iran with what? Do they want a different regime there, or do they want to destroy the country? You think these are the same thing? The fuck are you talking about?
You could say Iran wants a different regime with equal representation of the people that.
Yeah, you can say that if you are a fucking idiot. If you're basically a brainwashed Western leftist who basically falls for the propaganda wing of like people who rely on AI videos for their and fake photos of downed F-35s for their propaganda to convince Westerners. But otherwise, in the real world, why the fuck does Iran want equal rights for Israel when they don't even have equal rights in their own country?
Huh? First of all, women are allowed to vote in Iran. Every single ethnicity is allowed to vote.
Do you think that's the only measure of equal rights? Do you think women in Iran have equal rights to men?
No.
Okay, so why the fuck would you even...
they're limited to certain restrictions. So the hijab rule's basically gone, right? After the protests.
Yeah, because protests forced the fucking regime to get rid of it. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
As in the regime wanted it to stay for as long as possible until the rest of the population basically forced them to get rid of it. Yeah. Well done.
I'm saying it's very
kudos.
Only after the execution.
I'm saying if you, I've been to Tabriz in Tehran. I've been to Tabriz in Tehran. I'm not even. I've Iranian. I don't want to give more, but I have been to Tabriz in Tehran.
Yeah, my childhood best friend was Iranian. Went to their family's house all the time.
That's why I got a little emotional about this conflict, because I feel like a personal connection to this country.
No, you don't. Your personal connection is to the regime and to destroying Israel. You don't give a fuck about the people who live in the country.
Not to the regime. Iranians don't like this bombing. They're not celebrating this bombing, except some Californians. Iran's inside of Iranians are extremely scared. And again, I'm just saying that all I want is for Iran to enrich for 4% in exchange for release of nuclear sanctions.
Wait, sorry, did you say all you want? Did you just say that's all you want?
Right now, if the US was, if we were in a world where the US doesn't pull out of it and the US is reasonable,
you can't help yourself but just contradict yourself 24/7. Why not just?
I'm saying if the US,
why do you keep being a cuck? Like,
okay, I'm saying it's my position. If the US was a responsible actor and it stayed to the deal, I think that Iran should agree for 4% enrichment in exchange. Obviously, sanctions still remain. The majority of the sanctions still remain under the JCPOA. The vast majority.
Oh, you were also. I don't know if you were lying or just wrong, but their 4% thing was. They said it would be temporary. It's always temporary. I wonder why. I don't know.
Yeah, temporary, man.
What's 4%? Because that's extra monitoring. After those 15 years, Iran you can be seen that Iran is trusted with their nuclear program, and if they start enriching ahead of a civilian use after the JCPOA and after they had no sanctions on them, then I'd be fine with bombing them. Okay, listen, if Iran was under the JCPOA and started enriching and they did not have any nuclear sanctions, I'll say this thing: I'd be fine with getting rid of their nuclear facilities. But they're under nuclear the sanctions now. So what incentive do they have to not enrich uranium to a higher?
I'm sorry, we're not doing this. We're not doing this circle again. The fact that your excuse for them not wanting to renegotiate with Biden was, we're paranoid that Trump will come back and rip it up.
I don't know. I need to see the motivation. That's what was me assuming. I need to see their motivation. But I could see how they were skeptical after they followed the deal point to point. And a thing, you're not even a liberal. You're going on the conservative thing. The JCPOA was a fair deal.
First of all, they didn't follow. They broke the JCPOA. Actually, Iran broke the JCPOA because during the JCPOA, they were supposed to tell the IAEA about all previous weapon or non-weapon, all uses of nuclear information. No, they did not. In 2018, the Israelis showed that they recovered. Yes,
that was what old allegations.
Wait, fucker. Just let him finish.
That was never given to the IEA. They broke the JCPOA. No one knew about it at the time until 2018, and then we found out that they weren't even doing what they were supposed to do.
Shut the fuck up. Let him speak for shit.
Sorry, he's wrong. Let me read.
Wait, quiet. Teuton, for fuck's sake. I didn't even hear his claim before you said he's wrong.
I know what he's talking about. Okay.
Well, I want to hear.
But shut the fuck up, man. Just let him talk. Just let him talk first.
According to the JCPOA,
you can come back.
According to the JCPOA, Iran was supposed to give to the IAEA all the information about all their sites and everything that they were doing in the past. However, in 2018, which was long after the JCPOA was established, or I think even it could be that was even ended. I don't remember exactly, but nevertheless, Israel went into Tehran with Mossad and recovered an enormous amount of documents about all of these things that Tehran kept in terms of weaponization, or even if it's not weaponization, doesn't even matter. They released it and told the IAEA, this is what they had, and the Iranians did not tell the IAEA about all of this stuff. So even if they didn't do anything, they didn't do one thing in terms of enriching uranium, they still broke the treaty because it's another lie. Yeah. It's a lie when they had Fordo for 9 years and they didn't tell the IAEA about it. That was against the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And by the way, having 20% uranium, even just 20% uranium, is highly enriched, and it's against Article 3 in the Non-Proliferation Treaty, because you cannot have highly enriched uranium or fissionable material without having safeguards. They didn't tell the IAEA about any of it. Anyway, what's your response?
That's not why Trump pulled out.
The IAEA actually addressed Iran's nuclear program in 2015. In a 2015 report named The Final Assessment on Past and Present Outstanding Issues Regarding Iran's Nuclear Program, the IAEA assessed that a range of activities relevant to the development of nuclear explosives were conducted in Iran prior to the end of 2003 as a coordinated effort, and some activities took place after 2003. But these activities did not advance beyond feasibility.
Wait. Teuton. That's not the claim. The claim was that the IEA did not discover this yet, and that Iran was hiding it, and that only in 2018 was discovered.
No. When
from after 2018, the claim what you're saying.
That Benjamin Netanyahu said that the IEA already addressed Project Ahmad before the nuclear deal in 2015, and the accusation, and then Netanyahu got he claimed to have CDs related to that, and the accusation of certain relevant technical you interrupted me thing. Yes, this was all addressed in the IEA. Iran's secret nuclear weapons program was addressed before the nuclear deal, before the IEA.
No, the problem wasn't. Yes, everyone knew they had a secret weapons program. Everyone knew that. That's not the problem. The problem is that they had lots of documentation, a warehouse full, whatever that really means, but enormous amounts of filing cabinets of documentation that they never provided to the IEA. The problem is that they lied. They lied by omission. Who knows what else they're doing? That's the problem, and that's what the IAEA said in the last report.
By the way, the IEA, all the IEA reports were saying that Iran was in compliance. And by the way, according to and Benjamin Netanyahu got this and fabricated this a week before to convince Trump to pull out. By the way, but anyways,
where do you say that?
He literally
he did a forced the IAEA to write the report.
Wait, where did
the IAEA was saying that Iran was in compliance with the JCPOA. In all their reports, Iran was in compliance until a year after. They were in compliance with the thing. And by the way, you guys are talking about Iran's proxies. Iran's proxies got more...
Wait, isn't that different? He's just explained to you that what he's saying is not incompatible with the IAEA reporting that for those first couple of years. They're saying that afterwards... I think you're saying, right, that afterwards they discovered that Iran had not disclosed everything. So obviously in 2015, 16, 17, 18, they're going to say Iran has complied because they don't know that Iran has hidden stuff from them.
In 2018, they were saying Iran was complying. They were saying Iran was complying with the JCPOA until 2019. Again, Iran's old new...
What happened in 2018? That's when the fucking files were released. Like he was saying, like Carl was saying.
Again, those files doesn't mean that Iran was not complying with it.
Wait, that's literally what?
What does it mean? Does it mean that let's say it wasn't compliant. Does it mean that Iran still hid something? That Iran was actually hiding nuclear?
No, everybody knew that Iran had a nuclear program.
No,
and it was addressed by the IAEA.
They were hiding certain activities and not just the fact that it existed, but certain activities.
Okay, let me say what the Iran foreign minister responded. Iran foreign minister Javad Zarif, he's famous, tweeted to say the evidence was a rehash. Was a rehash of old allegations which had already been dealt with by the IAEA.
I'm asking. Let's not ask what the foreign minister said. Let's ask what the IAEA said in response to that. That's what. I don't know this claim.
Okay, I already asked. I asked in all the IAEA reports.
Say what you're about to say. You already asked chat.
Intelligence. And asked ChatGPT as well. Yeah, I use ChatGPT.
Ask what year? What year is this specific event? If it's after 2020.
This was in 2018, April 30th. He did a whole presentation. This was to convince Trump to pull out. This was Iran's old nuclear program. This has nothing to do with it back in 2003, which was already addressed. How does this make it different?
Teuton, I just looked up the 2019. I didn't look at all of them, but I looked at one of them, and it's saying, they followed the main terms. So they're pretty much admitting that they didn't follow all the
They
terms of the
followed
JCPOA.
all the terms. The JCPOA was related to Iran's current nuclear program, and everybody, and they did not.
It was also related to them showing, like he's saying, it was also related to them literally telling the truth about their old program and then revealing those details.
Well, everybody knew about their old program. Everybody knew it was addressed by.
Not everyone knew about everything about their program.
Huh? The IEA literally knew about Project Ahmad.
Knowing of it does not mean knowing every detail about it.
They knew that Iran had a nuclear weapons program back in 2003.
I mean, you can keep repeating that, but that's literally not engaging with what I just said. But good try.
Why do they need to know everything about it? That was not determined. That was not.
I don't know what you want from me. I don't know. Why do they have to keep the deal they signed? I don't know, bro. Because they signed it.
Okay. Again, they kept the deal, and that was What point did they violate in the JCPOA? And again, U.S. intelligence. The U.S. intelligence was saying that Iran was complying with the IAEA under Trump. Mike Pompeo was saying it.
Wasn't Trump didn't pull out of the deal because of the violations?
Do you think Iran should have nuclear sanctions on it if they agree to enrich the 4% and have robust monitoring?
Well, they said that the 4% offer was temporary, so I don't know why. I'm just reading it now. They said it was temporary. I don't know why you said, again, you're never going to get a commitment from Iran to stay within civilian levels of enrichment permanently because they don't want to do that. That's it. Like, it's just, you're never going to see them do that. And then you should probably stop and wonder, why do they never want to agree to a permanent restriction on enrichment to civilian levels?
They did not say 4% was, when did they say that? They said that monitoring, the robust monitoring, the extra monitoring should be temporary because they should show a time that Iran can be trusted.
No, they said the enrichment level limit should be temporary.
When? Show me this. When they said this. Also, you can go up to 20%.
This is going to change your mind, right, Teuton? It'll change your position if you
hear about I don't know. Sometimes it depends. You can go up to 20%. Like this.
Wait, Teuton. If it does say that, you're going to change your position because you staked your position based on this detail. Right?
I don't know. I need to see because sometimes you can go up to 20% for your research purposes.
Well, I thought you said they were. I thought you. But earlier, when I said that they were sacrificing their 20% to get 60, you said, "Well, what if they don't need any more?" So apparently, they don't need any more 20%. So you kind of admit that you're just kind of making stuff up on the spot that helps your argument.
I'm not making stuff up. I'm talking
you absolutely are.
In
you just made stuff up. Yeah, like you just made stuff up.
What are you saying? I'm talking about in a universe where they restrict to 4% after the 15 years. They might not want the 4% to be permanent because sometimes you can want to go up to 20%. I'm talking about in a universe after the nuclear deal. Sometimes you would want to go up to 20% for research, for like medical isotope research, stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. This is not contradicting anything I'm saying.
Also, Teuton, as I'm looking things up, it's just getting worse. I found a Reuters report that said, while Iran has stayed within the deal's main limits over the past 3 years, it has breached the cap on its heavy water stock within the first year. Although this is acknowledged by diplomats as comparatively minor
those
issue.
were technical.
It's just like all of these problems.
Yeah, and then they filled it with cement, and then didn't they fill up the Arak thing?
Yeah, except Israel just blew it up, and it wasn't filled with cement. They hit it with a missile recently, and everyone saw the water pressure, the steam.
Again, the IEA did not say Iran was in violation. They counted that as a technical. I forgot. It was like a technical thing. Anyway, they fixed it quickly on the JCPOA. They filled it up with cement and they fixed it. Anyway,
it was technical. Yeah, again, that's not the. Again,
it was technical. It was technical. They were not found non-compliant. They filled it with cement, and every report, U.S. intelligence was saying Iran was in compliance. Why are we fucking arguing this point? This is agreed by everybody.
The U.S. intelligence did not say that. Did you look at the actual quote?
Mike Pompeo, all the ICI. What?
This guy's like the ultimate fucking MAGA authority quote now. Now that they're agreeing
I'm saying even if MAGA, even if MAGA is saying something good about Iran, they're fucking hawkish. Mike Pompeo is fucking a neocon.
Imagine believing U.S. intel as a leftist.
I'm saying
WMDs and questions of
lie. They have no incentive to lie. They have no incentive to lie.
Really, isolationists have no incentive to lie about motivations to get involved in another country.
Especially in Trump's first term. They're not.
Is Tulsi not an isolationist?
Teuton, do you think that
Super
they were in
excellent.
full compliance or main compliance? Like mainly in compliance, or do you
They
think
had,
they were in full?
they had technical issues, but yes, they were full compliance. The IEA
That's not full
all
compliance, then.
reports said.
You say
No,
main
they
compliance,
were
and there
not-
could
I'm
be
saying
minor
they were
issues.
not found in breach. They were not found in breach of any of the terms. The IEA did not say they were found. They did not
just
breach.
gave you
Are you
two
aware of the concept of
breaches.
material breaches?
That's
So
not
you could say
breaches,
there was no
that's
material
technical
breaches,
issues.
which is why the deal continued, but there were
It's
breaches.
technical issues, and they
Those were,
fixed
yes,
it. They said it
minor
was
breaches
cement.
might be what you say, but it's still breaches. It does mean
Well, they filled it.
material.
They filled it.
It's because he does this
They were
thing.
not
He
found
does this
in
thing where he
violation.
like oversells everything until he's called out, then he like backs it up a little bit. But yeah, he does this a
Well,
lot.
they
He's
were
a very
not
dishonest
found-
actor.
No,
Can I-
not this.
he just
one.
he relies on you
no,
having gaps in your information. He does that quite a lot.
no,
so you have to be
I-
Can I
sharp.
ask, there is some. Well, Teuton, can I just try and help you a little bit? I'm technically on your side, but okay. So in 2020, when Trump pulled out, my understanding is Trump didn't pull out because of any of these breaches. He pulled out because he didn't like the deal, period. Is
Yeah.
that wrong or right? Okay, so then
Yes,
the idea of saying like
yes,
the breaches
yes,
weren't
it's not
relevant,
because
at,
Iran
so
was
even
not
if they were in
following.
full compliance completely, and we all agreed on that, Trump still probably would have pulled out in 2020.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that, and
was
no,
bad.
Yes,
I
because he's
thought he pulled
Israel's
out in.
dog.
Hold on,
He's
one
Israel's
second.
bitch.
One second. I
Yes.
think he pulled out in 2018.
Yep. 2018.
I
I thought it was
Yeah.
2020. At least that's the.
28th of
Yeah,
May.
I just read it said 2020, but
28th
if it's wrong, then.
No, it's
2018.
I'm pretty
2018.
sure it's
Under
2018, and it was shortly after
2018,
BB
it's
released all of
2018.
this information.
Okay, again, that
I
information.
agree with you
because
that people didn't
This is
like
what
the
you're-
deal. There were a lot of problems with the deal, but
There
that
was no
really just
problems.
didn't
It
make
was a
There
bad
were
deal.
problems. The problems
Yeah,
were that
tons
they
of
didn't
problems.
solve the
Sunset
problem
deal
of
was a
Iran wanting a
problem.
nuclear weapon. Yeah, it didn't
Teuton,
actually
the
stop
fact that
them.
there was
It
no
didn't take them any
problems is
further away from
probably
it.
Again,
indicative of how many
wait,
problems
what
there
was the
were.
problem?
The fact that
LonerBox
you are
raised?
very
I didn't
approving
hear.
of it should tell you how big of a problem it is.
No,
for
I'm
people to
approving
come
of
out
it for
and
Iranian civilians. I said Iran should build a nuke, but whatever.
Well, that's the
I'm
problem with
approving
it.
of
The
it.
problem with the
And the
JCPOA is
next
it doesn't
best thing
stop
for you
that.
is the JCPOA. Wait, if you want Iran to have
It
nuke,
does
then the next
stop
best
it.
thing for you is
It
JCPOA. I'm
does
going to think the
stop it.
JCPOA
Do you
might
want me
be
to
kind
send
of
you a
helpful for
graph?
that
Do you want
goal.
me to send you a graph? Do you want me to send you a graph of Iran's stockpiles under the JCPOA?
I don't know if you're being
You-
intentionally. Are you forgetful or are you
It does
just
stop
like
it.
looping? Are
I'm saying-
we in Groundhog Day? Do we just have to tell you
No,
again
but
that
I'm
these were
saying
all
if-
temporary?
I'm saying after the temporary, but there was a snapback of sanctions option after
Yeah,
the
but to be
deal
clear,
ended.
LonerBox gave you a
The
softer
sanctions
argument
could be
because
Doesn't
Snap
get rid of the
back.
sunset clauses.
LonerBox
That's a
was being generous
trade-off.
and charitable. LonerBox was being highly charitable and was saying that Iran would break the deal after 15 years, when really they can break the deal after
No.
10 years because the snapbacks expire,
Yeah,
and this
they do
year they would
expire.
already expire.
The centrifuges
Again,
expire after 10
okay.
years. The low enriched uranium expired after 15 years.
Okay,
Those were the
okay,
sunset
I'm
clauses that
saying-
everyone says would allow them to make
So
a
yeah,
bomb.
the snapback. You're not
Okay.
understanding the snapback because all they need to do is wait for the snapback to run out, and then they do it. Then that's all
Okay.
they need to do.
And this is my point. This
And
is
then
my
there's like
point.
there's no deal.
Then-
They
then the
basically
UN
got.
Security
This is what happens if Iran follows the deal. Okay, if Iran follows the deal, what they get is long-term sanctions and short-term restrictions on nuclear. That's what they get.
Okay, yeah. No, long-term sanction, nuclear-related sanctions relief. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
but listen,
long-term sanction relief, but short-term
Yeah.
limits on.
No, wait.
enrichment.
Can those sanctions not be put back by the UN Security
The
Council?
snapback
and
runs
the
out.
US
The
Congress?
snapback ran out after
No.
20.
What about
15,
no? So
after
you're saying
the,
that
after the
you're
15
saying
years.
even after the. So you're saying
You're saying we
if
should have
the,
violated the deal afterwards?
No,
If the
no,
deal
we're
says
talking
after
about
15
the
years, we have
JC
to do that, right?
No, I'm talking about the NPT. If Iran began violating the NPT, could the sanctions not be put back on them? Because that's the only thing they think. If they started violating the NPT,
Yes, but you don't understand that the problem is that
Exactly.
Iran is not trusted. That Iran is the whole point
Iran
is that
would be
Iran is not trusted with the
after
NPT.
15 years of following a robust deal.
Yes.
That's what's the thing. And
The
they
problem
would be
is
treated
that
like
Iran-
a normal country.
Yes, that was the problem. The problem was that Iran should
Well,
not be
that's the
trusted
problem. It's
as part
because
of the
you're fucking
NPT.
Israel's dog.
Well, it's
That's
also
why.
because
Willing
they
to wait
violated the
15 years
NPT the
for
first
Israel
time.
to
It's
make
because they did it before. It's because they're a very unique country in the sense that they violated the NPT before, and also because of the fact that even
And they
while they
got
were complying with the
punished for
JCPOA, they were still violating, in some people's views, the spirit of the deal because they were still testing ballistic missiles, and they said that these were directed designs so they could
wait.
hit Israel. Yeah.
That has nothing to do with the nuclear program. Ballistic
that's not
missiles
what Obama
had
said. That's not what someone who's actually. If we're appealing to authorities now in the United States Department, okay, we agree that Obama was literally the fucking signature of the JCPOA. He said that it's violating at least the spirit of the deal, because the spirit of the deal was to ensure that Iran would stop trying to fuck around with threats to destroy Israel. That was the whole point.
Well, that was not just in the deal. Who fucking
does everyone
cares?
agree that
So who
after
fucking
15
cares,
years, they would have been out of power?
Why do you think Iran deserves to be trusted as an NPT signatory when they don't behave like any other NPT signatory?
I'm saying after the 15
why
years are done.
Why do you think Iran doesn't deserve to be treated equally by as an NPT signatory when they don't act like any other NPT signatory?
Okay. I'll answer. We're talking about nuclear. We're not talking about their motivation to destroy Israel or whatever.
No, that is absolutely fucking relevant. Why do you think Israel treats Iran as a threat? Because they're threatening to destroy the country, and that's connected to their nuclear activity.
We're not talking about what Israel wants. The world doesn't go off what Israel wants and what Israel thinks is a threat. Sorry to tell you.
Do they not want to be
well,
nuked?
they kind of do. Countries don't want to, because they know that if Israel gets nuked by Iran, then they know that affects everyone. That affects the Gulf. That affects the West. It affects Iran, actually. So yes, the world does care about Israel facing a nuclear threat, because the world cares about stopping a nuclear war from breaking out. So you're wrong. The world does care.
Can I speak? Iran's allowed to advance its military, like the United States, like every other country in the world is allowed to advance its military. Shut the fuck up.
Like,
he's allowed.
What are you talking about? Not every country has a right to advance their military. Whatever.
They're allowed to,
like ISIS.
Wait.
No
one has a
right
military.
Iran has never attacked Israel first. Iran has never attacked Israel first. This is just a full-on fact. The only times is when Israel attacks Iran,
they just arm people who attack Israel. They just arm non-state actors who attack Israel. That's not. That's totally not the same.
It's Hamas allowed to attack the United States? Go kill United States military officials because they fund Israel. The funding thing does not justify fucking strike. Is Hamas allowed to go right now and kill U.S. security officials?
Wait, we're not.
You think they are? You think they are? But I can explain why it's different.
I think that would be a breach. Is the Hamas, would that not be seen as an act of war if the Hamas went and fucking killed U.S. officials?
Hamas is listen, from one international law lover to another, okay? Non-state actors do not have rights over the means of violence. They don't have Syria. Is Syria allowed to go fucking attack and bomb the United States because they're funding Israel, which is bombing them now? Yeah.
You stupid, nothing justifies that.
Yeah, yes. Syria has a right to defend itself.
So what?
So you agree with the thing that I thought you wouldn't agree with, because I don't understand any of your fucking worldview, because all I'm focused on is calling you a paid shill, and I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about.
You are a paid shill. Please tell me what liberal Zionist
a paid shill who thinks that Syria has a right to attack Israel.
No,
You're so
United
lost,
States.
Man. You really thought I was going to say no to that?
I said United States.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it would help them. It's not a good idea, but would they have a right? Yeah. America is literally funding and supporting Israel, and Israel's aggressing on Syria's sovereign territory.
What about Lebanon? What about Lebanon? Israel just bombed.
Well, Hezbollah,
Lebanon
not
yesterday.
Lebanon. We're talking about Hezbollah.
No, they bombed. Hezbollah wasn't firing rockets on Israel, and they weren't moving south. And I don't think it's because they were violating.
Who said they weren't moving south? How do you know that? That's just a fucking guess. Okay,
it was in Beirut. It was in Beirut.
Does Hezbollah not have activity in Beirut? Which part of Beirut? It wasn't Dahia, was it?
The silence is crazy.
You realize that like the Lebanese government right now, as part of their self-defense, is actually being nice to Israel and not nice to Hezbollah. That's actually what helps Lebanon.
Okay, so you're saying
the best thing for Lebanon is fuck Hezbollah, get them out, fuck them, disarm them,
I don't think
punish them, prosecute them for all the crimes they've committed against that country.
Okay, again, international. Also, Iran doesn't control Hamas. This proxy thing, Israel, especially after Israel's in a ceasefire with Hezbollah, you could maybe make that argument they're in a war with Iran because they're in a ceasefire with Hezbollah.
But Hamas acts on its own misunderstand the laws of war. Can I just explain something to you really quickly?
It's just that you're being so convenient when you say like Iran literally funds groups that also share the Iran's same goal of destroying Israel via a war of attrition, like Hezbollah, who swear loyalty to Iran.
Iranian proxy. Hamas
is a contractor. They're not a proxy.
And also the Houthis on as well, really.
The
It was
Houthis
only
are a
really
proxy. The Houthis are absolutely a proxy.
The-
Yeah. What are you talking about? Have you ever read Hussein al-Houthi speak? I know you simp for them, but I don't think you actually read what any of them have to say.
Okay, fine,
You can.
fine,
Have you read the
fine.
Malazim? Yeah, they are a proxy. Yes.
Hezbollah is in a ceasefire with Israel right now. We would agree with that, right?
The Houthis aren't.
They're in a ceasefire. We're in a ceasefire, and again, the Houthis are a different religion, and there's been.
It doesn't matter if they're a different religion. They have a military goal. They have a military alignment with Iran. They have the same slogan. They are literally
on their own accord. There've been times where they defied Iran. They're not completely in control of Iran.
They don't need to be completely controlled to be a proxy. What are you talking about?
Bro, they have to be in lockstep. Mashallah.
You know, like in al-Houthi sermons, he literally praises, he would praise the Ayatollah and refer back to his teachings. They share the same views on Israel. They share the same views on the West and America. They share the same slogans. How is this? They get armed by Iran to do Iran's dirty work. How are they not proxy? The fuck?
I think
I'll say that Hezbollah is definitely a proxy, but like there's been times where like
good argument for whatever Teuton's doing. So I'm curious on what he's trying to say.
Sure. Oh, yeah,
he just wants to say Iran's never attacked Israel because it's just the whole fucking
never attacked
brain dead thing that everyone knows and everyone understands that Iran attacks Israel via proxies. We all know this. It's not a secret. You're just pretending to be ignorant of it and using sloganeering to avoid that fact.
On the international law, just because you fund a group.
And because you also coordinate
I'm not talking about international law. I'm not talking about international law. I'm just talking about the sliminess of you saying Iran's never attacked Israel because you know full well how
They've
Iran.
never attacked Israel's soil first. Israel has always attacked Iranian soil first.
Is that so? Does that mean that Iran isn't aggressive? Do you think? Okay, so do you think Iran holds no aggression towards Israel? Here's a better question. Let's say Iran didn't fund proxies. And they did, and they kept up relations with Israel that were maintained under the Shah.
They're their own independent state. No, they have a right to fund.
What, to fund non-state actors? Is that an international law position, or is that your personal position? To fund non-state militaries, is that legal?
No,
it's not. Okay, never mind. Sorry, what a fucking insanely stupid thing to say. Does Iran? Do you think if Iran? Yeah, you think it's moral. Do you think if Iran hadn't funded those proxies, hadn't spoken for 40 years about destroying Israel? Hadn't at one point fucked about with nuclear weapon projects, do you think Israel would attack Iran or no?
Yes.
Why?
Because why? Like they did Syria.
No reason.
Syria.
Oh, Syria. Really? Just because of Syria. Why did they attack Syria? Out of interest. Random?
They attacked Syria. They attacked Syria because they want to cripple the air defenses there so they could get to Iran.
That's not why they're attacking Syria.
It's one of the big reasons.
That's why they destroyed. That's not why they're attacking Syria.
And they want no state. This is Israel and America. They want no state to be autonomous. They want every state to be subject to
total domination.
They want every state to be a US puppet state. And Iran's the last hold in the Middle East, and God, I hope they hold. Iran's the last.
They're not going to hold. They're not going to. Why should they hold? The people don't want the regime there.
Huh?
Why should
they? They don't want an Israeli puppet as well. But yeah.
Okay.
They don't want an Israeli puppet. America.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of these Middle Eastern countries kind of benefit from the fact that they're not at war with Israel, no? Or America.
Yeah, because Israel's a fucking rabid dog that needs to be put down.
Then why do you keep pretending that? I don't know. You're pretending you're coming from like the same foundational perspective.
Tumor. It's a cancerous tumor.
So why does Israel? So if Israel's such a cancer, if Israel's such a cancer, why do they have a right to stop Iran from getting weapons?
Huh? Because I don't believe nukes. When did I say think? I believe in.
If I even said this about Hamas, he would accuse me of being like Ben Gvir reincarnated with Hitler that had a child with Mussolini.
I don't care if you called Hamas like a cancer. No, I would disagree with it. I wouldn't call you Ben Gvir. He doesn't necessarily say Hamas is a cancer. He talks about all Palestinians, not. I
feel like
Hamas.
to get an interesting conversation out of you, we'd have to go back to like the entire origin of Zionism. I feel like if I had to ask, can you explain like Zionism from very quickly, just like Zionism from 1880 to 1948? What was Zionism?
Zionism was a movement to establish a settler colonial state in mandatory Palestine and to
in 1880.
Huh?
In 1880?
1880.
It wasn't mandatory Palestine in 1880.
Okay. In 1880, it was for Jewish self-determination, to have a Jewish state. To have a majority Jewish state. Yeah, okay, I was wrong. From 1880, yeah.
Okay.
Until the 1917.
So from 1880, they went to, and what did they do? What did they do to get there? Or why did they do it, first of all? Why did the first ones, or 1880, why did they go to Palestine?
Due to pogroms. Pogroms in Europe.
Why did they, so they turn up in 1880. What are they trying to do to get a state at that point under the Ottoman Empire? Because that's where the rulers are, right?
Didn't they go to the Ottoman Empire's leader, or was that later?
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Didn't they go to the Sultan?
Ben Gurion, he learned Turkish. He didn't learn Arabic, he learned Turkish, yeah.
Yeah, so he asked, we have a state here, and the Ottoman Empire disagreed, said, no, you can't have a state here.
How did the Ottoman Empire respond to the migration in 1881?
I would assume they would be hostile to it, I don't know.
I think less than 1,000 people had moved there, and the Ottoman Empire put up a big sign at the port in the Mediterranean and said, "You can't come. If you're a Jew, you can't come to this. You can't come to this area, like near Jerusalem."
Why did they say that? Was that because they were worried that there would be a Jewish state then?
Well, because the Jews were Russians, they thought they were, and they thought any national, and because they were also afraid of nationalism, because they thought any national group coalescing in one area was always seen as a threat. That's why they persecuted Christians, because they gathered up as a group as well, like in Lebanon. That's why they persecuted Armenians, because nationalism is the biggest enemy of empire. Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So they squashed these second-class citizen groups, and one other potential one of those was the Jews coming to Palestine. Yeah. How did they go about establishing to get a homeland? They negotiated with leaders in the continent. What else did they do?
They asked like foreign powers as well.
Yeah. What else? What about the people? What about the people trying to live there? What did they do to establish their presence?
What? I don't know if this was at this point. They were buying land from like wealthy business owners and kicking them out. But I don't know if that's at that stage when they were kicking them out.
Were they kicking most of them out? Before 1920s, they were mostly buying empty land on the coast.
Okay, so that's what they were doing at that time. But then after a certain amount of time.
So far, is there anything wrong with what they're doing?
No, there's nothing wrong in essence with having a Jewish majority state. Actually, no, there is something thing, but I'm talking about like the outcomes that they wanted. I'm saying there was no way that there could be a Jewish majority state there without having fierce Arab resistance to the people there, and without having at least an ethnic cleansing campaign. That's why I'm against it, not necessarily the fact that they can be
before we so it couldn't have happened without an ethnic cleansing campaign. We'll see if that's true. So 1880 to 1917. There's currently nothing wrong with what they're doing, apart from the minority of evictions, I'm guessing, right?
Yep, sure.
Okay, do we accept that if it was just evictions of a few thousand people, this probably wouldn't be like a 100-year conflict, right? Because people bought land and evicted people all the time back then. It was very normal to do.
But I'm saying their final goal was immoral. Their final goal of trying to establish.
Well, we'll get to that. Okay, we'll get to that. Yeah. I imagine if they established one along the coastline in that tiny area where people mostly didn't live anyway, it probably would have been fine, right? If it was just like the coastline.
How big would that be?
What?
How big would that
been? Like less than 10% of the land, probably.
Yeah. I don't know. I can see why they would want it from that perspective. I don't think the Arabs would say, hey, we don't even want to give 10% because
the Arabs wouldn't want to give up this coastline that barely anyone even lived on.
Is coastline not important for ports, for exports, and stuff?
Well, they don't lose all the coastline. There's still the coastline in the south, so you still have access to the ports.
Malaria.
Yeah, this was when they were basically, because this is true. The UN did this as well. They basically wiped out malaria in the region by draining swamps because malaria thrives in stale water. So there's nothing wrong with what they're doing up until 1917 generally. Is that what we're saying, or you can test that?
Yeah. I don't know. Why I said 10% is because I just see like in the perspective of an Arab living there, I would see like these people are not native to here. They don't belong here. They're Russian. They're French. They're German.
They're immigrants.
Polish. Whatever. They're immigrants, yes. So that's what I would think. They don't, and they're trying to come here. And they're coming here not on the purpose of like living under a Palestinian state. They're coming here.
Well, no one's thinking about the concept of a Palestinian state in like 1910 or something.
Yeah, they're not, to live on the Arab rule, whatever Arab rule. They're not coming here to live on the Arab rule. They're coming here to take a certain. They're coming here to try to establish their own state here. So it's like if migrants went to America saying we want like Florida, we want like like right now if like a group of migrants went Muslim migrants saying they want another Muslim state.
Well, it's more like they're going at a time when these places are run by empires. Like nationalisms haven't really fully developed yet, so people are moving around quite a lot, and groups are getting exchanged, and borders are being defined sometimes through conflict, sometimes through treaties and movements. So. There's no hard borders anyway.
Palestine hadn't been established.
So I don't know why someone who. So why does someone who lives in like Nablus have a right to like a little kibbutz on the coast?
Okay. Huh? Why does somebody live in Nablus?
Yeah, why do the people living in Nablus have a right of sovereignty over like some little place? No, I mean back then, say pre-World War I. Why do they have a right to determine sovereignty like over some people who live in the kibbutz, right? At the coast.
Yeah. That analogy with America would make full sense if Palestine was already a state when they were coming in, which it wasn't.
Okay, so that's where they're going. 1917, the Balfour Declaration. I'm guessing you know about that.
Yeah. There's it's a letter from the British MP. I think he's a conservative as well. Balfour's, I think, is addressed to a Rothschild. I don't know. This is not anti-Semitic. I just remember.
No, I think it was. Yeah.
Saying that we support Jewish state and mandatory Palestine.
Yeah, Jewish homeland was the word that they used.
So now I can see why the Arabs are.
Anything inherently wrong with that?
Yes, because I think that you're relying on like a settler, like England to help. I can see why, from the Arab perspective, they would see why it would be wrong. Because like they would especially see at that time like it was a settler colonial movement. Because with the backing of a foreign power, these people coming in here and saying we want to stay when the Arabs were the first people there.
But if they did it with Ottoman rule, why would Ottoman Empire was a foreign power as well. They were Turks. Why was that okay?
Without Turks. They were well, why was what the Ottoman Empire?
You said it was like it wasn't really unethical for them to be trying to pursue a state in their part of the land that they were settling on in before 1917 because they lived there and no one else lived in most of those areas they lived in. There was like swampland. So why would someone in Nablus be complaining about someone who lives on the coast getting a different country? Because the borders aren't even drawn at all right now. These aren't countries. These are parts of an empire. So you said it wasn't a problem in the Ottoman Empire for them to get allocated a bit of land for a state, but why under the British?
I'd see like these people aren't like they would be viewed as not natives. They would be viewed as like.
Yeah, but what is it about not being native that inherently denies you a right to self-determination?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. From the Arab perspective, is saying like we were here first. We're the native people of this land. These people are European. These people, not being racist, these people are European, and that would mean like that would be associated.
What about the Bedouins? Do you think they should have tried to push out some of the Palestinians that, kind of took them out of their properties?
What?
Sorry, let me clarify. I was eating something. What I was saying was, since you have the native argument, how far back does the native go? If you find like another group lived there for an extra 100 years, so let's say you had evidence that family was there for 300 years, but recently moved them out of like a. So you know the way that like Jewish purchasers would buy out certain land and kick out tenant farmers. So something similar happened with Palestinians buying out certain or buying out the rights to certain areas and then kicking out the tenant farmers that were used to be Bedouins in some of the Surstock.
I don't think that's true. But that was, if that's true, that would be with a very small percentage, because Palestinians have traced like their DNA back to that. But I'm not talking about time, but like Palestinians actually used to be Jews. Yes, used to be Jews who
Jews. Like if you want to do like the blood and soil genetic shit.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that Palestinians were I don't know if LonerBox can confirm thing. Palestinians were the Jews who stayed in the region after because not every Jew was kicked out by the Roman Empire. Well, the Jews stayed in mandatory Palestine, then converted to Christianity, then Islam, and then got Arabized and mixed with other cultures. So
some of them were, some of them came from some of them came along with the conquerors from Arabia. Yeah, it varies. Yeah. I don't know how many Palestinians were former Jews. I don't know if that's substantiated.
That's why
would have been from Philistines, right? I think.
What Palestinians, like on average, I've looked at DNA tests. On average, have like majority. But the thing Canaanite DNA, Canaanite, which was like which was like a thing. So this argument that Netanyahu makes that they only came in the 7th century.
Yeah, we don't listen to anything Netanyahu says about history. Okay, we're just asking you. Okay, so.
A lot of pro-Israel people say as well that Palestinians only came in the 7th century to the land.
So I'm wondering, I know, it's stupid. Yeah, so I'm wondering, it sounds like you're saying that you're okay with them trying to claim like whichever part of the land that they live on as a majority under the Ottoman Empire, if as part of like a national movement or autonomy or something like that. But you're not okay with them asking of it from the British after the Ottomans have fallen. Why?
Yeah, because you're getting help from a settler colonial state. And like,
what's the Ottoman Empire? It's an empire. Like, what?
Yeah, yeah, true. Oh, yeah.
So please, then don't lose a world war.
Are we gonna? So now, I guess we're in a position where you're gonna say you'd have to say, I guess it's also wrong when the Ottomans do it, or there's something about the Ottomans being okay under the Ottomans. What part of it is wrong though? So I'm trying to figure out.
I said it's wrong. I don't agree with like empires with like people.
No, but with the people, with these Jews, these people who are fleeing another part of the world that's very unsafe for them, deciding correctly, it turned out, that a national home would be safer than assimilation in Europe. Then
do we think that Pavlovi is going to say is going to use the phrase "miga"? Do you think he's going to use that?
I hope so. Anyway, don't divert me. So I'm just trying to ask you, like, what the inherent issue is with this group who's migrated to this area. They've set up they've mostly taken places that aren't being lived on and aren't being used. What's wrong with them saying, like, in the birth of nationalism, can this be our nation once this empire falls, or like can it be an autonomous region while they're still an empire?
Because I view it the same way as like Europeans going to like. To North America, even though the state thing doesn't matter, you're going to North America, the natives resisting. That's the
yeah. But if the Europeans had gone to North America and just stayed in like New York and on the coast and didn't attack reservations and shit like that, would that be a problem?
Yeah. If they didn't like invade like. Invade like the natives' land, yeah.
Because as far as I know, there were no expulsions of Palestinian Arabs until 48, right? So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm saying the difference would be the Europeans.
No, 48. February 48 was the first expulsion in Kisera.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Europeans going to America and wanting to establish their own state on. That own state on land that Native Americans were living on. That's the comparison I would make.
Yeah, but that's not what the original. That's not what the first Zionists were doing, right? Like they were mostly an empty land in Palestine. Yeah, so it's not land that was being lived on.
And from the 1970s, that is what they were doing, right?
From the 19 what? From the Balfour Declaration. From 1917, 18, in 1920, they purchased quite a bit of land that was lived on and then evicted the tenant farmers. Yeah.
And they wanted to establish a state
Although
on top of
it does make me wonder, you can say that you got an issue with that, but at the end of the day, that was a fairly normal practice back then. Lots of Palestinian Arabs also, well, some of them at least, lived on land that was also purchased by wealthy landowners where they evicted Bedouins. So,
yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
but we wouldn't go
Yeah.
to 48 and say you don't deserve an Arab state here, even though this should actually be Bedouin land, and we'll find the evicted people and put them back, right? Like we wouldn't say that because as bad as it is, it's not like the crime of the century, you know.
Yeah, we wouldn't say that. Yeah.
So by the 1920s, you've got Jewish people migrating to Palestine. Sometimes some of the land that they live in and have settled is already was just empty when they moved there. Other parts of the land are settled because they bought the land and evicted people. What's wrong with them saying that, like, after this mandate period, we would like our part of this region to be a Jewish state because we don't feel like safe in a Jewish majority nation?
Okay. Then can I make the comparison to America? How would this be different from? I know the situations for Europeans and Jews were different, right? From British, obviously the British won't ever like pogromed or whatever. There weren't like any. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So like for like the British going in to Americas, where the Native American lives. I know they didn't have the whole land. Obviously, I know they didn't. They weren't on the whole of Native America. Going in there and saying and like establishing so going there buying land, it's not really buying, going there buying land, saying, hey, we want to stay on where you're living. That's a comparison, and I view that as unjustified because the Native Americans were there and the British had just came.
Yeah, but if they'd come to just like New York and just lived along the coast, and maybe and then later on they moved in and they bought some, but maybe later they bought land from the fucking chief, and then the chief was like, okay, yeah, we're just gonna evict this fucking little whatever you call it, not reservation, obviously. Yeah, this.
Yeah,
area.
I have no problem with them coming. I have no problem with them coming and seeking refuge, obviously.
But if they want to, but what's the problem with them asking for a state in an area where states haven't emerged yet?
Yeah, but
this is one empire got handed over to another empire.
Yeah, I know, but did the Native Americans did they have like a state, like a national? Would they like?
I don't think they had national identity. Not really, no. More than I know.
Yeah, exactly. So that's just it. Yeah, that's the same view. I feel like the Native Americans would reject that if they're saying, "Hey, we Europeans who just came, who came from another place of the world, we want to have a state here." I think as the Native Americans, they would reject that.
Coming back to Palestine, where we have a more reference point.
Yeah.
There wasn't really. I don't think where to go with this. You're saying that they can seek refuge, but they can't seek a state. But then I just wonder why they can't seek a state in a part of the country where they are already developing a majority, or they might even be a majority in parts of the coastline. I don't know why they can't ask for that sliver of land to be turned into a Jewish state when it's just gone from one empire to the other anyway. I don't know why the communities in Nablus or the Grand Mufti or whatever has a right to claim self-determination over a bit of fucking swampland or the Jezreel Valley, which is mostly inhabited by Jews.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem necessarily with them establishing staying on 10% of the land.
Okay.
I wouldn't. I don't think the Arabs should have rejected the partition plan, especially looking back on it now.
But but this is the problem. Do you know the quote from Khalidi, the older one, the one from who was writing to Herzl? Not Rashid. No.
Oh no, so his grandfather. It's grandfather or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, where you saying Zionism, he was saying I understand why, and it sounds like a perfect idea, like that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I have his book.
There's a very interesting section of that quote that a lot of people don't catch. I'm trying to find out where it is. Now, obviously, the counter that you could make here is that if Palestinians and Arab leaders were just saying like, no, you can live as a minority. We want to share this land. Like we're Semitic people, but obviously they didn't do that, right? Like the not just al-Husseini, mind you, not just Hajim al-Husseini, but also Kazam al-Husseini from the Palestine Arab Congress was like quoting the protocols of the Elders of Zion and doing stab in the back theory. And like most of these negotiations with the British were literally saying, not only do we want you to reject the Balfour Declaration, we also want to reject all Jewish immigration. We want it to stop, even if they had their own Arab state. So that's like, why do you want it? Why both?
After what? So okay, so they wanted to stop. Yeah, I'll assume that's due to like racism, some racism. Like they just thought Jews did not belong, in the land, and then they didn't want them there. So that's why I think that. Yeah, so I think that's racist, which is not a good motivation.
Yeah, so then you have a problem, and then this is why you can understand Arabs being annoyed because they identify with this area, Palestine, and it's been majority Arab for hundreds of years, and then they see these new people coming in and buying, and so far they're buying land and they're evicting some tenant farmers, some of the land they're buying that's empty, they're establishing their presence, it's frustrating and all that. But the problem is that, again, these are people who are arriving as mostly as refugees, and it's also the fact that so far what they're doing is hardly like the crime of the century. And I'm just wondering, this is why you have a problem where Zionism is not morally clean, okay? It obviously had a problem there because the only place that you were only ever going to get a large number of Jews to agree to go, because I think the Jewish state is a good idea, especially given what happened in the 20th century. That was a good idea.
I wish there was a place of land. That was just...
Yeah, and unfortunately, there was no piece of land that you were ever going to get a substantial number of Jews to agree on. They were never going to agree on Uganda. They were never going to agree on Argentina. The one place they would agree on is the one that they identify with culturally, which was Palestine.
Yeah, why couldn't they have gone to Argentina? Would have been a much big country. Like Argentina, they could have like easily got a sliver of that, I think.
I don't know if it was to do with the authorities. I don't think they had any approval from because they hustled with everyone. They hustled with the Ottomans, with our colonial leaders in Spain and Portugal. What?
Argentina being the place that famously a bunch of Nazis escaped to. That would be the best place for the Jews to.
But obviously, the Nazis aren't going to go there if it's full of Jews, are they?
Yeah. Well, maybe that would be even more of a reason.
And if no, they're not going to establish a Nazi state.
Also,
but at the end of the day, what I'm getting at is that they should have picked a better place. But history ain't perfect. Most borders are not perfect. Most of them are founded on some kind of unethical shit that happened by one country or the other. Believe it or not. This quote from Khalidi to Herzl. The interesting part of it is where he says. That, is this the actual full thing? He's basically talking about how it was like an injustice that the Jews lost the Holy Land, basically, because it was once there. Like he says all that whole it used to be a Jewish kingdom shit, right? Then he talks about how the brutal circumstances had to be taken into account, and then he says, but still, nonetheless, Palestine is an integral part of the Ottoman Empire, and more gravely, it's inhabited by others, and nothing could be more just and equitable than for the unhappy Jewish nation to find a refuge elsewhere. But in the name of God, leave Palestine alone. Again, so the problem there is that he's saying is that he's effectively making a similar argument that I make to you, right? Do you understand that? Like it's an injustice that this happened, but look where we are now. People live here. You are not and they're here to stay. Right, that's true with the Arabs who lived there back then, and it's true with the Jews who live there now.
I'm not advocating for the way for them to leave. I'm just saying the way Israel acts is much more lawless than any other regime, and they're like denying autonomy. We'll get to the lawless.
What does Teuton want?
We'll get into who's more lawless. The problem I'm having is that Zionism had its flaws. It had its unethical practices. Compared to most of the 20th century, it didn't really match anywhere near the worst atrocities of that century.
What about now?
We'll get into now in a bit, okay? Because the problem is, Zionism has its problems, but I think people fail to understand that the implications of rejecting Zionism at that time when Israel was wanted to form as a state was worse. It had worse problems. The fact that even by 47 and even by 67, at all these times, the Arab position among all the leaders was no partition. Not 1%, not 40%, right? It wasn't just
what
like
did Arafat want to do with the Jews?
What?
If he won Palestine back? What did Arafat want to do with the Jews if he?
I'm sure he well, in the PLO charter, he was very clear that Jews were not like part of a nation. They didn't have like a national identity. Only Arabs did. So
did he want to
Palestine,
keep them out, or like?
I don't know. We have no idea what he wanted to do. Just like we don't know what his version of the two-state solution is because he never really told us the final version.
Didn't he say only like the 1917 Jews would be allowed to stay?
No, that's the Jewish Virtual Library being retarded. They said the ones who arrived before the Zionist invasion would be citizens, but the Zionist invasion, I think, is generally seen as 48, not 1917. So actually, the Middle Eastern Jews would all be fucked. They'd all have to leave, yeah, probably, or they wouldn't be citizens. So it's only half the Jews. Ironically, the Ashkenazis would be citizens. They'd be Jewish Palestinians.
I see.
So certainly wouldn't be.
But I think, given the fact that the PLO under Arafat literally like had no issue targeting Jewish civilians, it's not really the greatest overture to peace.
Yep.
And that's why, like, this is why rejecting Zionism, not only will it always fail, but it will also, it's just not even a good idea. It's just not even if it could work, it's not a good idea.
I think Khomeini released a book on Palestine, and he's like...
his book talks about, like, equal rights for all and all this shit, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I wish in a reality would happen.
Yeah, but the best way to get to that is to make peace with the arrangements that we have on at the moment. You know, Palestinians need a state now.
Can you make peace with Israel?
Yes.
After like all the like them bombing several countries.
Yeah.
Like them unlawfully bombing Syria. Like what under this new administration has Syria done any acts of aggression? The Syrian government done any acts of aggression towards Israel? Have they even moved the troops? Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is that like you're saying Syria, but you're also, I think you realize that Syria historically seems to be like an exception that proves the rule. Do you deny that?
Huh?
Syria is the exception that proves the rule. Israel doesn't usually attack countries that have done nothing to them. Right? It's usually not they don't really. Do they? Who do they attack? That hasn't done anything to them.
Also,
they attacked.
Also, when they attacked
did they attack Iraq before they sent the Scud missiles? Did they attack the nuclear facilities in Iraq before they sent the Scud missiles? I don't know.
The Scuds were in the Gulf War. Saddam's thing before then was funding the PLO and gassing them up and making threats.
Again, yeah, that's what I mean. That's that in that.
But that's a worse example because but that example is actually, and I actually maybe agree with you because that nuclear facility was not anywhere near even my version of an imminent threat, not even close. That's why the Security Council was so much clearer on it than they are on this thing. But generally though, I mean, like look at Egypt. You know, how many wars did they wage with Israel?
American puppet state, though.
I'm
saying so. The only way we can get peace is every other country in the Middle East.
When it was the Muslim Brotherhood that was in charge of Egypt, was it also an American puppet state?
No, not as much. Yeah,
and you're aware that the Muslim Brotherhood also actually upheld the Camp David Accords. They vowed to.
Yeah, but they eased the blockade. They eased the blockade on Gaza.
So they upheld. They still upheld the. Yeah, they still upheld but Camp David, even they did. So you don't need to be an American puppet to have peace with Israel.
But yeah, I know.
Again, I don't know if you mean by puppet, if you mean like everyone is like a puppet just because they make deals with
America. Do you agree that he is not a puppet? He gets millions in America. He gets millions of dollars from America. The Egyptian military basically relies on military aid from America, and that and also, yes. By the way, Sisi, when he came into power, the way the media focuses on Iran. Sorry to go on a tangent. He killed 3,000 protesters. 3,000 protesters shot them. It was like I think it was the Rabaa massacre. His army just shot 3,000, and the whole world didn't care. I just find it crazy that Iran, when Mahsa Amini died, one girl died, they get sanctioned, but when Egypt does something like this, they barely get a response. But that's what I'm saying.
Well, you're comparing killing of a bunch of protesters versus like one event that triggered the protests.
Yeah,
Also, like, if protests are violent, people are more likely to die. Like, yeah, protests are.
But no, it's peaceful. It was most. Yeah,
but mostly peaceful doesn't tell you. Like, January 6th was mostly peaceful. Okay, that's not why people got beaten up and shot, right? Like, that's not why. I'd have to know more about the protests.
Would you not agree
like,
that
again, in any case, Sisi is a dictator. He's a repressive dictator. What's the bar? All these countries are dictatorships. They don't care that much about being dictatorships for the most part, it seems. So
Yeah, but you would agree. Yeah, sorry, I was just talking about his shooting at the thing. It was mostly it was seen as mostly like an unjustified massacre. But
yeah, I don't disagree. I'm sure it was. Yeah, I'm sure it was. I don't think Sisi is a good leader for his people. Okay.
Yeah.
But compared to who in that region, like compared to Iran, like.
Yeah.
Again, no one's asking people to become an American puppet. Like, no one's asking you to become an American puppet. They're asking these countries to stop trying to do an impossible, like, irrational military, like, political project in the Middle East and to just support their own people. Like, I don't know, or you try to.
I don't know. Is Khomeini's clinical response that, like, he says that over the course of time that Israel should become one state. That's what he was saying in his book. Over the course of time,
I don't know
Israel
why you get
become
fooled by this, though. Like, the Palestinians don't want that. The Israelis don't want that. Who's he to say that it should become one democratic state?
Also, he doesn't actually want that, to be fair.
Yeah, of course he doesn't want that. If he wants democracy so much, give your own people give your own people more power.
Didn't he say that I'm pretty sure he said that in his book, 400-page book about Palestine.
Yeah, but bro, how much trust do you have for someone who's saying he wants democracy for all people in the Middle East, but he is a totalitarian theocrat in his own country? Like, what the fuck?
You know, there are elections in Iran, but by the way.
Yeah, have you seen a graph of the Iranian political hierarchy? How much power does the parliament have? What happens when the parliament votes on something? Do they pass it or?
And also the supreme leader can override. But the person who was elected in Iran,
the jurists, right? The religious leaders, the Guardian Council, the fucking military has a lot of political power. There's like 5 fucking tiers above the parliament. The parliament can't do shit without the approval of the unelected people. Yeah, they're a totalitarian regime.
You know the leader of Iran? The leader of Iran is supposedly like a moderate, like a moderate, like the guy who got elected after Raisi died. He's more.
The IRGC youth wing is far more extreme than the older ones. Yes.
Really, the youth wing?
The youth members of the IRGC are the craziest ones. Yes. It's a big fear.
But I thought the youth in Iran. The youth in Iran hated the regime.
The IRGC youth are different because the IRGC spent I think close to half of their budget at one point on just like radicalization. Like there's half of their education budget went into like indoctrination, so ideology, and this was because the IRGC wasn't always getting their way from their members. So they aggressively educated their youth members. Now the problem is that they've overeducated them to the point that they are so militant and so anti-pragmatic that they're clashing with the seniors in the regime on their interests.
Yeah.
So
I think Iran just went downhill when the Ahmadinejad elections. I think that's when Iran went downhill. Iran, just the whole country.
Do you think? Just curious. Do you think that Ethan Klein or Nasrallah is more anti-Semitic?
Depends on their own aspects. In some aspects, probably Nasrallah. Ethan Klein himself is anti-Semitic. He was in a bus in Israel, and he was talking about how stinky and how inbred just random Jews are. Not even.
You know what? You actually found an example of Ethan actually being anti-Semitic. Probably a little internalized anti-Semitism. So you know what? Props. I think it's the first time anyone's actually said an actual example of Ethan being seriously anti-Semitic. That would be like a.
And he also conflates Zionism with Jews. He also conflates.
It's not conflating. It's just acknowledging that there's a huge overlap, which you guys don't.
Well, he says when people say Zionist, they mean Jew.
A lot of people do that. Yeah, a lot of anti-Semitic tropes are just anti-Semitic tropes. If you swap Jew for Zionist, that's quite true.
That's what Nazis do. Like when Nazis say Zionists control the world or some shit like that. But like Hassan Spear doesn't do that.
Also say that. Yeah.
Well,
Like when leftists lie about Jewish history for like absolutely no fucking reason. Like, what's that? Is that not
Let's just
anti-Semitic?
say that America control Israel. But okay, America.
Yeah, but that's also rooted in
okay.
anti-Semitism as well, right? Do you understand that?
No, it's not. It's America
absolutely is rooted in anti-Semitism. There's a reason they say that. I can show you why, like the context of the Ayatollah Khomeini and
we're not saying
Nasrallah saying that.
We might not be. We're not saying in the same reason Ayatollah. Why are you saying that? We're saying it for the same reason that Khomeini and
When did Israel start getting U.S. support out of interest? Like substantial.
Mid 1960s, mid 19, and under Nixon it increased higher.
Not mid 1960s, the end of the 1960s.
Wow.
Yeah, they're still getting some.
I mean,
support.
that's meaningfully different because of the 6-Day War.
Yeah, in the 6-Day War, France was its main supporter, right? France,
but not America.
6-Day War, they were kind of on their breakaway from France, Britain, and they were moving towards America. But yeah, they were kind of in the middle between then.
Yeah, well, and
God, Israel's really they really do the most conquering shit when they're on their own, eh?
Yeah, but the thing is that Khomeini said that he wants to have a one-state solution, not by like doing like full-out war. That's what he said in his book. He said he just wants to make the living conditions unbearable.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah, that's crazy, and we know how he does it. That's what the proxies are about.
Isn't that the same thing Nasrallah wanted? Like the same thing Nasrallah said.
A war of attrition.
He didn't want it like.
Yeah.
He didn't want it like a full-out war. He just wanted to make the living conditions unbearable.
Yeah, it's naive.
It's
insanely naive.
Like that.
Yeah. They think that they can.
In the final outcome, his final outcome was saying a one-state fall. He said over the time.
I mean, he says that, but then also Nasrallah at the same time is saying that has also spoken about.
Why would he say that in a Farsi book?
But
Why
he's
would
also
he say in a book and released in Farsi?
He also says that the final solution is for them all to leave and to be kicked out.
Yeah, but
Nasrallah says that
why
about
would he
the
say
Russian.
That in a book in Farsi?
Because
in a book in Farsi that was not even translated.
Because Iranians are one of the people in the region who have also had like democratic movements, haven't they? Because Iranians have a tradition of like pursuing democratic movements in the past. Yeah, of course you'd be speaking to them in that way. It doesn't even matter. Let's say he fully believes it. Let's say he's not lying. Okay, it's ridiculous. What like pressure Israel with indiscriminate attacks via proxies who can't even aim their weapons, who blow up civilian towns and centers and make people flee their homes in the tens of hundreds of thousands. Like, why is that going to push people to accept one state? Like, it's so stupid.
Yeah, true. It might not be practical. By the way, Bro was woke in 2013. Some of his tweets got resurfaced.
That's very common. It's another Soviet tactic. It's always to just like play on the inequalities in other nations and ignore the ones in your own. Yeah. I love it that he's like oppressing women to fuck like one of the worst people in the entire region for it, and then he's like, "Oh, BLM."
I think
it's like the Soviets when they're ethnically cleansing people in
there's a lot of propaganda
the Caucasus.
Against Iran.
It's like when the Soviets were
how bad it is.
It's like when the Soviets were ethnically cleansing people in the Caucasus, and then they were like, "Oh, look at the civil rights. Look at they're hosing you. That's really bad."
I mean,
there's a lot of propaganda against Iran. Like, for example, one of the big channels that Iran diaspora go to see, I know this as well, it's Iran International. It's literally funded by Saudi Arabia. And it has 60 million followers on Instagram, and it's a big TV channel. So I'm saying a lot of Iranians are getting their news from like Saudi-funded outlets.
Wow.
Like Iran International. MBS, literally MBS-funded outlets. So people think that in Iran, if you don't wear a scarf, you'll get fucking beaten. And right now, you'll get beaten and died. No.
Wow. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Maybe because that's happened before?
That happened to one person, but I'm saying that's not
what happened to one
now.
person. That happened to it was a landmark case that sparked nationwide protests. The morality police is not. The fact that it's a problem at all, the fact that people come to you because there's like a few strands of hair showing, like in the streets. Fuck that.
Well, they don't do that now. Like, you can go to Tehran now. And most girls walk with most of their hair showing. Like people think like Iran is so barbaric
that right now it's getting bombed.
Yeah, not right now.
Okay.
Not right now. But
didn't they? They've executed. They executed a couple of gay people not long ago and defended their attacks on their murder of gay people.
Tourism hour.
Yeah, I think they're the only like them and Saudi Arabia. They're bad on gay rights. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. I'll never defend Iran's domestic policy, and I say Iranians have a right to hate them.
And their foreign policy, like supporting a fucking Assad and support, like Jesus.
Yeah, I could see why they would support Assad. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's morally wrong.
I could see the qualities of such.
Morally wrong to support Assad, but after seeing Assad fall and seeing how Israel like blew off the air defenses and how it made it easier for them themselves to get bombed.
You're right. It's so much worse. It was so much worse for the Syrians when they didn't have the air defenses versus when Assad was butchering them.
It's definitely.
Not for Syrians.
He's talking about for Iranian defense, but again, I'll keep saying this because like we can talk about every other country in the region if you want and the way that they work. If Iran wants to defend themselves against Israel, the easiest way to do that would be to stop fucking about and trying to destroy them and fucking around with nuclear and make a peace deal with them. You think if Iran wanted to do the Abraham Accords or like just make a peace deal with Israel, Israel would say no?
Like they don't need to do the Abraham Accords. Why
don't they just make a peace treaty with Israel? Like what's wrong with that?
Peace treaty because Israel's an occupying country. No Arab. I've said this again. No Arab country should make a peace deal until the Palestinian issue is resolved.
Should no one make peace with India or Pakistan until Kashmir is resolved?
Kashmir is not. I'm sorry, I haven't looked into Kashmir, but I don't think that you can compare what's happening in Palestine at all to Kashmir. Like can you compare at all?
I mean,
it's like occupation for one. It's
Is it as severe as the Israeli one? Is it like an apartheid, like a full-on apartheid? Is there settlers? Is it built off like an ethno-nationalist ideology?
Well, both countries claim the entire region. There are fights on the armistice lines all over the place. There are terror groups that go in and commit attacks. Like
a lot of ethno-nationalism as well. Yeah.
The local Kashmiris, the people who actually live there, fucking hate both of the groups there. Yeah, what the fuck?
I think most Kashmiris want to be part of Pakistan, right? If I'm polling, aren't they mostly? They're mostly Muslim. I think they want.
Pretty sure they wanted independent, but yeah. Sorry, like as for apartheid, full apartheid. What do you? Why do you? I don't understand why you think like Israel is so uniquely like anti-humanitarian in the region compared to these other countries. Wait, like, what's the caste system? What's that?
The West Bank? Do you think that? Yeah, it's like a racial, social hierarchy.
Yeah, like do you know what an untouchable is?
No, I haven't heard of it. No, but it's like this old. I know the caste system is like this old tradition that's lasted for 100 years in India.
You can look up what an untouchable is.
Yeah, it's fucked. I know. Didn't British colonialism make it worse as well? The caste system.
I don't know. I think they played on it, but wouldn't surprise me if they had. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just weird that you. If you were saying for example, like, by the standard that again, this is also what happens when you don't read these reports. You just kind of use their conclusions. With the Amnesty report, if you applied their standard of apartheid, like every country in that region would be apartheid. Look at their constitutions. Like look at their laws with regards to citizenship and rights to certain government positions and like high up employment, or the way that they treat home ownership. Like all these countries in the region would qualify as apartheid. Lebanon absolutely would. Lebanon 100%. Iraq has return laws that excludes the Jews when it comes to restitution. They have to go around an entire different process if Jews ever want restitution in the country. They're a sectarian fucking hellhole. Obviously, under Saddam, it was like a murderous regime where he was literally gassing his own people. Iraq now. The Iraqi government now. I don't know much about the Iraqi government now. You can look at their constitution, though. I think their constitution is still quite like...
Isn't Iraq kind of like a democracy right now? Like I don't know if I'm like wrong for saying this, but yeah.
Don't the proxies in Iraq or the militia groups have like an obscene amount of power in Iraq right now? I don't know the current state of affairs that well.
I didn't control the government. They have power. The PMF is still there. I thought there was a bill on like them dissolving, but I don't think they dissolved. The US is pressuring the Iraqi government for them to.
Did you LonerBox, did you see the national SJP tweet I sent you?
No.
Oh god, this is probably the most unhinged thing I've seen in my life.
Yeah, but another thing, the reasons I oppose the Abraham Accords is because it's a pro-Israel policy. Like, it's a pro-Israel, like, Netanyahu favors it. It seems like it
Favors
just
what?
benefits it. Like, it's a pro-Israel policy cooked by the Trump administration.
What is?
I don't think it's the Abraham Accords. I don't think it's good. I think it favors Israel and gives Israel. Yeah, I don't think the fact that just Netanyahu thinks it's good. I don't think it's.
Well, who's actually, realistically, over the war in Gaza, who's had more positive influence on the war in Gaza, Iran or like Jordan?
With like what, the humanitarian aid they sit in. Well, Jordan hasn't been able to convince. Kuwait's not part of the Abraham Accords.
No, they're not part of the Abraham Accords. But again, obviously they're more amenable because there's a Kuwaiti hospital, I think, in Gaza, right?
I'm saying like. Yeah. In terms of hospital, yeah, that's
they can actually help people, right? How does Iran help anyone in Gaza? They don't. Do they?
Don't give me aid, give me guns.
Then if they help people, then if they help people, then the Palestinians don't like what the Saudis are doing. A poll showed that only 2% were pleased with what the Saudis were doing. So, like, if you ask Palestinians, they don't like the approaches of what Saudi Arabia and, like, those countries that are pushing for friendly ties with Israel doing. They support, like, what the Houthis are doing. So,
yeah, they do, but I'm asking you, again, because they've got their standards, okay, and they've got their media and their ideology and their motivations. I'm just asking you, like, what actually is, like, physically helping them? Because you're, like, a materialist, right?
Iran tried to. Well, Iran with the support of Iran, Hezbollah tried to get a ceasefire in Gaza.
Yeah, but they failed, obviously. So, but who? So, like, what do you think?
At least they put the effort in. Like
a consolation prize. It's okay.
And sacrifice themselves for
yeah, but sacrifice. I don't care if like 1 million people sacrifice themselves for me. Like, what if it does nothing for me? Why would I care about that?
Yeah, it's kind of bad. Okay, yeah, I can, yeah.
Whereas Jordan can like put food in people's mouths, or they can provide medical aid, or so can like Egypt can even contribute to that with the Rafah crossing, or Kuwait can do that, and they can contribute. People.
Yeah. Do they allow aid in? Like
Egypt is part of the mechanism that coordinates the movement of aid into Gaza. So when they were moving trucks in, like Egypt was part of that process.
Okay.
Or they can support, like they can fund like Red Crescent and all that. You don't even need to be part of the Abraham Accords. You can have Kuwait, but they're not part of the Abraham Accords. They don't even care for it. Israel doesn't fuck with them.
Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia sent it. They said, well, Iran could help without the Abraham Accords. Yeah, they could just donate to UNRWA. They don't really need to be a part of Abraham Accords.
I don't know. I'm just thinking, like, and again, and this is going to be a consistent rule, okay? You're a young guy. Well, it's never going to change this rule, at least in the foreseeable future. Like, the destroy Israel train is never going to work out for anyone.
Can I ask you a question, Loner?
Yeah, probably not. Yeah. At least with U.S. support, I agree.
Even without U.S. support, Israel would go fucking rabid. They'd be even more right wing without U.S. support. And
they always have nukes. We already talked that they always have nukes as their final option. So,
what outcome do you see?
If they didn't have nukes, then yeah. Okay, so
like in 20 years plus, do you see because I know you advocate for two-state solution, but do you actually see that happening, or what do you see like in the future for that area?
He wants one state, not two states.
Well, no, you.
Oh, me.
Yeah, so could you. Well, I'm going to dip now. You guys have a good conversation. So yeah, see ya.
Bye-bye. Wait, were you asking me what I want for the region?
Yeah, not one for the region, but rather what do you see happening? So like saying prediction for what do you think will happen?
Oh, what will happen? That's probably worse than what I want to happen. I don't know. I think periodically these Muslim Arab countries are just going to get bored of fighting with Israel, and probably more countries will you're not going to see many new Abraham Accords people anytime soon, but you're most likely going to see countries just kind of like giving up or stopping, and then Palestinians will just keep on scrapping away, and probably not really much is ever going to stop that like cycle between them and the Israelis, and settlers will just grab more land, more stuff will get annexed, less people will care. Palestinians will probably just end up being some kind of like second-class citizen in full fucking with the West Bank being an ambiguous territory, Gaza being an ambiguous territory. I can't really predict Gaza as much, but the West Bank for sure. I don't think, as far as sovereignty goes, there's not really going to be any like final status on it for decades. I don't think.
Do you think Turkey will try to pull their weight now that Iran's not there? There's like a vacuum. Do you think they'll try and move in?
Don't sell around too quick.
Turkey's a NATO ally, bro. They've got way too much privilege to give up for after seeing what happened to Iran.
Can I ask, because your conversation with Doobie and Prime Kai, what is it you think that they were like? What was their or what do they believe that basically wasn't true? Do you have or if you recall?
I don't even know how to describe it in a succinct way. We just live in this world where, if I was there, we spoke about the Gaza war quite a lot. If I wanted to, let's say I was wanting to talk about, I'll just do World War II, because everyone knows it. Let's say I was telling you guys about World War II and none of you have heard it before, okay? And I'm just like, listen, here's what happened, okay? Soviets went through Berlin and raped thousands or hundreds of thousands of people, okay? And when they were going through Eastern Europe, they were like burning down fucking towns and villages. And with fucking Budapest, they just shelled the shit out of the place until as many civilians as possible could die, so they would soften the ground for them to go in. And then in Dresden, the British just went into Germany and just firebombed the entire city, even though the military sites were all on the outside, and 25,000 people died in a firestorm. It was fucking horrible. And then and in Hamburg they did it as well, and then they went over to Japan. The Americans went over to Japan and dropped 2 fucking nukes there after firebombing all of Tokyo and killing 100,000 people in 2 days in civilian areas. That was World War II. Have I given you? That's not me giving any anything useful about the conflict, right? I'm just telling you about how one side caused lots of damage, right?
Yeah, I would say that basically what you're saying is revealing your position on who you like and who you don't like, because you're giving the information only about things that would be negative towards those people.
Yeah, nothing I said was
anything negative from the other side.
Yeah, nothing I said was false, but it's just you wouldn't even know that there was another army on the side of all that, right? You wouldn't even know that there was who started the war. You wouldn't know it. Yeah, you wouldn't know anything. This is how people talk about Gaza. These reports, the human rights reports, talk about it as well. They're just it's how Ilan Pape writes about the entire history. They're just this many hospitals are destroyed, this many mosques are bombed, this many people died here, this many people are displaced, this many buildings are destroyed, this many universities are destroyed, this many schools are destroyed. And it's okay.
So
it just sounds like Israel's this country that's got this little area, and for absolutely no reason, they've just gone in there and decided to bomb the absolute cock out of it. And for what end? Yeah.
Do you think that there's maybe a reason why the analogy between World War II and the Israeli and criticism of the Israeli strikes in Gaza might not make sense?
Yeah, but I'm not soy, so choke on it, dick. I know they're different, but I'm just talking about, obviously I'm isolating a variable in how people explain the conflict and what the problem is. And the problem is when you only focus on one certain aspect of it and omit very critical details about the rest of it, that just reveals your hand. And basically you can use a whole list of things that are all 100% true, and it's all propaganda anyway, because you're serving a narrative that is ultimately false, even if you're doing it with all truths. For World War II, it's a bit more obvious because I'm omitting a larger force, a more equal fighting force. But with Gaza, obviously, for example, if someone just says, oh yeah, they destroyed 48 mosques, and it's okay, that's very incomplete without the fact that Hamas literally admits to using mosques for their soldiers. So obviously that changes things massively, enormously. So yeah, it's and for each one of these facts, there's another half of it missing that people just
but there's a reason why, because especially if someone they believe the only chance for if they are pro-Palestinian, they want, the only way for them to win is for the international community to have sympathy for them. And so you would only want to bring their attention to things that would draw out that outcome. Because I'm not saying
but at least then we can have a conversation, right? At least then we can have a conversation that, what Hamas is doing is basically launching an unwinnable war so that while they're losing, they can behave in a way that gets a bunch of their civilians killed, and whether they mean it or not, they reap the benefits from that on the world stage in the PR war, in the propaganda war. So yeah, that's all that's actually a conversation. But we can't have before we have that conversation. I feel like I always need to pull teeth from people to get them to acknowledge things, mostly that Hamas even admits themselves, but for some reason they don't think it's important to bring up at the beginning.
If I ask, like, if you don't, it's fine if you don't remember this, but do you remember what solution basically Prime Kais and Doobie would want? Like, if you recall?
I mean, it's always like end the apartheid, end the occupation, equal rights. I think it was equal rights for both people, or I think maybe 2 states. Yes. But yeah, I think
No,
I think it was equal rights, wasn't it?
My conversations, at least when I've spoken with them, that, and when I watch your guys' debate, they believe that they want a one-state solution, kind of equal rights for all democracy thing. The common response you get is to say that's not, you're the only one who wants that. They don't want that, and that no polling shows that anyone in that area wants it. Okay. And then the response that I've seen Prep Kai give that I don't really see people respond, like, I don't think it's correct, but just I don't see people address directly, is he believes that they would want it if you gave them a path to it, that the polling isn't demonstrating what they actually want, but rather because they don't see any path to peace, that's why the polling shows that way. And so if you tried to make them a one-state secular democracy, that he believes that they would want it. And it seems like someone like Cenk Uygur thinks the same thing, where it says, like, if you give them the one-state solution with equal rights, that they will eventually want it.
When has this ever happened before? When have as a third party ever unilaterally imposed a solution to two conflicting groups in that way that neither of them want? Like, it's not like a fucking benevolent Western force went into South Africa and made the blacks want equality, right? They asked for it. They wanted it themselves. I don't know.
Exactly. I think that's the response, because when people compare it to South Africa, the response is saying that those people wanted it. You cannot make them want it.
I mean, I don't necessarily think that everyone who compares the conditions in Israel to South Africa is doing so in, like, bad faith for, like, propaganda purposes.
Well, I don't think Doobie or Prime Kais are acting in bad faith when they make that position. It's just a matter of saying,
I have no idea who these people are.
Is that what it is?
I can't really comment on their stance.
Hopium, I suppose, is the idea. Both, I think the same with Cenk Uygur. They seem to believe that everyone wants, like, that if they personally would want it, so if they want secular democracy, surely everyone else would also be happy under the same circumstances, and that if we just force it on them, they'll start liking it eventually. And that I'm not really sure where it comes from, that basically that people don't want their own things. That if it's not possible that the area wants ethno-states, it's not possible that they want those things. It must be that they just haven't been offered enough secular democracy.
And ironically, they don't want to do that to Iran, right? They would never impose democracy on Iran, but...
What do you mean by imposing democracy on Iran?
As in, no one who advocates for, like, pushing a one-state solution onto Israel and Palestine is saying that we should do it for Iran, right? No one's saying that we should do it for them. We should only do it for
any other country.
I think, like, a lot of, or not necessarily, like, the, like, Hamas supporter one-staters, but, like, at least, like, the people who advocate for, like, a one-state solution because they, like, oppose ethno-states, like, I tend to, those people generally just don't, I think, know very much about world history, unfortunately.
Hangnail's gonna ask you, what would you want as a solution, rather?
I mean, ultimately, like, I live in the United States, so I tend to yield to, like, whatever, like, people actually living in Israel and Palestine want. Like, if they whatever they
sound like what an American would say.
True.
Like, ultimately, like, whatever they agree on, like, because it's not my country, right? I would be happy to accept as long as people are dying, but I guess, like, in terms of, like, what I personally would want, I feel like some sort of two-state solution would probably give both people's the best chance at, like, prosperity.
But also,
I got an interesting solution.
I know that's a lame take, two states.
No, I think it's a I mean, well, I think I like your initial one of just saying kind of they need to decide that you can't, as a Westerner, as an American, for you to trying to determine an answer for them is basically ineffective. They have to want one for themselves. And if the polling shows that they want mutually exclusive things, if both sides cannot, if you just look at the most recent polling, the one like 50 pager from 2024, if what they want is not capable of like coinciding with each other, then killing each other kind of is what's going to happen.
I mean, like, the thing is that, like, these kind of, like, multi-state projects have failed when the two people groups had way less animosity between each other than Israelis and Palestinians. So I think it's kind of silly to think that it would... Like if Yugoslavia and Czechoslovakia don't work or didn't work, why would this, you know?
And it's not even that there's just two states. They're two states intertwined like two snakes fucking. Like it's not like that they're not even able to get away from each other, and they both want their capitals to be, or at least half of the same city. And they share holy sites that they don't want the other ones going to. That the level of hostility these two sides seem to want towards each other is incompatible with one another. And so that even trying to force a two-state solution, that's why, what was the statement? Less than a state, because Israel is not going to allow them to have a state in which they can attack, because if the two sides cannot agree on what they actually want, even if they take something temporary, it's going to be with the ultimate goal of still trying to get their mutually exclusive answer, which includes the eradication of the other.
All right, so I have an interesting solution, actually, that I've never heard anyone say. I like to think outside the box. I'm not saying this is the best solution, but I am curious what you think about it. As follows: Israel will never give up the West Bank, pretty much, because unless they know for certain that they will have peace, because the West Bank is too much of a security issue. It's high land, and also it cuts Israel in half, right? Sharon said if you put artillery in the West Bank, it would reach all of Israel. So in theory, although he did want to pull out of the West Bank, but be that as it may, in theory, Israel's not going to give up the West Bank. It's a very difficult thing, just militarily, unless they really knew they could trust that country or there was some system in place. So let's assume that they're not going to give up the West Bank. Okay, so now I want to call this my 1.5 state solution. That
Jesus
what
Christ.
I think would be interesting would be Gaza becomes its own country. Israel does a land swap for West Bank land to Gaza in coordination with all the Palestinians who don't want to live in Israel, right? If you don't want to live in Israel because you hate Israel, okay, so move to Gaza. You're going to be given, they'd have to, let's pretend this is a crazy idea, but you're going to build new cities, right? You're going to build these beautiful cities, and you'll get an equivalent apartment or whatever square footage, or maybe even better in, let's say, this new Gaza area versus the West Bank. However, if you're willing to live under Israel, even if you don't like it, you're willing to live under Israel, you would become a citizen. Israel would absorb the West Bank Palestinians, and the Gaza Palestinians would be their own unique country. In a way, I think this solves a lot of problems.
What about all the people outside of it? Like the 6 million? So like if you said all the refugees, basically, all the ones outside of the West Bank and Gaza.
They can do whatever they want. They can take them in if they want. They don't have to. Israel doesn't care about that. Israel doesn't want to give a right to return within Israel border proper for 2 different reasons. One, just legally it's very complicated. But number 2, it would just, to be frank, it would just destroy the democracy. It would just become a non-Jewish state. So right of return is totally fine for... Yeah, correct. But Gaza is not part of Israel. So Gaza could have a right of return for Palestinians. What?
Have you seen the meme where there's one guy steps on a rake and the other guy does a bunch of tricks and then steps on the same rake? I feel like you just did a bunch of steps that steps on the same rake. They don't want it. So that because of what you're describing, everything you sound interesting and all that stuff. But if they don't want it, I don't know how you do it. Because they don't want it.
Oh, you just force them to want it. You give it to them with mint chocolate cream. No, I'm joking. I'm saying Listen, I'm not saying that this is a perfect solution that everyone's going to jump on top of. My point really is that this solves a lot of the problems. So, for example, it would solve Israeli intransigence from giving up the West Bank. It would solve a lot of people in the West Bank who are actually okay with Israel and who would be happy to become Israeli Arabs, if not happy, willing to do that. And there are benefits. There are a lot of people in the West Bank who would probably want to do that. It would afford them with better security that the PA doesn't provide, right? They would have an actual police force. Presumably, it'd have to be Israeli Arabs, but nevertheless, it would be better. It would be safer. They would be able to expand their cities, right? You wouldn't have these problems of, oh no, you can't build more, meaning it would alleviate an enormous amount of the issues because now Israel's not worried, oh, you're going to have an extra city? No, it's an Israeli city anyway. So it would solve so many problems. And I'll tell you another problem it would solve. Imagine if you're an Israeli Arab in the West Bank, well, you can move to Jerusalem. You can move to other places, assuming you can buy property, meaning you almost solve the problem of, oh, you were expelled into the West Bank. Well, now you can come back anywhere in Israel because you're an Israeli citizen.
That's on. Do you think that would?
I'm not listening. Sorry, I didn't hear a single word. I'm zoned in. No disrespect.
Loner, when you were, because you went to Israel, you guys spoke with Palestinians, didn't you?
Yeah.
Like, did any? If I recall correctly, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't it come down to a point where that when speaking with them, they would have rather, even if they were given a more luxurious life, where in either Gaza or the West Bank, they would rather farm pigs in dirt in their ancestral homeland than even have a nicer place. Their desire to go there was greater than their desire.
They didn't say it in that way. There was one guy I spoke to who said that if he was originally from Lud, which is very close to where he actually lived, and he really valued going back there. And I was like, would you even go back there now, but everyone else that stayed here, so you're just living with majority Jews? And he's like, yeah, I'd go live with them. So yeah, it's very much the home first, the homeland first. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't think it's
with what I'm saying.
Well, no, because it sounds like, and again, because I'm not certain if I completely understand your plan, but does it involve? It sounds like enough people that basically the ethnic majority of Jewish people could be theoretically threatened by this plan.
No. The only way the ethnic majority of Jews, I think, would be threatened by a Palestinian one-state solution is if both Gaza and West Bank are absorbed. And on top of that, you have a right of return for a very small percentage. So I think between Gaza and West Bank, you have an extra 4 or 5 million people. And it's not a 50-50 split right now. It's a 75-25 split in Israel between Jews and, let's say, Arabs or Christians or whatever it might be.
I'm looking up how many Palestinian refugees, because the right of return, my understanding has always been basically just a dead end. So there's currently more than 5.6 million
Not really.
Palestinians. Where's the situation?
Not really.
What do you think they all like?
Yeah, Omer. Yeah. So Omer offered. I think in previous peace deals. I mean, I guess you can always argue about why it collapsed, but it seemed like there was a symbolic, a right of return, whereas 100,000 or something like that Palestinians who want to return will be, there's a system to bring them back in. I don't know. It seemed like the Palestinian leadership didn't always really require full right of return.
I've never seen anyone actually concede a direct point. Where I've heard people mention that symbolic thing. I've never seen anyone actually. It feels like it's always a hollow. We never we'll figure it out later.
It's never been put down to paper. It's never been put down to a final sign.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
There's been flexible, symbol, but they just never tell you what the final thing is. Yeah.
Because my understanding, the leaders will eventually say that people should have the right to choose what they want.
But according to my solution, keep in mind that at the very least, people would be able to return to this enlarged Gaza country.
Yeah, the thing is, again, that because it would be the whole less than a state thing. They don't get a military. They can't. Israel's going to they're going to be almost a vassal state of Israel. And I'm like, do you really think you're going to get the Palestinians to agree to be a vassal state of Israel?
So
I mean,
I actually
like,
think that this is the
be a
problem. I
reality
think
of
with most
forcing people to
solutions.
agree to that.
The
Again,
problem with
Hanghouse?
most solutions is they're very short term. Yeah, sorry, I'll let you speak. Okay, never mind. Most solutions are very short term. I think this is actually one of my other ideas. I'm not going to go into the whole concept, but very briefly, you could, in theory, give Palestinians or Gaza, whatever, a full military and all of these rights and whatever it might be. However, there's a clause that says, you know, at a certain amount of time, you'll be able to do this and be able to do this. Meaning, yeah, it's not going to happen tomorrow that you can have a military with rockets and tanks, but eventually you will. And it's similar to America and Japan. It's similar to almost every other conflict. I think that
I agree. There's one missing part. Surrender. Japan had to surrender before we did that. The Palestinians have never surrendered.
Yeah, I don't think they have to surrender.
You think they're going to agree to disarm without surrendering?
They're not
They're going to go. Their view
They're
is to continue the
not
fight.
building a military. No, I mean, listen, it's not, you don't have to surrender to make peace. You don't have to surrender to make peace. Unconditional surrender. No, you don't need to.
No, not unconditional. Just saying that, do you think, has a war ever ended where both sides intended on continuing the fight, but somehow they just didn't? No side surrendered?
No, okay, so when you come to an agreement, you don't necessarily surrender. You might come to an agreement, which is not just a temporary peace treaty, but you might come to a recognition where I'm going to give you this land, just like Israel and Egypt, right? Israel gave up land. They are no longer fighting. There's no likelihood, unless there's a total overthrow of the government, that they're going to go to war, right? It's a similar thing. Neither side really surrendered. Barak came to Israel, spoke to the Knesset, and they were able to make peace.
Yeah,
right? So
I agree with
there's
that.
lots of times where you don't have to have the surrender. I agree with you. And I think in a way, although this will be a little bit hard for Israelis to deal with, including the whole plan I probably said, it's not an easy sell, but they would have to have some sort of, symbolic giving of face to Palestinians in some way, which will probably be harder than anything I mentioned, but they'd have to do that.
Actually,
right? There's lots of little maneuvers.
I agree. So with Egypt and Israel, the thing is they both had a chance. Like there was problems that Israel could deal with. That they were suddenly gaining ground, but they didn't have the people to even hold the Sinai. So there was issues. Neither side was in some dominating position. However, we didn't. It wasn't like Japan got to make a ton of demands of us, and the level of concessions. We didn't make a ton of concessions to Japan. In the same sense that Israel's not losing to Palestinians. There's no like pushing like, oh man, I don't know if we can really win this. They're really getting us pretty good. The thing is, Israel has the power to wipe them out. And so why would the winner, why would they make concessions to someone if they're winning completely?
Wait, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but is this like cult leaders hour? So I've got this fucking mad boxless proposal for Palestinian statehood. And then I've got someone in chat saying the brilliant proposal that because Hamas isn't recognized as a representative of Palestinians, they can't surrender. That's a good cheat code. We can't surrender. Let's just keep chugging because we're not even the legal representatives. And then I've got someone saying that you should fucking eat 4,000 calories in one meal and then fast the rest of the day, and that's good for you. Well, what is this like? This is the time in the morning where all the cult leaders come out and try to radicalize my vulnerable youths in my audience. What the fuck are you guys doing? Sorry.
To bulimia, apparently.
It's not a snake meal.
Well, as long as you eat the 4,000 calories and then throw it up, you'll be thin and pretty. Trust me.
You can do it with 10,000 calories, bro. Go fucking
how much
nuts.
can you really throw up? I think it's
But no, you can't advocate for purging. That's worse.
By the way,
that's all a bad idea. No.
LonerBox, did you ever read the actual Israeli document that everyone was quoting about how Israel in 2008 or whatever it was starving Palestinians and limiting food?
Yeah.
If you actually read the original document, it's almost them saying, we want to make sure they don't starve, and we're going to supply them with, I think I did the math, it's something like 9 Big Macs a day, no matter if they're a kid or an adult or whatever it might be. Now, it doesn't say 9 Big Macs. So there was some calorie percentage or calorie amount that I was like, I didn't know what that meant, so I converted it to Big Mac.
But also, unless they're referred to intermittent fasting, there is, that is a thing, but it's not 4,000 calorie based.
The person was joking, it turns out, so that's fine.
Okay.
Yes. I think they were being facetious.
I have a question. Okay. So, did you, maybe I misunderstood you. Did you say that Iran doesn't have a right to retaliate against the strikes?
Fuck yeah. What are you talking about?
What the fuck? Of course they do.
Why?
Because fucking Israel and the United States struck sites in their territory. That's an act of war. That's a deliberate act of aggression. Of course they have the right to respond to that. I don't feel good about it. I don't like that Iran is striking sites in Israel, but they're within their right. It's reasonable for them to do.
What is this game where I just I go up to you? I'm gonna come into your house, Hangnails. I'm gonna put 2 boxing gloves on. I'm gonna put my fucking robe on. I'm gonna play Rocky theme tune in the background. Da da da. I'm gonna bounce around in front of you, swinging my fists in your general direction, being like, "I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you." But also, it would be fucking great if you got the shit beaten out of you. I'm not touching you. Like, at what point is it okay for you to just be like, all right, just bonk me? And then I do have a right to retaliate against you for bonking me.
Wait, so you're saying, just to make sure I understand you correctly, you're saying that because, is Iran the person who's I'm not contending with the idea that it's on, give me a second. So you're saying that you support Israel striking Iran?
So far, yeah. I don't think it's that bad a decision.
But you don't support Iran retaliating?
Okay, what retaliation do you think is justified from Iran? What should they do? What targets should they strike?
They'd be justified in striking Israeli military targets. I obviously disagree with them.
But why?
It seems like they've been...
Why does that help them?
Because...
So they can go back to doing their nuclear shit.
I don't think that it's good that they're doing that, but if I look at it from the perspective of somebody who's not ideologically motivated to say that Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons, then yeah, they're from a purely realpolitik perspective, yeah, they're completely within their right to respond.
Do you think it was wrong for Israel to do you think that Israel didn't have a right to attack Iran?
I think that Israel is also probably pretty I know this is a controversial opinion. I think that Israel is justified in taking action against the Iranian nuclear program. I think that's probably in their long-term interests, yeah.
So they are. So wait. So Israel's justified to strike Iran, but Iran's justified to retaliate.
If somebody punches you in the face, are you not allowed to hit them back? Yeah.
Not if you were not if you were putting them in a position where they felt like they were going to get attacked by you. That's why that's the barroom brawls rule, right?
No, but you could argue that Iran started this conflict and by striking the nuclear sites, Israel's just escalated it. So it's it's this effectively a back and forth. Of course Iran's it would be insane for Iran not to respond militarily, right? To a military attack.
I mean, it's logical for them to respond. Yeah, of course they're going to respond, but I don't know what they have a right, what military target do they have a right to strike? War isn't just oh yeah, we're starting a fight, so we both got a right to beat whoever the fuck, whatever. That's not how it works. We're only in this situation because of Iran's fucking around. And that it's just, to me, it's a barroom brawl rule. In a barroom brawl, okay, you have the right to use the first fucking punch, but only if you have very good reason to believe that they are going to hit you, and you hitting them will be your means of defending yourself. It will limit the harm, basically. So if that happens, if someone gives someone else a very good reason to think they're about to get punched, so they punch that person first to defend themselves from being punched, and then I don't know why the person who's fucking around gets to say, "Oh, you just punched me for threatening you."
Start a bar fight. What are you talking about?
You can if you have good reason to believe that they're about to hit you.
No, you can't. You can't preemptively hit someone.
Yeah, you can. So so in terms of like the way, at least legally, the way it works is saying, so let's say you think I make you and I want you to think that I'm going to attack you. So let's say even in my head, I actually know I'm not going to, but I want you to believe that you're in danger and you're going to get I'm going to break your limbs. And so then you pull out a gun and shoot me. I don't have a right to defend myself because even if in my head I wasn't going to, I'm trying to make you think it, which means it's reasonable for you to believe I'm going to cause you severe harm, which gives you the right to attack me. But I don't have a right to defend you. Now, it may make sense that I will defend myself, and I might even say well, I was never really going to, but because you had the right to attack me, I don't have a right to defend myself. It may explain why I might defend myself or retaliate, but I don't have a right to.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm looking at this is actually true for legal stuff with assault as well. There's no legal obligation that you have to wait until you're struck first to defend yourself. If you are fearing an imminent attack, you can use force to defend yourself. The problem is obviously in IHL and with war and everything like that, an imminent attack in a bar is probably much easier to spot and for witnesses to see than it is for between countries. That's the only difference, right? Iran uses the same logic, though. Yeah, but Iran uses the same logic after spending 40 years trying to destroy a country by funding proxies. It's so fucking retarded. The idea that, we need to get a nuke because Israel might take all our threats against them seriously. It's so fucking dumb. But it's part of the game, right? They know what they're doing. That's what you do. You make your threats just clear enough that people know your intentions and you've got your political goals out there, but you also make them just vague enough so it looks like you're being aggressed upon. Yeah, fucking bullshit. But the fact that Westoids fall for it when they see this regime that just makes this intent so fucking unambiguously clear, and then they're like, "Oh, I don't know. We don't know what they were going to do with all that uranium." Fuck off.
Well, hang now. Are you sure the word "right" is what you're looking for? It might say an expectation. You would expect them to retaliate, but if one person has a right to strike at one person, the other person can't have a right of retaliation. You only have a right to retaliate against someone. Yeah, you would expect them to retaliate.
It's an expectation that they would retaliate, and they've met that expectation. Sure.
Oh,
right has a moral weight to it. Yeah.
I just wanted to give you LonerBox. You paying attention?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to give you a little bit of fodder, by the way, if we ever get into a debate again. Number one, I would say there's another argument that Avi, in terms of international law, does Israel have the right to attack Iran? I think there's another argument that I've not seen any person say, but I think it makes a lot of sense, is that Israel and Iran were already in a war, meaning preemptive and preventative strikes are only applicable before you have a war.
Yeah, I've heard that one.
But Iran...
You've read the same Libra article that I have because you're using it. You're doing that sentence word for word, right? Have you? Is that the?
No.
Okay, Michael Schmidt. Okay, well, that's the So the argument is that I think the problem with it is that this is obviously a very sharp corner in the conflict, a very sharp escalation that you would probably still need to justify as an independent act, because the act to take that escalatory measure, because Israel is escalating. That's not deniable.
It's for sure escalating, but in theory, Iran shot ballistic missiles at them previously, and they really didn't respond, and they've been in a state of war.
Iran did that in response to Israel striking, committing an assassination within Iranian borders.
Yep.
Syrian border, actually, is when this all started, but even then, that's questionable.
Well, they killed the IRGC guy, no?
Yeah, that was in Syria, though. But that was an embassy. No, that was later. There was earlier. Israel. The first time Israel actually attacked Iran was IRGC members in Syria, and Iran is claiming that the building they were in was part of the embassy. Israel's claiming that was not part of the embassy. I don't really know. I don't really care that much, but. In theory, the war started at the very least, or I shouldn't say very least, but it started quite a ways back, and it's slowly been escalating. Yes, there was an assassination on Iranian soil, That's an interesting question, though. He wasn't Iranian, but he was, brought by Iran. Is that like an act of war against Iran exactly? That's probably really complicated in international law, but I think it started before that anyway. The point is they've been in a war for a while, and then I would argue, almost like what you're saying with the 60% uranium, that was an escalatory measure, especially since Iran said they were going to go to 90%. And also another piece of information, I had thought that it would take a year for Iran to miniaturize a nuclear weapon, because that's not easy to do. However, someone in your chat actually had posted that on June 11th, again, it's in the chat discussion, you can probably find the link, but apparently on June 11th, one of the Iranian generals had mentioned that they had just tested a ballistic missile that can carry a 2-ton payload. And the reason why that's important is because in theory, you could make a nuclear warhead, not a dirty bomb, an actual nuclear warhead, without miniaturizing it and fit it into that missile. And so in theory, if they could make nuclear fissionable material, let's say 90% in a few days, which seems to be the consensus or whatever it is, weeks, whatever it is, in theory, there's not much more. I shouldn't say much more, but there's obviously something you have to do to get it into a bomb. But I'm saying they don't have to go through this technological innovation of miniaturization and preventing it from going off when it gets overheated. Also, they could always just drive a truck up to Israel and blow it up anyway, to be honest. But don't tell them that.
Yeah, this is like the only argument that I think makes the most sense is like the whole like they've been at war the whole time kind of thing. Like that and the proxies and everything else, like that supports. That all does weigh in, but towards the nuclear threat argument, because it displays intent. Like that's, I think, the best argument. It shows that Iran has an intention to cause like great harm to Israel, and very unconditional. Like it doesn't matter what Israel does, because Iran thinks that Israel's existence is like harm, So,
right. So I agree with you morally, but I'm saying in terms of international law, you get to have this problem with. Is it preventative, or like this gets around that whole question in theory. That's why I like this solution in a way. Also, you should look up Article 51. America does mention, even in, I forget when this is from, like 1946 maybe, that it does mention with the advent of atomic bombs, and here's the quote, certain steps in themselves are preliminary to such actions, meaning not just bombing, even just having some certain steps to having an atomic bomb. I don't know what that includes. Does that include loading it on a plane, or does that include making the atomic bomb? But they want to say in 1946 already that this could be preemptive, like maybe it would justify a preemptive strike or an act of war, whatever you want to call it, before launching the nuclear warhead, because then it's too late. So it has to be done before that. So that, I guess it doesn't really say, well, what does that mean before? But there's already in 1946 a recognition that there's some time before actually launching the nuclear warhead, you're allowed to attack.
Okay.
Loner, can I ask?
What are you
No, I'm just.
Isn't the point there that there's like that when there's a more grave threat, that the party under threat has more leeway to interpret the actions of their adversary, right? So when it's existential, like nuclear, you probably do have more leeway to interpret that threat because the risk of you being wrong and not taking action is so incredibly high, like getting nuked.
I think in a way that's true, but I think also the idea in Article 51 of the Charter is that you're allowed to act in self-defense without going to the UN because there's an armed attack against you. And, some people say it has to be imminent or whatever it might be. But the Americans were pretty much saying like, well, that sounds nice that someone's attacked you and then you can self-defense. But with an atomic bomb, if I have to wait till they attack me, like that's game over. So even if I know they're, according to the Charter 51, you could understand it that yeah, you have to let someone bomb you until you can respond. And the Americans are pretty much saying like, that doesn't really make sense. That was like a logical kind of argument when you're dealing with bullets and maybe even, you know, planes and dropping bombs. But at this point, they're pretty much saying we can't wait till an actual imminent threat where someone's dropping an actual atomic bomb on you.
Yeah.
There has to be something before that that allows you to respond.
Yeah.
So a lot of people will say that you can only have a preemptive attack if it's imminent. Well, like even the Americans knew like 50 years ago, that's no longer really the standard. Like that was accepted. Where that line is, I know you talked about it before, but I'm just saying it goes back quite a way to obviously when atomic bombs were invented, they realized this is a problem.
People like that are the same ones who say that you have to wait for the police. The police have to wait for someone to shoot at them first before they're allowed to pull their guns, or they're like only allowed to shoot them in the leg or something. They like their video game brain, basically.
Right.
I have
Also,
a question.
another thing about the JCPOA that might be useful to know as well. Sorry, I'm just like brain dumping on you right now, but it might come in handy. Is we mentioned a lot of different things about it, but one of the interesting things is that the Iranians were allowed to have advanced centrifuges under the agreement without rotors, meaning they could have these really, really advanced centrifuges that almost have no purpose other than military. Some of the more advanced ones just, you know, run faster and less energy. But these, I think the highest one that they were allowed to have, the IR-8, I think it's primarily, like the whole point is for military. And they weren't allowed to put rotors in them, but they were allowed to kind of play around with them, learn how they work, that type of thing. So in a way, under the JCPOA, that's another problem, is that the Iranians were actually learning how to use more advanced technology.
Wait, what centrifuges was that? Was that
because
when I was looking at the centrifuges, there's like they're numbered, right? Like which ones are you talking about? Is that 1 or 5 or 6?
IR-8. So
IR-8, okay.
I'm pretty sure they're allowed to use IR-8 without rotors. Yeah, IR-1 are like the worst.
Oh, okay.
And you know, like obviously Obama the team thought of things like, you know, they can if a centrifuge breaks, you can only replace it with the same level. So the idea was like, oh, one broke, I'll get a nice one now. No, you can't do that. But yeah, the idea was that they could do these. As far as I understand, they could do these IR-8 centrifuges without rotors, meaning that it doesn't actually work. It doesn't do anything. But the point is, they could set it up, they could test it, and all the rest of it.
So they could make IR-8 after 8 years, right? After 8 years, they could start making IR-8 centrifuges. That's right.
I should double check.
It is. I'm just reading it now. Yeah. Deal? But then, what's the significance of IR-8? What do they do after they've manufactured the IR-8? What's the significance of them testing that one particularly? I don't know what IR-8 does.
I think it's just more advanced, meaning it's so much faster than at separating uranium-235 or whatever the number is. 235
from 238.
It's so much faster that it's almost unnecessary for civilian needs. Like all the other versions of the centrifuges are great. Like you don't need IR-8 centrifuges unless maybe you're making maybe you could find out some solution. For example, you're going to sell uranium to other people, which I'm not sure Iran should be doing either way. But it could be like Germany has that level of centrifuges because, you know, they're developing all of these nuclear power plants and spreading. So I'm not saying there's no reason, but I'm just saying it's like a highly suspect reason. Yeah. Like, why do you have to get something so advanced? I think most countries do not have that level.
Were you guys both against the nuclear deal?
I didn't know fucking anything about the deal, so I probably thought it was great.
And then part of it was...
At the time, I was. But...
And then because... What?
The Obama deal?
Yeah.
Yeah, Obama's a nuclear deal.
Yeah, at the time I was, but I also probably was just... I wasn't as smart.
Hangnail's what you're saying?
I mean, it would have avoided a lot of problems in the present.
Yeah, at least I don't know if this is true. All I've heard of, at least from conservative family members, was them saying that it gave them a path to the bomb, that in 15 years they would have been able to make a bomb. So that because the 2 sunset clauses would have allowed that. And also, like for Trump, I tried to say this during Teuton's whole thing, is that the reason why Trump pulled out had nothing to do with any of the violations. He pulled out just because he didn't like it.
Yeah.
And that's also why, in terms of why he wouldn't deal with Biden, would be because we shouldn't be doing it. The reality is that it shouldn't have gone through Obama. It should have gone through Congress, because the whole, like, people aren't wrong where any executive action is only 4 years long. And unfortunately, the U.S. as a whole, we are doing too many things through the president rather than Congress. And that's causing this issue. But that's not really and that's, so like, the thing is, I don't think it's unreasonable for Iran to say, yeah, I'm not going to deal with Biden as an executive. It might be, if we were to try and act through Congress, I think it'd be more fair.
But this isn't what Iran said. My understanding of what Iran said was that they just wanted the sanctions to end before the negotiations even started. And
okay. Like I said, I didn't see anything regarding their response. I didn't know that happened. But yeah. I don't know. The whole thing was fun.
And it's also, from Iran's perspective, like, they had the American sanctions, which were hurting them, obviously, but they had the UN Security Council in Europe lifting sanctions from the JCPOA, but they also got to just break away from all the terms of the JCPOA as well. So they were fucking dandy. Like, maybe they didn't care that much. They clearly didn't, because I think they only went to, like, low-level, like, unofficial talks. They didn't really take it that seriously. And it ended in, like, 2022.
Why does Iran have... Is there a reason why? Because wouldn't Iran be best served by, like, not caring about Israel? Like, if they could go, we won't just literally civilian level nuclear. We're totally cool with that. Thumbs up. Remove the sanctions, and that they get economic.
Yeah, it's
benefits.
just it's completely ideological. Yeah, it's just ideological. That's it. All it is. Yeah, they have no material interests. They don't give a fuck about their own people. They're religious fundamentalists.
Is it the leaders?
What, the regime?
Or is it the people?
It's the regime. Yeah, it's not the people are not the same as the regime, as far as I know.
Yeah, that's what because my understanding that things like some countries where the regime doesn't actually care about Israel, but unfortunately the people of the country.
No, I think Iran might be the opposite. I'm sure they do care about Israel, but I don't think they. It's hard to say. I don't know that they would sign off on what the regime's doing, because when
it's the opposite.
This is something I would have to do more research on before I speak super confidently on it. But I think last year I did look and I did see a. Granted, I think it was out of a polling house out of the Netherlands, so I don't exactly know who the participants were, but like I haven't really seen any strong evidence to imply that like the Iranian regime has strong support amongst its population. And I think in this specific poll I had, it was like over 50% of respondents opposed the regime. I could try to find it.
Yeah, the numbers I see are usually between sort of like 50 and 80. Yeah.
But I'm willing
so there's the way to understand Iran is pretty much that 10% of the country is a very hard line, which ironically 10% of the country is like the size of Israel, right? That's 9 million people, easy. But they're very hardliners. They want the regime to be more extreme. They want more hangings. They want more like police and all the rest of it. And like 40% of the country just wants the government and the regime to moderate, right? The current president is in theory the most moderate candidate that the Ayatollah would allow to run. And then the other 50% of Iranians want no compromise. They want like no regime. Now, give or take on these percentages exactly. So for example, the 50% of Iranians did not want this president to win. Why? Because that would like make the other 40% feel like, things are getting better. It's not such a big deal. We don't need to get rid of the regime. So ironically, the 50% were very upset with this new liberal, quote unquote, president, who I don't think has really liberalized anyway, but doesn't matter.
You guys agree with Trump strikes?
Yeah.
It's very interesting how the Iranian people
I actually don't think that America should have done it. I think Israel should have done it themselves. It would have been better for Israel, but I do think it was riskier for Israel
they didn't have the capacity
to do it.
That was
right?
The whole reason why, like, it had to be us because we're the only ones who could.
People say that. So if you follow if you follow what's happening with Israel, in theory, what they did something very similar in Syria. Syria is much closer, but it's not hard to imagine that you'd use paratroopers. Anyway, in theory, what would happen is in Syria, once Assad fell, there was an underground complex that very similar actually to Fordo in the sense that it was a tunnel, and you can't duck and cover behind something. and commandos were able to go in. I can describe the whole mission if you want, but they were able to go in and they killed a number of Syrian guards and they rigged the whole place to explode and extract it. So in theory, yeah. So it's very, very risky. And the Iranians are expecting it. But at the same time, you have air supremacy. You could take out quite a bit. The infill would be tricky because how do you get the commandos in? But they could paratroop in theory, right? They parachute in. And then the exfil, I would argue that that was possible because Mossad, obviously, all of those agents got out somehow. I mean, some of them might still be there, but there is a way to get Israelis out of Iran somehow. And it's not crazy to think that they could bring up a boat or something like that. That's also, they did that in Lebanon. The naval unit.
Special forces. Actually, hell yeah.
Yeah. Hang nails, what is your position on it?
Pretty much.
Send in Doron from Fauda.
Position on what?
The attack that Trump did. Do you have a position on it?
She's against it. She's a hippie.
I don't think I have a position yet. On one hand, I am opposed to Iran having nuclear weapons. I think that would be bad for a lot of people.
Are you you're a soy wait for factor, not a Chad concluder? How dare you?
But,
you have no information. You should have strong positions on everything right now.
Let me fucking speak. But since you asked, but to me, some of the rhetoric I've seen coming out of both the United States, the American right, and in Israel is that they want to use this, that the Iranian nuclear program is just a preface to come in and force some sort of regime change in Iran. I whole scale oppose that. I think that would be a catastrophe.
Because Tulsi Gabbard's in charge and she's so against it, I have some, like, that would be my initial thought, but because it's Tulsi Gabbard is in there, I'm seeing things that says like it's not a regime change. Like, it's my understand. Like, well, it's like that's not the main goal. It's not just like, oh fuck,
that's
it, we don't like them.
That's not the stated goal, but
yeah, it's a concern, and also, I mean, it's Republican, so.
I mean, I don't think the Americans can really do a regime change. It would have to be up to the Israelis in a way, because the Americans just bombed like nuclear reactors. The only way that this would escalate is if Iran attacks and things keep getting worse, and then you eventually get to a regime change. But I think in the past, Trump was pretty careful, right? With Soleimani, he let the Iranians kill a lot of Americans, or at least damage them. And then just walked away and said, like, they didn't do anything. And even though they did, but whatever.
I find it likely that Iran is probably going to strike some, like, American, either be, like, military bases in the Middle East or something like that. But, I mean, I'm not a military expert, so I don't want to, like...
The issue is that, like... Yeah, thing is, I don't know how close they were to a nuke, and the problem is that, and it's very easy to just go, let's just wait when nothing's happened, and then it just goes up until it does happen, and then you're like, okay, maybe we should have done something sooner. The problem is none of us would have that information as to when you should do something sooner, kind of thing. And if we wait, and if we act now, none of us knew what was coming. So
that's what I want to. Well, I think I'm going to. What's something that might move my position is if I look through all these different countries with nuclear programs after IAEA inspections and see if anyone was able to hide anything. So like North Korea, like or even Iran, did they actually succeed in hiding anything? Because if you can show that it is possible to hide uranium enrichment or nuclear activity for a few months, then it's like, yeah, obviously Israel's right to bomb them, like 100%.
Israel have an undisclosed nuclear program?
Yep, but what the fuck are we gonna do about that? Like, bomb them?
No.
Well, they can bomb themselves.
The thing with Israel as well is like people use the comparison, but
they don't declare...
no one genuinely believes it, because if you're saying that Israel's got nukes and they've had them since like the 60s or 70s, it's like, okay, and they've done nothing with them, despite being attacked from asshole to breakfast by like 20 countries or 20 groups. So it's like, what the fuck are they going to... Yeah, we know that they have nukes, and we know they're not going to use them, but that's like, it's still, the purpose is non-proliferation. I don't like it that India and Pakistan have nukes. I don't like it that North Korea has got nuclear. I don't like it that America has... I don't like anyone that has nukes, but that's what non-proliferation is about. It's about stopping future people getting it, not least of all future people who have quite clear desires to destroy a country.
And once someone has them, they're unlikely to give them up, especially now with Ukraine.
That's it. Yeah, once someone has nukes, they're staying. That's the problem with Israel. Yeah, you can condemn it all you want, but once someone has nukes, those nukes ain't going away. Yeah.
But my finger wagging will
I would
remain.
say if you want to research tricking the IEA, North Korea, I think those are tricky ones because I don't think they even knew that they were moving towards a nuclear warhead. Same thing with Syria. Syria was also unclear. No one knew they were building a reactor until Israel blew it up. But I would think that Iran, they built Fordo in 2000, I think they started. And then in 2009, so this is going to be tricky. This is going to be a tricky argument. But in 2009, they voluntarily told the IAEA about this secret nuclear whatever area of centrifuges that the IAEA didn't know about. But the argument is that Obama was about to release information. Pretty much the Five Eyes knew already that the Iranians had Fordo, and they were going to tell the IAEA, and the Iranians told first, pretty much. So a lot of people will say, oh, well, Iran was following protocol. They told the IAEA themselves, except it was under pressure, number one. And number two, it was like 9 years after they've already started, building it. So the fact that they have it for so long, in theory, means that they were able to trick the IEA.
And the problem is because they basically have a stated intent to want, the desire to. Like, it'd be one thing if some place was trying to do this and they didn't have a stated desire of destroying their neighbors. But when someone's like, man, I wish I had the power to destroy my neighbors. By the way, trust me. Just trust me, bruh. I won't nuke anyone.
Yeah, I think
it's like you're standing next to someone in a bar, right? And there's a fucking hammer on the table, and you're not touching it. Okay, it's just there. You don't have it yet, but it's there. Your hands kind of hovering around it, and you're just like, God, it would be great if you opposite me just got your fucking skull cracked in. That would be really cool. It's like, bro, don't act surprised that person fucking gets you away from the hammer. Jesus.
What I would be curious is, has anything like this happened?
Like what?
Even comparable to this situation in the past? On the world stage?
Yeah, I mean, Israel blew up the Iraq reactor, and Israel blew up a Syrian reactor.
That's not the same.
Right, and excuse my ignorance. Was the Iraqi reactor, was it built with the intention to build nuclear weapons?
Yes.
I would assume at least that was their argument because I doubt they said I don't want them to have electricity. I doubt that was, so I suspect they would at least make that claim. I don't know.
I mean, it was Saddam Hussein, and he was always trying to find ways to, as much as weapons of mass destruction that were, let's say, current versions of weapons of mass destruction weren't found, even though they did find chemical weapons, but they were old ones. As much as there was nothing found, that doesn't mean he didn't stop trying to actually make them. He tried to build a rail gun. He tried a lot of different things. He fired Scud missiles at multiple countries, so there was a legitimate fear. I'm sure that Saddam Hussein pretended like it was a normal reactor, though.
Well, the Security Council did actually say that was completely illegal strike as well. The Security Council was completely against that, so I don't know. Well, I think there's a French guy who died there, wasn't there?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it also depends on who you believe in terms of scientists. One scientist claimed that he was pretty much forced by Saddam to, he wrote a whole book about it, to develop the nuclear warhead under threat of his family being killed. But I think the IAEA pretty much felt that eventually, at the beginning, he was telling truthful things, and maybe he became more dramatic and started to lie. So it's unclear, right? There's all these it's hard to know exactly what was going on. But yes, it is true that Israel was condemned for that, because I think the idea was they weren't anywhere close to where Iran is right now, or was, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think by traditional understandings of preemptive or anticipatory self-defense, I think it's like the facts of that will be disputed for decades probably, about how much Israel actually knew and how much Iran was actually doing. But I think with the facts that we have now from the IAEA and all the public information from Iran, yeah, I think it's like, I don't know why Israel should have to just hang around and sit with that risk in their mind. Like, I just don't know why, especially since it's like, also it's existential. I don't know why they should just have to sit and wait.
There's someone in the chat
I feel like on top of that, it's also a war. They're in a war with Iran for the past year.
Oh, wait, Iraq, what, the nuclear site?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're only striking one building, I don't really know if that's like, is that enough to have weapons? Like, was that good enough? I don't know what the intel was. I thought there was a French person there, so if it was international, is that why we bombed then probably. I don't know.
We bombed it because there was French person. Sons of bitches.
But
that's American.
Yeah, I don't know. If it were like a risk of, say, just a ballistic strike, and that was the evidence that we had, then obviously it's like, yeah, that's not enough information. But when the risk is nuclear, well, you've got more leeway to interpret that as a threat, because the risks of you doing nothing are much higher, potentially. So I don't know. Yeah, I also, because I'm like, I tend to side with the people being threatened, and the problem is that I don't know why, if Iran makes these threats, they behave in a threatening manner, they display intent by finding the proxies, they fuck with uranium. I don't really know why, like, who should pay the price for the irresponsibility of those threats? Why should the person who's being threatened be the one paying the price for it by taking that risk of potentially being wrong and missing something and getting nuked? Iran should pay the price for their threats. And there are people in chat who are very fucking mad at me for having this position. Oh my god. I think some people are just mad because it's a Trump decision as well now, and they don't like that, but bro, it's just like, I don't understand. I don't know why Iran should be allowed to just operate with fucking impunity, with existential threats. I don't know why they should be allowed to do that for so long. Like, why? You know, when they signed up to the IAEA, within less than a year, they were already testing ballistic missiles that had like Israel's name on it. They were like, yes, we're testing these weapons that are far enough to reach Israel. The Zionist entity will be destroyed. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
part of the ask question: do you think Iran? To anyone who thinks the otherwise, do you think Iran wants to be viewed as a threat? If the
just
answer
so
is yes, they want to be seen as a
Volvo. What's the 8th Bethlehem principle? 5, 4, 3, 2. Didn't think so, dick. God. Okay.
What is the 8th Bethlehem principle?
I can't fucking remember.
I just made it up.
Yeah, I did make it up.
I'm gonna.
It's it means that, like, if there's a threat of if there's like a risk of inaction, like, so if I don't act, if I'm in a position where if I don't act, this person might like punch me in the face. That's probably not a big deal. It's not the worst thing in the world. Where if I'm in a position where if I don't act, I could potentially be escaping a window of opportunity that allows Iran to develop a nuke and strike me, then obviously the scale of harm that results from risk of inaction is higher, right?
All the rules kind of go out the window once we involve nukes. That suddenly it's not everything ceases to be like all things break. once it's like hitting the event horizon of a black hole.
Yeah, but it's not even like that, because even people talk about IHL and all that, but it's just because of this word imminent and the fact that there's fuck all case law, and for some reason the IHL community is just run by like absolute fucking hippie retards who just think, oh, imminent means that, well, did you have intelligence that there was a weapons plan and a plan to strike and a date and time of attack and which weapon they were going to use and where they're going to fire from, and well, if you don't have that, then it's not imminent. Like, fuck off, bro. Like, if we're in a world where people have shown that they can deceive the IAEA in the past, and where Iran is in a position with the level of enrichment that it wouldn't be that difficult for them to move to a weapons program secretly, and by the time you catch them, they might have secured themselves and a position where it's already too late. Like, for example, Israel needs airspace so they can do their strikes. So they need to deal with anti-air. They also need to deal with the ballistic missiles as part of Iran's like counterattacks. They also need to deal with getting enough firepower to hit the sites. So it's like, if all of this is being arranged and you've just got your intel too late, and Iran gets the weapon before you're ready to strike it, and then they just put it under a mountain, then you're fucked. They've got a nuclear weapon. Like, but these people are literally just like, yeah, you have to wait until the nuke is literally falling from the sky before you can attack. Yeah, it's dumb.
Extremely, that type of like thinking is actually really common. I don't have a term for it in law, but when people, if they have a preconception, so if they want something to happen, and then even any wall you put in front of them, they'll just believe it. So if I said like, this requires malice, yeah, I bet it has malice. It has to be reasonably foreseeable. I think it's reasonably foreseeable. It has to be imminent. I think it was imminent. Like, they'll just say yes to whatever it is gets them to their end. Or if they don't want it, it goes, I don't think it's reasonable. I don't think it's imminent. I don't think it's... And if it's because they're never considering it from a legislative perspective of what does it mean to be imminent, how do we define that, they determine it to saying, how can I use that to get me my results? Yeah. And they just believe it. But that's like in law, that's that happens constantly.
Yeah, but again, and even especially when we're using law, words of the law are one thing. Where is the precedent, or where's the case law for striking a country that may or may not be trying to build a nuke to strike you? Like, where is that in case law?
That's what I was trying to ask you earlier, is if you knew of any like.
So why are all these legal experts in fucking like little ivory towers in fucking Europe being like, well, it's obviously a violation of the international principle? Like, based on what, dick? Like, you're just literally like, it's imminent in that context, especially with other principles that give leeway to the threatened, that give leeway based on the scale of the potential threat, and that consider that when the risk of inaction results in more harm, like the risk of inaction with a nuke is obviously more harm than the risk of inaction with like gunshots. It's like, of course there's a room for debate there. Like, I don't know.
The thing is, in law, the answer is always, it depends. If there was like, was it a clear violation? No, it always depends.
Yeah, that's why, and that's like the best answer. That's like with the West Point articles, is like, that's usually what it's based on. It's like, it depends. Because, there is a traditional understanding. There's a traditional understanding that says you can only take preemptive action if you have exhausted every possible diplomatic opportunity. Like, you've waited till the last minute. But obviously, that doesn't consider like the modern world, or like, what if because with obviously with 9/11 and all that, like, that was something that happened with like fuck all warning, and with Iran, you're in a position where, again, it's like, okay, what if they're using the negotiations as a stalling tactic, because they're extending the negotiations by, again, it was 60 days from Trump. They went past 60 days and Iran was still being very complete, like, fucking intransigent. So, like, why? I don't know.
Because it's international law, it's also much more difficult to get a hold of that kind of legislative history, or at least get more details. Because at least within your own country, it's, at least for like American, I can always get legislative history, no issue. When it comes to those, they're also less enforced. So there's not as many, like, there's not just a ton of cases of, oh yeah, all those times we preliminarily attacked nuclear things, and we can just look through like, oh, back in 1815, here's how we handled it. It doesn't get handled very often, and therefore it's very on a case-by-case basis. It's going to be a matter of whether you can argue it or not. Can you convince people that it's imminent, or can you not? And if someone is ideologically opposed, you're never able to convince them. They just, at least.
Let's all act on what ifs. It depends on what the other person's doing, though. Iran was doing a what if. Iran was the one who was literally giving people every opportunity to go, wait, what the fuck are you doing? Like, yeah, they basically said, please speculate on my actions. With the uranium enrichment, they were like, yes, look at me, I'm doing weird shit over here. Like,
they want to be viewed as a threat. If you want to be viewed as a threat, I feel like you're kind of like foreclosed on arguing that you shouldn't have been viewed as a threat. You wanted to be, and I simply said, I believe you.
That's why the leverage argument is so stupid. It's so stupid. But you did not attack. Yeah, because the person making the threat got hit before they could attack. That's what that looks like. Yeah. What? So Israel's strike is only valid if Iran fired a nuke. Is that? Israel's strike is only valid if they flew the plane towards Iran, and then as they were flying the plane, Iran launched the nuke back. That's the only time it's valid.
You don't get it, man. I've played Fallout. They should have just used their VAT system to target certain parts of the nuke and then just shoot it with 100% accuracy.
Health warning.
Health warning. That's Iran right now in the caves.
I mean, I played StarCraft. There was no nuclear launch detected, so obviously you always get a warning or so. I mean,
you about to die in WoW again?
Nope.
I can vanish. Vanish available, so he's fine.
Being
Why'd you choose Rogue?
Because I like Rogue. What?
Okay, I was like, well, maybe. How many times have you died? Do you know? 4.
Well, I died at 48. I died at 59. I died at 30. I died at 58. So 4.
Do you play retail at all?
Are you doing? No. Are you purposely dying right before you hit 60?
No, literally no.
He has vanish available. There's no way he's dying.
You can die without vanish, okay? Because I got feared and critted. That's how I died once, and then.
Oh well, yeah. Is your Will of the Undead? No, yeah, it's up.
Yeah, but I got feared when I died. I mean, I used it once, and then the second time I got critted at the same time.
It's not a PvP server, right? It's PvE.
No, you can't fucking hardcore PvP.
No.
I've realized that I am much more sloppy when I'm streaming and talking and reacting, though. That definitely is just not the wisest way to play this game. Because you do need focus.
Are you playing WoW? Are you playing WoW off stream too?
Yeah, of course I am. I've decided to experiment with my speedrunning. Listen, I'm just a WoW streamer who does some politics sometimes. Is that a crime?
How far did you play WoW? And did you ever play any of the Xbox? Or did you play up to any point, or was your first?
No, I played when I was a teenager. Yeah.
You know, what Xbox? What did you stop at?
In vanilla, proper vanilla, like the originals, we got up to like 3 or 4 bosses in Nax. Then we did Burning Crusade. Holy crap. The guild I was in Burning Crusade was actually like they got world 9th on one of the bosses. Did all the content from Burning Crusade. Then stopped.
Nice.
Didn't do Rogue.
What did you play in TBC? What'd you play?
Rogue Priest Arena.
You Rogue this whole time?
Yeah, Rogue Priest and Arena. That was my favorite thing.
Do you remember the Belt of 100 Deaths from the Naga raid? That was a craftable.
Yeah, I think so. Can't remember exactly.
I enraged all the rogues because I was a ret paladin, and so the way we worked it, our nether vortexes. Once you got one, you got all of them until you completed it. And so I was completing my weapon, my Lionheart Executioner, and because we didn't have the pattern, so they were debating should we give it to the leatherworkers first for planning, and they decided to give it to me. And then the next day, the pattern dropped. There's actually almost a dispute as to whether I should be allowed to continue or the rogues should be allowed to get their belts of 100 deaths.
Jesus.
So how powerful that was. That thing was insane.
That would have triggered me, watching a ret paladin get it. Fuck that.
There was value in having a single one, just because you could maintain all the judgments, so like mana back, health back, and all that stuff. So having one had value.
Yeah, I do seem to remember this stage of the game, this like mid-level 40s, is the worst, right? Because you're very squishy, and
yes,
the quests are just not good. They're long,
and enemies start getting some ridiculous like debuffs. Like some of them, I think there's some Silithids in Ungaro that'll give you like a 30-minute debuff that like. Makes you take 30% extra damage or 37% damage, I think.
Yeah, so, fuck that.
Or in Badlands, there's just guys that will disarm you for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
I know. This is always
This is rogues that come out of stealth and backstab you.
Yep. Stealthing enemies, yeah. There's one right there. Oh man. or how easily you can get like surrounded. Because even if you try like Western or Eastern Plague lands, those areas like you can get just surrounded so quickly.
Yeah, that fucked me up last time. The fucking sky.
There's good quests there.
Yeah, that's good for quests at least. And it's like it's fun. This is not fun. This is like a shit part of the game. I hate this level.
I hate Tanaris. It's so just, there's nothing. It's gonna be nice to look at.
Does each level have a separate biome?
No.
Separate what?
Biome?
Each.
What word is that you saying?
Sometimes you're playing and it's snowing in the game. Sometimes it's a jungle.
Oh, level.
Yeah,
you don't mean level like level
like
20.
zones.
You mean like, yes, each zone is a different biome, yes.
Yeah. Oh, bio.
And
it's
like,
similar.
Okay. It's not each level, but like, yeah,
It's a Minecraft
usually for
player,
like
clearly.
between sort of 1 and 3 levels, there's like a different biome, like different zone.
I think my brother played World of Warcraft.
Whoa.
I still play retail just because I've been playing with the same guys for like 15 years, so.
You're still fucking live. Go point to Jerusalem, Seth. What are you doing? Do your dawn prayer.
I mean, I'm not playing right now because the patch hasn't come out yet, so everything's kind of like in hibernation until the next raid. My Death Knight's already like capped in all his gear.
You should play Stardew Valley.
It's like Harvest Moon, but
Stardew
I played
Valley.
Harvest Moon 64 way back when, but
They updated it a couple months ago. Now there's carrots.
oh, carrots! You're kidding me. Any other tubers?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I genuinely think that Stardew Valley might be a superior game to World of Warcraft.
Well, it depends. I mean, it's a different type of game. If you like farming games, then yeah. I mean, the thing is, I believe it's like the spiritual successor to Harvest Moon, and that shit was like impossible to find because of how like beloved it was.
Ooh.
Probably is like peak farming game if you ever want. I mean, if anyone likes farming games, like Stardew Valley is like it.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to pray to fucking Mecca, not Jerusalem. I'm such a shit Arab. Why did no one correct me? What the fuck?
I wasn't sure if you were wrong or not.
Oh,
Yeah, neither was I. I had no idea.
to be fair, it's more racist if I say Jerusalem. If I get it wrong, right? It makes me sound ignorant.
What other games do you play, Loner?
I mean, like,
just
maybe
this one?
I was willing to accept that, like, the dawn prayer you pray towards Jerusalem. Sure, why not?
What made you stop playing WoW?
I just got bored.
Mm-hmm. Did you still like same? Like, did you leave like while the same group was together, or was like people left and then you kind of lost interest then?
No, I tended to leave guilds earlier than most people. So usually the people I knew would chug on longer than me. Because I had just had other interests. Like I was into music, I was into fucking like reading and whatever else, streaming. So.
You play? What do you play? Music.
The instruments in my house: guitar, piano, drums, bass.
Oh, I did not see them behind you.
Yeah. I used to do like solo recording stuff. Like I would self-produce everything from the bottom up.
What made you decide to start or to try streaming?
I don't know. I think I was just like, I watched Vosh debates during COVID and thought that looks fun when he was just arguing with crazy neo-Nazis.
And is it everything you've always hoped it to be? Is this your career or do you have a job outside this?
This is my full-time job. Bro, I've been streaming for 15 hours. How am I going to have another job?
I don't know. It's Sunday, dude. I mean, I work tomorrow, but I mean, I don't. So I guess it doesn't, even when I'm working, it doesn't really stop me from fucking talking and just playing video games, so. Power of remote work, man.
Fucking hell.
It's better.
No Shabbat.
It's not Shabbat.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's fucking not. It's Sunday.
Okay, when's Shabbat? Hold on. Actually, you know what? Hey, no, hold on. Actually, let's Google quick.
Shabbat is Friday night.
Spider, did you see the video that I found of
prayers?
Spider, did you find it? Did you see the video that I found of you in real life?
That ass?
I found a
What?
video of you in real life.
You've been dogged, Spider.
I'll show you
What's
in
that?
a minute. Hang on.
Health warning.
Do you like cats?
No, I don't.
Depends on the cat.
Well, then you got some explaining to do.
Mountain lions are cool
IRL.
and very soft.
Dogs? Wahoo.
Okay.
Hey, LonerBox.
Do you call cats the N-word? Yeah, I do.
That's how I know.
Jesus.
Okay.
I think Little Bugs are mean.
No, I'm not. Here it
Fucking
is.
meme,
I found
dude.
you on Twitter. You see that? Share screen. Okay, you ready?
Who is that?
It's you. Look, listen. You're listening. Look, listen.
Oh, God.
What's up? Hello.
Are you nice, nigga?
Hello.
Do not mess with this though, bro.
What the?
You wanna stretch, nigga? You wanna stretch? Have you ever stretched before? Oh, you ain't never stretched, bro. My fault. I ain't mean to touch you like that, bro.
Hello, baby.
Don't mess with that.
Bro.
Got him.
First of all, I'm not chubby, okay? I don't have dreads, okay? Or braids, or it's called.
Yeah, you lost weight and cut them off because you got caught red-handed.
Yeah, I know. I think David has dreads, though.
He's in witness protection.
Wait, Sev's darker than me, though. Come on. That's probably Sev. It's probably like Sev's twin or some shit. In America.
Is Sev black?
I mean, yeah, he is darker than me, though. I know that for a fact. He can probably get past in the hood saying N-word, so, you know, he's so dark. He's dark as fuck. So dark. I think, but if LonerBox was in the hood and he said that, might be some problems.
What if I said that? Was you in the video?
I think if you're just in the hood, period, you'd have some problems.
Yeah, I would be.
Yeah, Sev. I think people might like avoid Sev because, you know, he's Arab. You know, or people in America they're kind of hostile towards the Arabs. You know. Oh, how long is the stream, bro?
I don't know.
15 hours.
15 hours.
Until he gets to 60.
Wait, the stream.
Are you actually? Are you like hype training this to 60?
No. That would take so long.
I know. I was just saying.
That's obscene.
Everyone's been saying it in chat and shit. I'm like, is that real?
There's ain't no
Whoever
way.
you expected in the
Impossible.
hood, they would fall in love with the accent. He doesn't really have an accent though. It's like some fucking like some that Scottish accent.
How many super chats do I have to do to get you?
It's literally impossible. There's no heckin' way. Okay, there's 2 stealth guys here. I might die. I don't have potions. Fuck. Fucking go ahead. Look at these guys. 3 of them. 3 little buggers.
Jesus.
Look at that. That's
What's
horrible.
your thoughts on
man.
Canadians?
I feel like
Pretty
this
dumb,
is
right?
watching Sisyphus push a boulder up a mountain.
Well, really, I mean, he can make the top.
Wait,
Just-
a little busy right now.
This fits into the fucking deal with stealth rogues, okay?
Yeah, fuck that. I just gotta kill them. It's the only way to keep safe. It's preemptive.
Preemptive strike. They're saber rattling. Look at him there. They're just standing there.
Where is he? Look.
Menacingly.
They're
He got
properly
a
invisible.
vaguely UK accent. We don't know what the difference.
You know, that's actually how you can tell if someone's aggressive towards you or not. You just click on them and see if their health bar is red. That means they're.
Yeah.
Oh, so they, like Israel clearly clicked on Iran and their bar wasn't yellow. So you know, I feel like that's good enough.
Hey, how long was the Teuton debate? Like 3 hours?
A while.
Oh my god,
I
bro.
wouldn't call it a debate. It was more of a massacre.
Wow.
Yeah, it was bad. It was really bad.
You were crashing out on him though. You got really mad. Spider.
Like a 3v1 though. That was.
It was like we. Dude, I don't know, man. I did. I mean, I think me and
What did you
David
guys
crashed
talk
out.
about?
Oh, Iran fucking nuclear bullshit.
Man, he actually
And just
genuinely
Israel-
thinks I'm paid. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
As soon as they came out, that goes where he says Israel is a cancer and a rabid dog that needs to be put down. It's like, okay, everything that there isn't really. That's kind of it, though. Like, you don't need to go any
he
further
wants
than
Iran
that.
to have
The
a
idea that
nuke
goes
so
like,
they can threaten the country or some shit, yeah. Or so they can just carry on attacking them without interruption.
I don't get what the conversation exists. So once you hit that point, so if someone says they believe that Israel is a cancer and a rabid dog that needs to be put down, then discussing like, was there really an imminent threat from Iran? You're like, why are you discussing this? You don't care.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling that's why you switched to the how did Zionism start?
Well, I think LonerBox is the one who asked if we wanted to start back. Like, we can't really resolve this because he goes,
from the basics. Because obviously, when you get someone to go through the history of Zionism, like literally, I think the way they talk about it is like in their head, literally just a bunch of fucking whites on horses came in and started fucking like slashing people's heads off and torturing and raping everyone in their way, and that's how the state of Israel was formed. But it's like once you actually like go back, okay, what happened in 1880? Okay, what happened in 1917? What happened in the mid-20s? Like, it's so benign, like compared to the way people treat it anyway. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like Teuton, every time like we have a conversation, I think he makes me more like a Ben Gavir type of guy. Okay, like he's like converting me into like a Ben Gavir, like BB type of person. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
why are you so happy about America bombing the nuclear sites, Spider?
Why me?
Yeah.
It's fucking base, dude. Holy shit. Why? I don't really care. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I don't care if people in chat. You can cope and cry. I don't give a fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
oh man, the snark Discord's gonna
Iran,
be molding about this take that I've taken as well.
Discord, Discord, you can
no actual arguments, but just loads of fucking cope.
Yeah, you can cope. You can cope. Oh, please, Iran, it's bad. You can't bomb Iran. It's bad, guys. Please. I don't give a fuck. Okay. Iran was funding proxies, okay, funding and arming proxies, okay, and your fucking dog shit argument against us like, oh, what about the U.S., man? What about the U.S. funding proxies? Yeah, it's bad. The fuck, hello. And Iran should not have nuclear weapons.
You could probably make the argument that Iran has killed out of the countries, like as an actual state actor, as a country, that maybe Iran has killed more Americans than any other country in the past, I don't know, 20, 30 years.
I think
Iran and Afghanistan are not actual state actors for most of the time.
I mean, they're funded by Pakistan. Well, they're kind of like sympathize with Pakistan, right? Like the.
So that's an argument. I don't know if that's ever been proven that they were funded by Pakistan.
The Taliban?
Are there any people that like
are being dismissed to calm down? What?
Are there any people that are like not the whole like destroy Israel and all like they don't think that, but they think like Iran good, or is it just those are like lockstep opinions basically?
Some people are like pacifistic. Yeah, to most people it's probably not that easy to because like how all these actors behave, Hezbollah, Hamas, they all operate in a way that their threat is very difficult to perceive. Like they do that, right? A good example is, how Hamas is like, they literally hide in tunnels underneath all the civilian buildings, and then they make sure that no one reports when any militants died. So it's like, it does just look like Israel's like fucking just lamping a bunch of civilians across the entire place because it's by design, right? It's supposed to look like that. That's what Hamas wants. It's the same with Iran. Like it looks like Iran's just kind of doing nothing, right? But that's what they want. Again, it looks like they just got fucking blitzed for no reason. This might sound
unhinged, but like,
Agnos was trying to say something.
I might be down. Go ahead, Agnos. Proceed.
Okay, get this guy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I also think it's important to point out that many of the people who oppose the United States and Israel in this, like, they're not doing it because they're not necessarily doing it because they like Iran or they support the Iranian regime. They're doing it because they perceive this as an act of, like, American imperialism. And they oppose American imperialism.
Well, those people might just be opposed to any U.S. action. So, and the thing is that it's easy to say. It's always it never feels good to take any action that involves killing because it's always just easier to do nothing. It goes, well, what if we just did nothing? Let's just wait and see. And it's always, but the reality is you never actually know if you're right because the thing is, if you don't wait, you have no alternate reality where what happens if we did wait, and if we don't wait, then no one ever goes back and says, you know what, I think it was like, because then we just didn't do anything, and no one's ever going back in time with that. Like no one goes back and says, like, I was the guy holding the sign that said Hitler hadn't attacked us yet. No one owns up to that stuff. So there's just a next wait and see.
Also, just in terms of the debate from before, it's also worth mentioning that the UN and sanctions didn't stop, Iraq, Syria, or North Korea. So you can imagine how Israel is pretty nervous.
Yeah, looking at how North Korea got their weapons would be really probably informative for the thing about Iran. I should do that.
Yeah, I mean,
do you think the Iraq War was justified?
Nope.
Me? Hell yeah.
Wait, what? Why?
Oh, no, I'm talking about Desert Storm.
That's not the Iraq War. That's the Gulf War.
War, you idiot!
Well, wasn't didn't
Obviously, the
invade
Iraq War was justified,
because
man. Korea needed help. Come on, guys.
I mean, was the Iraq War
I
that
mean,
bad? Come
I
on,
think
come on.
okay. I'm willing to argue this one. I think. I think that the American government lied to Americans about why they're going into Iraq. However, I do think there is an argument that maybe there should be a country that goes in and takes out a dictator who's gassing his own people, firing Scud missiles and killing, I mean, ironically, Iranians, but killing tons of other people in other countries. I think it is justifiable for America to have gone into Iraq. I just think that they lied about why they were doing it to Americans.
This is, I think, I found this convincing as well, because remember the context of it, and I remember learning this way back in college, was that remember what happened with the Western forces, with Britain and America, and intervention just a few years earlier. It was Kosovo, right? And look how successful that was, right? The intervention in Kosovo was so fucking popular. When you had like people in Kosovo, Muslims, right? Like Albanian Muslims, naming their fucking kids after Bill Clinton and Tony Blair, singing songs for them about them stopping genocide and building statues for them. Like the amount of fucking, like Kosovo is probably one of the most, still to this day, the most pro-Western, pro-American country in the entire fucking world, and obviously that happens, and they do that with mostly just with air power, just with bombing Yugoslavia for a little while. It's like, yeah, they probably did think that they could just go and do that like anywhere, right?
So to re-answer Hangno's question,
there's
I was in favor.
There's about a million things that make Kosovo completely different from fucking Iraq.
Yeah, right? I know they learned that the hard way, right? But like, I kind of see where that, like, that argument makes sense to me, is that like these guys were just so fucking high on their own farts after Kosovo that they really just like they genuinely believed that they could pull that off in somewhere like Iraq.
Okay, so the first Persian, the Persian Gulf War, the first one, okay, is base. Okay, I'll go fuck. You can cry in chat.
What, Kuwait?
It was in.
Yeah.
It wasn't in. It wasn't. It was some parts of Kuwait and some parts of Iraq. I got the map.
Okay.
It's because Iraq invaded Kuwait.
Oh my god, dude.
Did a war of conquest against Kuwait? You think that was base?
Health warning.
The Iraq attack on Kuwait, or no? He fixed the war against Iraq, stopping them from going farther.
Yeah, the Americans.
Yeah, I think the war in Iraq, okay, the Persian Gulf War, during in the 1990s, were base as fuck, okay, for fucking dumbass Saddam Hussein annexing Kuwait, okay, is base for the United States bombing the fuck out of Iraq. I don't give a fuck. Okay. If you're gonna act imperialist, get fucking shit on, okay? Like, get fucking your shit pushed in, okay? Look at Russia, get your shit pushed in, okay?
And
same thing
also, by the way, Spider,
Iran.
By the way, Spider, what's interesting is that Dick Cheney was one of the generals to go into the first Gulf War, and he wrote a letter actually to Israel thanking them for blowing up the Iraqi reactor, because otherwise they'd be facing a nuclear Iraq with weapons of mass destruction. Ironically, also the vice president, when they go into Iraq, thinking that Saddam Hussein by now has weapons of mass destruction.
Seb, get this version off stream, man. Seb, shut the fuck up. Okay, what's your fucking take on our fucking first Iraq war, dumbass? Okay, you think it was based for Iraq to annex fucking Kuwait?
Why do you keep calling it the first Iraq war?
Was it? What? It's a Persian Gulf.
Yeah, but you keep calling it the first Iraq war.
What's next? Okay, what's next?
It's from the future. Area, there's a second one coming. He just,
Yeah, it's a funny future. Okay, so it's the second one. Is it Kuwait like hello? Isn't Kuwait hello small? Is it next to fucking Iraq? Yeah, it's like above Iraq, right?
Oh yeah, but
below Iraq.
I want to say that
no?
Saddam Hussein wanted Kuwait because of like this. They used this like dumb Ottoman era
150,000 Palestinians. So is that your just legit? Okay, bro. I don't fucking care. Yeah, it's bad. We want to say it's bad.
Okay.
What do you want me to say? It's bad, okay?
Well, yeah, what do we say? It's bad, man. Okay, what's your argument? Fuck. Kuwait was invaded. Yeah, I am right. I'm always right. Okay.
True.
Yeah, the Kuwait was
Wasn't
expelling
it,
fucking
like-
Palestinians is bad. Yeah,
No, they expelled them
Nuclear
because the
alliance at all?
Palestinians sided with Saddam Hussein.
Are you memeing or
Well,
not?
because
memeing?
Arafat did, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Ooh,
why.
kinda, wait, hold on,
Kuwait
hold
got
on.
rid of that.
Wait, one in the back. So the Palestinian leader nigga, he sided with Saddam.
Yes.
What?
Cringe.
Yeah, I actually have a theory in history that the Palestinians have really never had a good leader, and
Yeah,
that's
kinda
really
sad.
wait they're in the mess they're in.
Wait, hold on. Let me get straight. Can we just bring it back real quick? So
They
the
haven't had a good
Palestinian leader sided with Saddam
all the
Hussein annexing
Palestinians'
Kuwait.
fault.
Yep.
They also attempted, or they killed the Jordanian king.
You like that fact, don't you? You love that story.
Wait, let's just run it back. Oh my god.
After much thought and consideration, I've determined that they have not had a good leader.
Wait, so let's run it back. So the Palestinians hate Israelis for like taking over Palestinian land.
Yeah.
But 1990s, but they side with Saddam Hussein annexing Kuwait.
Yeah.
You know what? It's okay, man.
Desert Storm.
Y'all just funny, man.
I feel
Yeah,
like
just-
Spider just became a little bit more Ben Gavir.
That's as funny as fuck. That's as funny. Saddam. It's like sound like a dumbass. Holy shit. Yeah. Wait, did he support
Yeah, I
like
think the
economically or military? Like, did he send him
I
like
don't know.
Palestinian like? Okay.
I mean, surely it was just
I don't know.
vibes.
I think it was
right?
politically
There's no
primarily, but
material.
they also have the Palestinians when they were in Jordan and they rose up against the king. They militarily, it's hard to say militarily. I mean, besides assassination, they had their own police force in the country, so they were kind of like their own thing there. So I don't know if that was similar in Kuwait, but it was also like that in Lebanon as well. They like really messed up Lebanon quite a bit. I mean, they weren't the only ones, but they definitely added to the mess.
The scientific term is they
That's-
neutralized him.
That's just funny as fuck, man. Yeah, that's like a fat ass L that the Palestinians took, bro. Like siding with Saddam, that's fucking funny, man.
Pretty fucked. Pretty gupped.
Bro, y'all can't talk shit. I don't care, bro.
Unless he won. Unless he won, then it's a genius move.
Yeah.
Who, for Palestinians? I mean, I guess, but
Saddam.
Kuwait has lots of oil
like,
and gold.
I mean, wouldn't the IDF control the area? Like, wouldn't it be like hella like stretched out and shit with the border and shit with the Jordan, like Syria?
Yeah.
Isn't Israel
Yeah,
mostly cool
Saddam?
with Jordan at this point?
50-50. Kind of. They still have like some border disputes, right?
With Jordan?
Right? No.
No, isn't it the fucking river? Isn't it just that's?
I thought they had like a whole like border dispute and like they had to like bring in like UN troops or some shit at the border.
I don't think so.
Or I could be wrong.
I mean the whole river to the sea thing. I mean that river's a pretty solid point there for everyone to.
I mean, rivers can change.
Well, in theory, Jordan owned the West Bank
Yeah,
and
I
Jerusalem.
saw that Twitter post too. Yes, I see the erosion of land.
All right, I'm reading from Google. Okay, Saddam Hussein attempted to frame his invasion of Kuwait as a way to pressure the world against Israel to link the situation in the Gulf to the Palestine cause. He offered a withdrawal from Kuwait if Israel withdrew from the occupied. Just invade Israel then. What the, bro?
Yeah, but like
Saddam thought that
Israel doesn't have oil.
Saddam thought the Kuwaiti royal family was like in collusion with Israel to try and destroy the
Why not
Iraq.
bro?
Wasn't it purely just to get like more access to the Persian Gulf though?
Yeah, but he also did
Israel's
genuinely
far
believe
away
in, like,
from
Actual
he
reason?
genuinely did believe the monarchy
Right.
was like collaborating with Israel. Yeah, Saddam was a bad dude, and he ran a lot of bad boys.
Who was worse,
Bro,
Saddam
that's
Hussein or Hitler?
Corn pop,
Probably Hitler, right?
probably Hitler.
I wonder, like, I feel like the
I
Soviets.
mean, I think you can tell by the mustache.
I mean, the mustache is not that
Okay,
bad.
mustache to mustache. Who had a better mustache? Stalin or Saddam Hussein?
Stalin.
I mean, like, probably like a
Yeah.
young Stalin. Like, that nigga had war, bro. Like, you see the nigga's jawline? That's just crazy.
Yeah, but I'm saying no one could pull off the Nazi leader's mustache. So obviously, if he can do
Charlie
it,
Chaplin.
Yeah, that's a
it's
Charlie
because it's so
Chaplin,
much
yeah.
worse. Yeah, but Charlie Chaplin was like one of the funniest people at the time. So I'm just saying you have to be like one of the best to pull off the mustache. I think you're proving my point.
Whoa.
You said
No, it's
nobody,
crazy.
which means you only need one to break that.
Nobody on the evil
Didn't Michael
side.
Jordan do it for a while? I think he did.
Ooh, Michael Jordan?
And why did he
Yeah, Michael
stop?
Jordan had
Because he
had
couldn't
that.
pull it off.
I don't think so.
Also, the best basketball player.
Okay, I'm sorry, Steve down
So
the
if
street.
you
Is it really
really-
going to work for you? Like, what do you want from me?
So, if you're like really good at something, you can have a Hitler stash. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
like,
exactly what he's
look at,
saying. He's based as fuck.
Look at
Yes. Have you seen
Are
the
you great?
profile picture?
Are they great?
uh,
Are they great people with Hitler stashes, or are they great because of the Hitler stashes?
probably because of the Hitler stash.
Would
Yeah,
anyone
that's
have laughed at
fucking
Charlie
funny, man.
Chaplin if he had a full mustache?
Hey, that's some news to me, man. The whole like past, the whole fucking like the Yasser Arafat nigga like supporting fucking Saddam. That's fucking funny, man. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Bit fucked. Bit goofy.
What was Jordan like during that time? What were they doing? Just chilling?
Yeah. When 90s.
Was
I'm pretty sure
yeah,
if you
in
look
the
at the
90s,
list of
early
countries in that coalition against Iraq was like massive. It was like all the Gulf states, and
yeah.
I think Syria was in it as well, weren't they? Wasn't Syria even involved in the coalition against?
It was Kuwait, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, France, the United Kingdom, the United States, the coalition versus Iraq, and that's it. And I think that's right.
Was the coalition against Saddam Hussein one of the things that really pissed Bin Laden off?
Probably.
Due to like
Yeah,
U.S. military presence in Saudi Arabia.
Breaking news,
I
guys!
could be
Breaking!
wrong.
Breaking news! There are sirens in Israel.
That's not
Like,
What happened?
okay.
Isn't it? Isn't
Don't
it
know
every
where
day,
it's
though?
coming from.
It's like very normal.
Yeah, it's not
Are
every
you,
day.
wait, are you in? No.
Right now, it's every day. Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna use a fucking like didn't the Yasser Arafat nigga like support Saddam? That's what I'm gonna use my argument. Okay, when a pro-Palestinian guy be like, yeah, I support Hamas. Okay, I'm gonna use that argument. Okay.
Loner,
Okay.
you had your view of like the final, like what was going to eventually happen for Israel Palestine was pretty, it was a little on the dark side. Do you like if to make things better, what could theoretically happen? Do you think it's the U.S. that would have to try and like do something, or is it is there any way off that path basically?
Probably a U.S. president, but there also probably needs to be an internal revolt in Israel and in Palestine, and they need to wise the fuck up and get rid of their shit leaders.
Do you think?
Might say-
Because in terms, do you see either like? I mean, do you think Israel or Palestinians have any like? Do you think either of them have any chance of ever really kind of revolting against their? Like, what would ever build a taste for peace for them? Because I mean, they've been there, they've had a taste for peace. They never finished it. But what would? Because war builds a taste for less trusting. What would ever build towards peace?
I don't know. I don't think either of them are going to do it. I think they're just going to keep fighting until
I
one of
think
them is
it's good,
dead.
bro.
I
Well, my
agree.
hypothetical peace scenario.
They're just going to duke it out until one side all dies. That's all that's going to happen. There's no stopping
Yes and no.
Fucked.
I agree.
it. Cooked.
I think what I see in the future is probably hopefully in the
Shagged.
future, two-state solution and like between the borders, There gotta be like a DMZ zone, bro. And make Jerusalem, okay? Make that shit a demilitarized zone, okay?
There is no dude. I had some hope until I read that report, like the 2024 one, like on like going through all the different things that maybe they might want. Motherfucker, Peel got it right the first time. They cannot get along. They're just like, fuck, dude. There's just no hope here.
Wait, what's like?
There's no getting along.
What's like the basic like stuff that like Palestinian wants? Like, what do they want?
Israel. They want Israel.
Yeah,
they want a one-state
Arab
Arab state, and they
thing?
want them. Yeah, they voted in Hamas. Like that was the one they won that election. The thing is that they want an area they own a full right of return, which means that the Jews would be a minority. And then the question would be, what would they do? Well, I would say the exact same thing every single time they've ever held votes. They've never held a vote and said, you know what, we want equality with Israelis. No, they don't.
Didn't Hamas get in power because they ran on like an anti-corruption campaign?
Pretty sure
they were also rejectionists.
Yeah, and they'll walk them in the ocean. It was like I think their opening charter was like, we will walk the Jews into the ocean. People were like based. And then they killed their opponents. And then they never held elections again.
Well, to be fair, when they killed their opponents, it was preemptive self-defense because
that is actually true. The thing
trying
is
to coup Hamas first.
I do. That is true. Yes.
It was the only two times in the 20th century where there's been the only two times, in that conflict where there's been preemptive self-defense was the 6 Day War and Hamas.
Do you agree? Like, so in terms of that, do you agree with them trying to coup Hamas after they won?
Yeah, bro. Hamas should be fucking wiped off the face of the earth. Fuck them.
Because I don't know what you. So when you have an election, and let's say that like imagine the U.S. had an election, and there was one president who's running on, we're going to destroy both Canada and Mexico.
Like the fact is that if you're a Palestinian, if you're a Palestinian leader, you should understand that like you can have these like national unity talks and all that, but if Hamas is literally just not interested in any fucking budging on Israel, it's like you already know. You can even see it in 2006. It's like, bro, if Hamas has any control over anything, they are literally just going to get us all killed. Like that's what they do. Like even in the Second Intifada, like the Hamas's whole thing is. Like they make their problem everyone's problem, right? Yeah, like they can't just fucking find a little place where them and the Jews can fight on their own. They literally need to like it becomes it's their family's problem. It becomes the neighborhood's problem. Like it's fucked.
Do you think like the whole area? Because like Israel wants like all of fucking Gaza, right? Pretty much, right? Or am I tripping? Or like all the West Bank, right? Or under, right?
Yeah. Pretty much.
I think Israel needs. I think the whole like. I think the whole place needs like another Yugoslavia.
Attitude adjustment.
We need a whole Yugoslavia.
What do you mean another Yugoslavia, Spider?
We gotta break it up again. Okay, we gotta split it up. Okay, I'm tired of fucking Israel.
What are you gonna balkanize Israel into?
I am gonna balkanize Israel. Okay, the Middle East is pretty much just the Baltics, bro.
Just a whole lot of Balkan. That's how. Just a little Balkan here, a little Balkan there.
How? Saying like we gotta like move up we gotta remove the sellers. Okay, we gotta
Loner, what is it like in your conversations? Your solution doesn't seem to come up. Like, I mean, when you're having conversations with people who are pro-Palestinian, the eventual thought of saying like they're all doomed, because I feel like wouldn't that be relevant to discussing with someone saying like your ultimate view is they're all doomed?
No, it depends on what. Obviously, like if I thought it was like 100% inevitable, there's no going back. Then yeah, I'd probably just kill myself or just never talk about it. But no, yeah, there is obviously like. I would like to try. I'd like to try and push for like what I believe in for it. Okay, this guy is just not one to get killed. Holy shit.
Okay, the Baltics and the Balkans sound similar. Okay, shut the fuck up. 6 states in Israel. What doesn't work though?
You're just getting like layered debuffs.
I'm gonna go to Israel real quick. I think we're just like we gotta nuke Jerusalem. I'm not gonna hold you. I think people like get so like ass mad about Jerusalem. Like what's like? Do they even have oil in Jerusalem or what?
Wait, did you say nuke Jerusalem? Is that what I just heard?
Yeah, like
just like remove all the holy sites. You can't dispute holy sites.
Man, womp. That shit was there for like 1,000 years ago, dude. They still like the Israelis and Palestinians, bro. They argue about some like dog shit ass like landmass. There's like no oil and fucking like what the fuck? Look at the architecture, dude. It's like all like sandy and like sand bricks. Like what? Like Lucifer. Like there's like a golden ass dome and shit. What is this?
Just hearing it's like, hang on, where is it? It just feels like it's just all I'm hearing is like it's like burn
I'm
Jerusalem
tired.
to the ground, incinerate all that divides and distinguishes, make chaos.
Like,
take the world.
because like this nuke Jerusalem, dude. Because like the Israel's getting ass mad about Jerusalem, the Arabs get ass mad about Jerusalem.
Yeah, stop.
Like,
Okay, can you just stop joking about like nuking countries, please? It's not funny. It's not TOS.
Whoa, Jerusalem. All right, fine. Okay, respectfully. Okay, this is my actual take. Okay, no memes. Okay. Hopefully the two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. Hopefully down the line, Palestinians can have their own military. I don't really know about the West Bank. I think Israel wouldn't let the West Bank be converted into a two-state solution. Probably not, right?
I think it's pretty clear. Spiders inherited the flame of frenzy over here.
Yeah.
Right. I think the West Bank would be possible to be in the two-state solution, no?
Should be. Has to be. What else are you gonna do?
It should be, but like I think the IDF, like I think Israel wouldn't let the West Bank be part of the two-state solution, no?
You think a two-state solution is going to involve just Gaza, the city-state of Gaza?
I mean, like respectfully, come on, it's Israel, man. Come on.
I mean, West Bank is Swiss cheese at this point, so the idea of like, oh man, it's just getting further and further away.
I mean, like, isn't the West Bank kind of cooked? Kind of like, aren't they like surrounded by like Israel shit?
Yeah,
they're all cooked.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the West Bank. I think it's impossible for the West Bank to be part of
the best time for peace was 1945.
Yeah,
but the fucking
I think if the Arabs accepted Peel, bro, if the Arabs accepted Peel. Yeah. And then they just didn't.
As someone with a bad attention
Jews would be
span,
fucked.
Are there any good YouTube channels?
Wait, were Nazis?
Were they? Absolutely.
Loner and Friends.
I don't think they've been screwed. I think they've gone well. The thing is that. So, do you know about like? So, I mean, sure you do. They, when they were originally writing the Declaration or whatever their independence thing is for Israel, that like they had to like come to an agreement on what their borders would be in the actual text. Where like some of them were pushing for like saying we'll only take the deal, period. So others were pushing we want to say that we declare all of like ancient Judeo-Samaria. And like what they ended up actually coming to an agreement on was basically saying we will agree to the plan, and that way you could sell it to the liberals by saying, hey, as long as everyone gets along, then that's what we'll get, right? And you sell it to the conservatives by saying like, hey, we'll say we'll agree to it, but they won't, wink wink, and that means we get so much. And so it's like if they had just proven the liberals correct, because I think it would have worked. Like that whole plan was basically just said like you could go to both sides and go, we agree with you, they're peaceful, so write this. The other side goes, we agree with you, they're bloodthirsty, so agree to this. And if they had been peaceful, I think that would have gained, like, the ones who were right are the ones who gained power. Am I wrong?
No.
No?
Okay,
I'm sorry. I literally just... I'm sorry. I just crashed out. My fucking
it's
brain.
fine, it's fine.
Fuck.
Sure. Shorthand. I think if they accepted the plan, that the peace would like they wouldn't have Israel would have accepted the plan if the other side had accepted the plan.
Yeah. So like theoretically, you could have just had Peel, and then Israel only gets like 10% of the land, and then they're like, oh fuck, cooked.
Wait, Peel said 10%.
So was it 15, 10? It was a fucking straight. It's small. Have you seen the Peel Commission map?
I didn't know. Holy crap! I didn't even know Peel did a map. I was reading that thing.
37.
I got my good dog. Yeah. I got my good dogs for that. Let's go. I can actually use my
it's pretty wee. It's pretty tiny.
You think if not a two-state solution, you think like maybe like a Chechnya type of situation, like kind of like
Chechnya.
Dude, Peel recommended keeping British rule.
Temporarily, I think there's gonna be like internationalizing or some shit. Yeah, the little fucking gooey thing in the middle, the little teardrop.
Okay.
Yeah,
I have to. So I can see. I understand this because this makes from a standpoint of like this seems like you are trying more contiguous over anything else. So because I know that when they were trying to draw the two for the actual UN partition plan, because you're doing your best to try and get up as many as you can of each side. It's like redistricting in the United States. It goes, what are you trying to whatever you try and do to maximize one variable screws with the other variables. And so it looks like this one, their goal was more contiguity versus saying, so you could say, well, I want more equal land. I want more people in certain areas. And so,
But so there's like a transfer involved in it as well. Like they would transfer a bunch of Arabs and a bunch of Jews to their respective states. Yeah.
Yeah. Because the partition plan, at least the UN one, involved like what's like 45% of the other one would be Arab. So
yeah.
And also, another thing I found out that I never hear people mention: the Jewish side was going to pay the Arab side because the Jews had all the money, and so it would have been like a rich side and a poor side. The Arab side was going to get paid by the Jewish side.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that's kind of always, Israel has always been willing to even go like, so like for the right of return, they would be willing to resolve it by paying other countries to take the refugees.
I believe this was the map proposed by Peel, right? Israel would have been the green. British would have held temporarily, I think, the Tel Aviv-Jerusalem corridor, Bethlehem. And this all is Palestine. That would have been chill. It also would have been really easy to invade Palestine, because Israel, because they just have to cut this bit off and they're fucked.
Yeah, what about the United Nations? Tel Aviv, are those the only actual Jewish settlements? No. But again, if everyone actually accepted it, then the thing is that actually would have been the move. Like, I don't know why they were so obvious about like, no, we will just. I guess they were so certain they'd win, so there was no thought to be deceptive.
I don't know. Like, some people, I need to look more into it, what they actually said. But some people are convinced like it was just like just anti-Semitism from the start. Like it was the fact that it was a Jewish state. Like you just couldn't have that existing. It wasn't allowed to. I don't know if it was that or if it was nationalism or because they thought they would win or I don't know.
It's also the thing is you need to get a thumb on what the people there actually thought. I've read some of the Peel Commission because even like if you try and read text from back then, because you need to find something that says, what did people think back in 1910 as a general vibe? And I'm like, you think you're going to find that for the collapsed Ottoman Empire?
Yeah, with like no survey data, or it's so difficult to get anything from that.
And usually those texts aren't turned into PDF. Like when I had to read the Peel Commission, I didn't have a text of it. I was literally reading like brown paper that scanned. Shippy cray. No, that's always actually. When you're dealing with that, when people are trying to interpret what people want, like I said, the thing that I've seen both with Cenk Uygur and even both with Doobie and Prime Kais is that it's an idea of saying what do they want and what's in people's hearts and minds, basically. How would you get a thumb on what people's hearts and minds are? Especially if you, other than polling, is there anything else?
Ask Project videos. Get Corey to put a camera in their face and be silly.
Let's see.
I don't know.
Mandates for Palestine.
Oh my god, that guy's gonna pull 3 guys to me. Oh shit.
Because polling and elections are the problem is when someplace doesn't have elections, then you don't know what people want. Or if they get killed if they say something against the current regime, you also don't know how much opposition there is. Because like one thing for the US, motherfucker, we will tell, like we have our disapproval rates. We are not afraid to tell you we disapprove of our. We don't shut up about it.
Wait, I say your name?
How did that guy break my blind?
That's what,
the fuck?
Okay, okay, 2 questions, okay? What do you think is gonna what do you think overall is should realistically happen with the whole Israel Palestine thing?
I agreed with actually pretty much dead on with what LonerBox said. The thing is that so long as I thought perhaps there was a chance, not so much for a 2-state solution, but almost like a federation, because the only hope would be because to create something where they're somewhat separate from each other, with the thought they'd almost become like the United Kingdom eventually. But they don't even want that. At this point, after reading that polling, they have mutually exclusive desires. And that like once you even give them the option of other, the idea of like even any sort of peaceful situation drops to like 8%. And so the only people who even have any desire for peace are like Arab Israelis. And there's not enough of them to do anything like about this. And so if I'm dealing with 2 groups of people who have no desire for peace, you can't force it on them. You can't make them want it. And it's been 75 years of them not wanting it. Do I think another 100 years is going to suddenly make them want it? The answer is no. So at this point, because it's disputed territory, they will continue to take settlements. They will continue to expand those settlements, and they will continue to continually push out, not even like whether it's pushing out or whatever it is, they'll subsume enough of the area that there's so few of them, and hopefully that everyone stops caring. And then once there's few enough Palestinians, they'll just annex all of them and make them all Israeli citizens, whether they want it. Because if there's not enough of them to threaten their majority, then they'll just annex the whole area. And so long as we do nothing, the thing is that Israel is the one winning and is just slowly subsuming. It's freaking never mind, I was gonna make a Dark Souls reference, but that's not important. But no, it's just Palestinians can't win, and their only hope is to look so sad and pathetic that everyone comes to save them, but no one's going to. The best you're going to get is a bunch of white liberals in America holding signs and like apparently killing Jewish people, which isn't really helping.
Do you think Do you think like the West Bank and Gaza can probably do like a Taiwan type of situation? Well, it's pretty much like
The thing is, Taiwan, you have the fact that they were separate, and it was a government that like left China to go do that with some backing. Like these situations are so unique that there's nothing about Israel-Palestine that's similar to it. The whole fact that even any two-state solution, even if you won now, it would look like two states fucking. It's like while eating Swiss cheese. Like it's that they're so ingrained in each other, and they don't trust each other at all. And I couldn't even tell them to. In what world could I tell either side that goes trust the Israelis or trust the Palestinians? And if you can't get them, and if they have no good reason to trust each other, then they won't, at which point they'll just continue to kill each other, which makes them trust each other least. It's a death spiral, and it ends with Palestine losing unless the world decides to apparently just kill all the Jews, which I don't suspect they will.
What about like a Chechnya type of situation? Like
what's that?
Their own.
Yeah, fucking hell. I'm so bored of doing proposals to fucking fix the conflict.
It's cooked, bro. Like, how would I do it?
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's kind of it. Is that actually no? There is one solution. The solution is they have to want peace. There has to. If they...
Okay, guys. Hey, Dauber, thanks for the $10. As someone with a bad attention span, are there any good YouTube channels that cover Middle East history topics? You'd suggest Loner and Friends. Would be cool to see you talk with Preston. You both seem fair-minded. I quite like Ryan Chapman. Watch some of him off stream. He seems cool. There's also a small channel called What is Politics, I think he's called. I need to find out his actual name. But he's very small channel, but he's quite cool. He's quite good delivery. He's got a good vibe. There's also, these guys are yapping away when there's only one solution, okay? Intifada, revolution. Alright. Fuck these fucking quests, man. This is so grim. You sound so tired. I'm fine. I'm vibing. I just wanted to be chill for a minute. Keep my head calm. Is it really a 16-hour stream? That's quite long. That's quite long. I don't know why I'm not tired. I actually underslept last night, so that's weird. Fumes. It must be that shawarma. That shawarma was so fucking good. Oh my god. Oh. I remember that place. Huh. Come on, 2 ogres at once. I am second wind. Yes. This won't be on the VOD. I don't care. Fuck 'em. Ooh. Dazzling longsword. It's a tank weapon. An epic. See, if I'd slept, I wouldn't have got this. Dick. I can't use that. It's too fast. It is definitely... doesn't even look good. But I can sell it. We got an epic sword, guys. Look at that. Ooh. Epic sword. Valuable. Damn. Dazzling longsword. Hell yeah. Why did you not play modern games? Because I like history. Fuck you. Hey.
Oh, Shabbat.
I don't mean to be rude to that guy. I was just like, I needed to read a super chat, and then I just needed to crash out.
No worries. I told him, like, hey man, you're just yapping away. No.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, I did. You're just yapping away. It's okay.
Jesus.
I mean, you could. Yeah, I told him you could stay in the VC if you want. It's up to you. Let's see, World War III.
Fuck, I feel bad now. That was.
coercion.
Oh no, poor guy. I feel bad. I just.
Okay.
It wasn't even him. It was just
You
the fact that it
learn
was
what
like
the fuck, man.
anyone. Yeah, whatever. Fuck.
Yeah, I told him. We're just, me and him were just yapping about the whole, like, Israel Palestine shit.
Yeah,
It's okay, man.
just needed to read a dono. God. And then I realized it was quiet. What?
Question. It's about like the port thing. What's the Iranian thing? In the Iranian port, the Persian port shit.
Honestly, why can't I remember what it's called?
No, it's about right. Like it controls like 20%. Like
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like a fucking Emirates. I lived near it.
Oh, you could have stopped the
Hormuz.
conflict.
That's Hormuz. Yeah, that port.
Hormuz. Let's see. So pretty much like Iran close. Wait. So is this Iran that controls that oil, or just like in the area? Oh shit! I thought Saudi. What the hell, man?
Oh, the town's called What, Why, How. That's what they're called. Yeah, they're really cool. Yes, well done.
Strait of Hormuz.
Yes. The parliament voted to close it, but I don't think the hierarchy is going to go for it because it's just suicide. Feli, thanks for the £2. £2 for getting 2 levels while I slept. Gup. These are like 2 of the slowest levels I've done so far, and it happens when I'm streaming, obviously. You will make mistakes if you keep playing tired, bro. Look at me go. I'm fucking zooming. I'm unstoppable. Look at this ogre. This ogre's got no chance. Fuck him. That ogre is Iran's nuclear fucking facilities. What?
That's crazy. I thought it was like a whole meme about like Iranians saying they're Persian. I didn't know.
Yeah, they do. They say that.
Yeah, they still speak like 300 BC. So it's crazy. Or yeah, I think so. Yeah, Persia. Not gonna lie, the Persian language is kind of. You know what? It's better than the Israeli language. Okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad looking. Yeah, the fucking Hebrew language looks like fucking like Minecraft enchantments. Okay. LonerBox. The start of Israel Palestine isn't the 1880s. Is actually the Roman Empire with the destruction of the temple.
Great. Don't care.
Oh brother.
I hope the temple got destroyed. That would be based. They probably deserved it.
So like the temple mount thing, or it's called. Iranians was supposed to speak Arabic because they got like
they speak
about the
Farsi.
caliphate, right? Did they fight back the caliphate or what?
I don't know. You're looking at old history.
Persia.
Are there people literally going to bed and then waking up to find me still streaming? Is that what's happening now? That's happened to a few of you, hasn't it? Fucked. Told gups.
Let's see, the Persian Empire fought against the caliphate during the Muslim conquest of Persia. Okay, let's see. It's Persia. Newsfeed. Arabic. Oh, bro, didn't Sev like bought you like Baldur's Gate 3 or something?
Yeah. I'm gonna play that when I'm done with this one.
Right.
But I need to finish the job first, okay? We don't stop until the job's done.
Bro, you said last week. You said, "Oh man, if I die, man, I'm pretty much done with this game." And you died.
Yeah, but then I
and you're
decided I
playing
could
this game again.
speed run, proper speed run. Although this has been very slow, to be fair, so kind of fucked.
I bought him. I bought him fucking rent for 2 months. Wait, how much is Baldur's Gate 3, bro?
I don't know, $50 or some shit.
God damn, $60. That's crazy. Sev, not gonna lie, bro. You should never give a Westerner fucking Baldur's Gate 3, bro. You could have like upgraded your PC. I think you have like a better specs than LonerBox, I'm not sure, but bro, it's like a bootleg. It's pretty much D&D, right? But like third person. I think I'm not sure. Look, let's see. The dragon, a human, the golf chick for some reason. It's cool, cool, cool. Cool, dude. Where does the money go? I don't know. It's probably Mossad. I think Mossad keep it. Was David here? Hello, David?
He's just muted.
Hold up.
He probably fell asleep. Wait, what? Oh.
It's 2:50 a.m., bro. Jesus Christ. That's in New York. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty late.
Yup. If anyone deserves their own state in the Middle East, it needs to be the sheiks.
Sure, dude.
So we can get some variety over there. Too many Muslim countries getting boring.
Okay, 9. Wait, what do I do after this?
That's cool.
Oh, I go back to the camp. Okay, that's a good time to stop. Because I can level and then fuck that. Okay.
I swear to God, if you don't watch that documentary.
Excuse me. I like recommendations, okay?
Cool.
I'm not you're the content manager, okay? Spider's here. We're just vibing, just hanging with a boy. Zzz.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah, I'll do that tomorrow. Do the tomorrow.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Don't you have a
Come on.
job?
Not gonna lie.
Come on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, W Persia, bro. W Persia. Okay.
Mina,
Pretty
what's
cool.
I'm guessing you oppose the strikes in Iran, or
I don't know. I think they're political anyways. There's no point.
what's the best argument against them? I need I need good takes.
Against them or for them?
Yeah, against them.
Like,
oh, I don't know.
oh, David woke up.
Wow. Boker Tov. What the fuck?
David, wait, you're muted the whole time?
I was sleeping.
Alright.
What the fuck?
NBC.
4, 5 out. Damn.
Anyways,
Shit.
about Iran, I would say this is like hypocritical. I would say the strikes on Iran are kind of hypocritical because, like, you see the shit that's going on in Ukraine, and Ukraine has asked for NATO to close the airspace, but they didn't. And for like the strikes, since they were political, and there's like rumors that Washington tipped off Iran with the I'm guessing they evacuated all the material, so yeah, I'm not sure. I think this is only like Trump basically saying, yeah, if I don't airstrike that, I will look weak, and that's that. I don't think they actually did all that much, except for, I don't know, they did hit the targets, but the material, I think, is still there. So.
Is that the same with Israel strikes as well? Were they political, or?
Well, no, I don't think Israel. Well, maybe a little bit. I think Bibi just wants to stay in power, and considering that the Knesset almost got dissolved, like, you know, there's like always a little bit of like nonsense that goes on behind the scenes, I'm guessing.
Asher, what do you mean for Ukraine? Do you mean like NATO shooting down like Russian planes or just like missiles?
I mean, closing the airspace means like everything.
Oh, you mean so you will want NATO like Western planes shooting down
Yeah,
Russian planes?
they wanted air support from NATO.
I don't think that's like. I think it would be advisable. Like
I mean,
it's fucked up, but
they also thought that the Budapest Memorandum was a, you know, like a defense treaty, but they got fucked. So
yeah, it was not that. No.
I
mean, like I don't know. NATO fucking like F6 like Western NATO planes shooting down Russian planes over Ukraine.
I mean, you have the US protecting, or like a lot of countries, not just the US, protecting Israel from like ballistic missiles to, you know.
I think for me it's probably because of the nuclear stuff. I think because Russia has nukes. I think that's why.
No, if it's just
right.
Ukrainian airspace, it doesn't mean it's like offensive. It's defensive against.
Yeah, it
Russia.
could be defensive, but obviously the difference between America shooting down a ballistic missile is different from them shooting down a Russian plane, right?
Yeah, like, you know, it would be kind of crazy, like a fucking American plane, or possibly getting shot down by another Russian plane, or American plane shooting down a Russian plane. That'd be kind of like very escalatory, you know. And you're shooting down a nuclear power like planes and shit.
Yeah, but that's not. No, they're not gonna shoot nukes just because they'll close Ukrainian airspace. That's not. They're not. That's not a thing. But don't worry, Spider.
That's not crazy, David. Like I
feel like the first place we start is just the U.S. Not cucking and threatening our ally that we're gonna leave them high and dry and pretend that they're the one that starts the war, and that who knows what else. Like we could start from there and then worry about a no-fly zone. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
What about no white
like
zone?
What? This guy, bro. I mean, like the closest thing was like Article 4, when like a fucking, was it a Ukrainian missile or a Russian missile, like went into Poland and shit? I don't know, man.
Article 4
I don't know.
and Article 5. It's fine. Don't worry, Spider.
No.
Don't
Poland,
worry about
I'm not talking about Article 5.
Yes, it was a drone that hit. Yes. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
It wasn't a drone, it was a missile.
Who the fuck is Laser Goose? What the fuck? Hi.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey, you're new, right?
Oh, Crazy Laser? Like,
wait, what's crazy?
Like, okay, so it would be dope for NATO to like shoot down like Russian planes or missiles like striking like Ukrainian cities, right? That'd be dope as fuck, right? That'd be base, right?
I mean, it would be dope if we weren't dealing with the possibility of them nuking us in retaliation. I think that's kind of not dope.
Yeah, like you know how Russia is, right? They're fucking like kind of crazy, right? So they probably like fucking like I don't know, man. It sounds kind of like hyperbolic, but I feel like if Russia, they'll probably like fucking like use like a ballistic missile striking like NATO countries and shit.
More than likely, yeah. That's kind of why. I think it's like one of those like rules of joining NATO is like, hey, you can't like go off and attack Russia, right? They have to attack you first. If that happens, then it's World War III.
I mean, like I'll be down for it, but like,
yeah, me too.
Russia
but you know,
has nukes. I don't know. Like,
I think it would be better if we just gave the Ukrainians more air defense missiles.
Yeah,
and
like
jets.
anti-air. Yeah.
Yeah, just let them do it themselves.
I think Biden really just pussied out. I think he just like didn't do enough in the beginning, because if if they
and Obama
if they had
when they
actually
invaded
put, like, boots on the ground in the beginning, then like this war would have already been over.
Yeah.
Probably go. Yeah, true.
So
damn, dude, like
this would have already been over, and I don't even know what, like, there wouldn't be, I guess, that many issues now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
And it's all
That's
this
what I
like
mean.
this whole like peacenik thing among these conservative people was more or less just adopted as a facade, because none of them, I mean, a very small percentage of them, maybe like people like Dave Smith, are like having an issue with Trump bombing Iran. But like the vast majority of them don't care. They never cared, just like they never cared about eggs, prices of eggs or gas prices.
Like I would be down. I mean, this might be in some way, shape, or form. Might kind of agree with me though. Probably like NATO countries like put like anti-air like stuff like close to their border, like in the radius near Ukraine. Probably like I don't know. Like I don't know how like.
I feel like that's. I mean, that's kind of like what we're doing already, except they're running out of the Patriot missiles.
Like I think
also
I
like
don't know.
a bunch of like assets get rerouted to the Middle East from the Indo-Pacific area and from Ukraine to protect Israel. So you know.
Damn. Five impacts reported in Israel.
Breaking news, breaking news.
Breaking news.
So I mean, if Israel's running low on those arrow interceptors, then
isn't the USS Nimitz there already, or what? I'm orange.
The U.S. whatting?
The USS Nimitz. Because the last time I checked on the fucking aircraft checker bullshit was like near Malaysia like 5 days ago. They're probably around like India or Sri Lanka or the fuck.
Yeah, they're either.
I think the fastest they can go with both reactors running is like 35 miles an hour. So it's going to take them a while.
Level 45. Let's go. Get fucked.
This guy's about to die, bro.
Shut up. Oh wait, it's a fucking timed quest. Why is there a time quest? What? I just do it later. What's the timer? What? Kill 5 alphas. Fuck that. I'll fail it and do it later. Okay, abandon. Jesus.
I don't know, man. Like,
okay.
NATO countries shooting down Russian missiles and planes over Ukrainian cities.
Well, I mean, we kind of saw this with Syria. Wait, like how many years ago was that? Hillary Clinton was like, "Oh, we need to establish a no-fly zone over Syria," and everyone was shitting their pants. Like, no.
Dude, Obama, fuck Obama, fuck. Oh my god, I could fed post about that guy.
Obama.
Yeah, he kind of dropped the ball. He really dropped the ball.
Yeah.
Was he just was Obama just literally like another nothing ever happens cuck on all foreign policy? Is that what he was?
You know what?
The JCPOA was trash. The response to Ukraine was trash.
Yeah.
The response to Mitt Romney talking about the threat of Russia, and he's just like, "Oh, the 1980s called. They want their foreign policy back." I'm like, "Bro, you suck." Fucking hell.
Loner, the U.S. literally had a mutual defense agreement with Japan, and China went and occupied a Japanese island, and he did nothing.
Bro, he's a peace tard. The pacifist.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were so like.
It's funny. It's funny that he gets everyone like hyper focuses on the fact that there was some like fucking drone strikes in Yemen when he really just.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The most isolationist
like,
person on earth.
Yeah, and everyone calls him like a war hawk and warmongering president, all because of a few drone strikes, few hundred. But
man, like he killed Osama bin Laden. Like, come on.
He did single-handedly kill Osama bin Laden with his bare hands.
Hey! This is the DEI celebration, okay? Let me take the dub.
And there's people who still think that didn't actually happen because we dumped his body in the ocean. They're like, no, we want
Yeah.
like a taxidermied Bin Laden on the White House lawn as forever proof.
I'll sell this in the
wait, say it on the
daytime
pipe?
server time because it's probably more likely to get money. 57 gold. Okay,
What
not bad.
Would that work? I don't know, man.
Yeah, somebody in chat said that Obama was like elected for being like the anti-war president. I just think it's so funny that people still call him a war hawk.
Yeah, he's definitely not
that.
If anything, he should have been a
Obamacare was definitely
more
good,
of a
though.
war hawk. Yeah, but yeah, it was pretty good.
That'll say.
You know what? I think I might concede to his argument.
Wasn't too bad either.
He also did, yeah, someone in chat saying, like, he did also inherit, like, post-Iraq war. And then everyone just thought every foreign policy, anything is bad, so, yeah.
Yeah, the isolation vibe really caught on.
I think I might concede 2 minutes talking point. Okay.
I remember that as well. Every time there was any for bombing Syria, right? Even though they said if you use chemical weapons, we should attack you, and then I remember just being like, "Really, bomb Syria, Nazi? Fucking hell!" Saddam Hussein.
Oh yeah, and the whole
WMDs. Dave
people
Smith
saying like, "Oh, they aren't actually chemical weapons."
Yeah. Was
it Russia Today that brought on the fake chemical weapons expert, or
I don't know.
Who was that?
Oh man, this was Syria way back in the day. Feels like forever ago.
Okay, on the media
when I was a wee child.
I kind of concede. Okay. All right.
Yes, we know you've repeated yourself like 6 times now.
Okay, I can't glaze you for a second. I can't glaze your talking point. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, I know.
This is probably the first. Damn, you fucking sound like a narcissistic. Okay.
Okay, guys. Well, hang on, one more meme, and then I'm gonna go. Okay. Look at this meme. Look at my stream.
Look.
Or the black guy with the cat, bro. Oh my god. What meme?
It's just George Galloway, and his fucking title is Iran, I told you to build the bomb. Bro, he's so funny.
Oh my god. Bro, I still can't believe what the fuck what kind of atrocity the national SJP put on their Twitter, bro. Like
all right. Well, good night, guys.
No.
Or good morning. More like.
Time is it right now? Time is it right now?
You want to look at this? This better be good. This is probably shit. The Empire will reap what it sows. The alternative to leaving vertically is leaving horizontally. This is retarded. Doesn't make any sense. Okay.
They stole it from Nasrallah. Wait, you don't get it?
No.
No.
They're saying that's supposed to that atrocity is supposed to be Iran. America's hands are on it.
Yeah.
And they're saying either you fly away or you'll all die there because yeah, Iran's gonna kill you, motherfuckers. You either leave vertically
you got some boomer humor, bro.
Bro, that's not my humor, bro. That's their fucking tweet.
All right.
Okay, buddy. Okay, LBB. Okay.
FBI. Your overwhelming unemployment is rather burdensome. I guess that's a start.
Wait, did you hit your goal?
My what?
Did you hit your goal? Your fucking...
Tankie, thanks for 30 shekels.
How long was the stream? 16 hours, bro? It's crazy.
IG King Halleck, thanks for tier 1 sub. Rando, thanks for tier 1 sub. Max Copeland, thanks for $5. What's your live stream personal best for longest stream? This one. 16 hours 25.
Wait, Lauren, are you gonna take a break after this or what?
Fantastic Wastelander, thanks for the $9.99. I'd messaged you a few weeks ago about showing Teuton how ridiculous he was about Soviet history in Poland. Seeing this makes me wonder if it's worth it to debate someone who's this much of a coward. Jeez. God damn.
Wait, Lauren, are you gonna take a break after the stream shit or what? Probably, right?
Thanks for the $5, Curtis, and thanks for the $10, Totally Funny Dude. And Max Copeland, thanks for the other $10. And Totally Funny Dude, thanks for the other $10. And Upstate Trash, thanks for the $5. He's literally crying. Ha ha ha. Okay. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. Tim R for the $10. Ew for the $9.99. Dustin Gray, thanks for the $5. Bruce with the Uso, thanks for the tier 4 sub. That's so generous. What the fuck? Corned Beef Hash, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, David.
You guys are so kind to me. Wow.
I know Loner's kind of reading the donos, but
I'm going
down for All right.
Is there anyone I can raid out to? Who streams at this time of day? No one.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think no one has it right now.
Like
Dylan
Batman.
Burns
Maybe?
Robert Irrelevant? I think he's on Kick though, but I don't know.
Yeah, he's not on YouTube.
He's streaming.
Tiska, thanks for the
He's
tier
on
1
Kick right
sub.
now.
Thank you so much. How many memberships? Like 15. God, that's a lot. Oh,
Yeah.
strong.
You read out to the AP looking at the Tel Aviv skyline.
Don't
Yeah,
care.
that's the stream.
That's peak order. Peak order. No, I'll just text you, David. Okay, about my question. Okay.
Okay. Take care, guys. Bye bye.
Good night.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Those vidanya.
Whoa, what a bunch of weirdos. Okay. Love you guys. See you tomorrow, maybe today, a few hours. I don't know. What fuck it. Bye.